albeit without Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Isaiah Stewart, Tobias Harris, and Duncan Robinson. Despite missing all those guys, Detroit was able to force overtime against the Thunder thanks to a questionable offensive foul call on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as he hit what likely would have been the game-winning shot. Still, OKC outscored Detroit 13-9 in the extra period to win 114-110. JB Bickerstaff was still impressed with the team effort and performance while missing 5 key guys. The good news is the Celtics lost last night, dropping the Pistons' magic number 2-3. Detroit is back home tonight against Toronto. For the Tigers, Justin Verlander made his re-debut last night, and it did not go well. He gave up 2 runs in the first inning and 3 in the second, finishing after 3 2/3 with 6 hits allowed, 2 walks, and only 1 strikeout. The Tigers trailed 8-0 after 5 innings. They did make it interesting with 6 in the 7th, but Arizona held on for the 9-6 win. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 9:40 p.m., and Michigan women's basketball lost by 36 to Texas last night, ending their season in the Elite Eight. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass, and this is the first time I'm realizing what he's wearing today. Did you see this?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, that's right. Dagger time.
I blocked that out of my memory.
How many years ago was that? Was that pre-Campbell era?
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
the last hurrah with Stafford. One of the last, was it the last year or the last couple years?
Matty P.
They're going to finish games. Dagger time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, didn't finish the season.
No, they did not, John. Anyway, we're not going to dwell on Lions teams from forever ago.
I'm just glad that you noticed what somebody else was wearing other than trying to point out what I'm always wearing yesterday.
Well, you're not nearly as
vibrant.
Vibrant's a good word. In a more muted gray today for you.
Yes.
And I will note, short sleeve.
Oh, short sleeve, yeah. I mean, it is. It's a little steamy outside this morning. Now we're going to have a little bit of rain, some thunderstorms. It was a great light show on the way in. If you're on the roads right now, did you not notice it?
No, I mean, I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you kind of gave me the look like,
well, I looked
what are you
over at Heather
about?
because she was like,
oh, no, I totally agree. That's the first thing I thought.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we didn't have – when I walked outside this morning, there was a little, dampness on the pavement, but it didn't rain, and there was no thunder. It was just kind of in the distance, this beautiful light show. So we got a chance to enjoy that. However, this morning, a tough start to the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I was going to ask you guys, what's the worst way to start your day? And I have ways to get over it, but I always set my coffee pot to go off at 3 in the morning. Mm-hmm. I get up at about 3:15, and I've got a nice hot cup of Joe waiting on me. My coffee pot I think it died last night. And so I wake up and I go downstairs and there's this little light that says it's brewing, and it's kind of going around. It's like the spinning circle on your computer when you're trying to wait for something. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's interesting. There's no coffee out there. So I turn it off, turn it on, nothing. And then what do you do to reset the whole thing? You unplug it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plug it back in. Didn't work.
Tried and true. Didn't work.
No coffee this morning. I did. I was like, maybe I could jar something loose. Maybe there's just something stuck in the mechanics. So you start banging it a little bit, and no, nothing this morning. So
no coffee today.
Well, my workaround is that Starbucks near me opens at 4:30.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, we wouldn't want to have to work with you if you hadn't had your coffee.
Well, it doesn't affect me much, like the whole caffeine thing. I drink coffee because I just like a hot beverage in the morning. I like the taste of coffee, and I may be a little bit hyped up this morning because when I go to Starbucks, my order is very much like Dan Campbell. I get the venti with 2 shots. And so it's the red eye? The black eye's only 1, I think.
I have no idea. I don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
I don't know
I thought Dan did a dozen shots in his.
A dozen shots, yes. Yeah. Skip the coffee. Just put shots of espresso in there until you fill it up.
Could you just IV it into me? That would be great.
But have you guys ever had that moment in the morning where you wake up and you're like, today's going to be a challenge?
Oh, yeah.
Jim.
So
Slipping down the steps would be one way.
that would certainly be one of them. Yesterday, it's funny you bring this up. Yesterday, I woke up maybe an hour before the alarm to a very disturbing sound.
Oh.
People who own...
Roomba getting after it?
No. Well, kind of.
Neighbor cat.
Oh.
No, it's that gurgling sound of when your cat's going to throw up.
Oh.
It's the worst.
You know what I'm talking about.
I mean, our dogs do that too.
Oh, sure. They start gagging.
Yeah, sometimes they'll just like eat their dinner too quick, and then you just see that, and you're like, oh no, not on the carpet, no.
It's almost like if you have like a sump pump in your basement and you could hear it's like...
Yeah.
And it's always on carpet or a rug. It's never on the tile or the wood.
Yeah.
On the bed.
No! Oh no! That's
just a giant hairball?
This is 3:30 in the morning.
Oh,
and
no.
I wake up to the sound, and I think Kelsey is also hearing it too. We're trying to like shoo him as he's doing, because you don't want it to be like right where you're asleep, so you kind of like shoo him off. And I think he got like the edge of the bed, and it's like, well...
Do you clean it up at that point and put a new blanket on for your beautiful wife?
Absolutely.
Since she's got an empty tank and now cat puke on her bed cover?
Who's got an empty tank? I'm the one that's got to get up.
I'm
the one that's going to be on, minus sleep here.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, you throw it in and make do with the other blankets in the meantime. That's a pretty rough start.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Animal puke.
that's probably the worst to me. I could handle buying my own coffee or whatever
sure.
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got kids. I got little kids who do basically the same thing.
Yeah.
So I've got that. Usually it's when my alarm, I'm late or
Wait
like
till one of them
I
walks
snooze
in
it.
and they're just tall enough to stare over the side of
And
the
they
bed.
just stare at me.
Oh yeah, and either so the my two oldest would just stare at you. They wouldn't poke you or anything, but then you'd get this sense that somebody is looking at you, and then all of a sudden there's this freaky kid standing right next to you,
Like out of a horror movie.
Oh yeah,
John.
but then Ellie, this is what she would do. She would literally like bend over the bed, and her face would be like 2 inches from my nose, and she would be like, "Dad, I'm gonna be sick."
Oh no.
Oh, what?
At least my kids will not come into my bedroom.
Oh, you've trained them well.
No, I don't understand. Like, they'll just stay in the door. Well, Brooks is in a crib, but Emily will just stand in the door frame. I'm like, child.
And scream for you?
Yes. Scream. Just come to me. Just come on in. Come on, girl. I have to go get her. Always. She won't leave. She won't leave when she has to go to the bathroom. Yesterday, she was up till 10 o'clock. I was like, what are you doing? I have to go potty. I'm like, go, child.
Yes.
It's right
Well,
there.
put one of those little potties in her room.
She doesn't need that. She can go to the bathroom on a regular toilet. She just doesn't want to leave her. She's like scared to leave her bedroom. We installed automatic lights in her bathroom, so all she has to do is walk. She doesn't
in,
even
and it just illuminates for her.
She won't even go. She won't even walk in.
So that's
Anyway.
the morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. And you wake up and the Tigers lost and the Pistons lost and the Wings are the Wings. Still.
They'll play tonight. I'm sure everybody's ready for it.
And the Lions, we found out, hey, we're not going to sign anyone. We want to sign our own.
Yeah, so look, Rod Wood on the way out did a long-form interview, and the phrase, quote, never in the game, we'll get into the Lions' priorities at 6:35. Because, John, I know you got a lot to say. I know calls, you guys will, look, the reaction, we know what's going to happen, but we're going to have the conversation. That's at 6:35. Dan Campbell, by the way, yesterday responded to the Taylor Decker stuff. We'll make sure to mix that in. As far as last night goes.
Yeah.
That's
JV on the mound.
JV's re-debut. And I kind of feel silly because I did make sure to stay up to at least catch the start of it.
Yeah.
That like nostalgia. And then I settle in and I go, oh.
Did you stay in longer than he did?
No, John.
I stole that one from Greg.
No, John. He outlasted. But, you know, live, I'm watching the first couple innings. You come back and you piece it all together in the morning. First couple innings, he's fooling nobody. He's falling behind guys. Mm-hmm. He's getting hit around. I'm like, oh, boy, why did I stay up for this? And maybe it was a bit of a reality check of the guy is at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to make sure we set expectations properly.
So I don't know that we overhyped the return of JV. Yeah, there's a lot of sentimentality to it. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that just wanted to stay up, and they might have even just watched the first pitch. Like, I want to see JV in a Tigers uniform. We've seen him in spring training. We've seen the pictures, but I want to watch him go to the mound. But I'm wondering what the expectations are for JV this year.
He's 43 years old. He finished last year on a high note, and I think there is something left in the tank. I also am well aware that this was not originally the plan to bring him back. If Reese Olson doesn't go down, I'm not sure that Justin Verlander is pitching for the Detroit Tigers this season, because he had made it known he wanted to be here. It didn't feel like it was they were on the same page until they had the need because of the Reese Olson injury. So I want to be clear. The expectation should be that he is the number 5. I know right now he's the number 4. He's the back end of the rotation. He's got to eat some innings and not get hit up every start, right? Hang in there, fight, and claw and scratch. Because he's not the JV we grew up with at this point. It's not faulting him. It's father time, but it was a harsh reminder last night.
He's not the JV that we saw the first go-round. He's not the JV even that he was with the Astros. And I am curious because I think most people were realistic of what they expected out of Justin Verlander when he came back. And okay, just like we talked about with the hitters. Now, Gary Carpenter finally put, his bat on a ball. But we don't want to overreact to the first 3 games, the first 4 games, the first appearance that we've seen of McGonigal, any of these guys. But we can react to JV, and we want to make sure that it's not an overreaction. But is there a resetting of expectations after watching him last night of prime JV, not even just past prime JV, but what are your expectations for him?
I want to be clear. It doesn't take the starch out of Sunday for me, like when he makes his first start at Comerica Park.
Sunday Night Baseball.
On Easter Sunday. Yeah, national TV. Last night didn't take the anticipation or the starch out of it for me, because that's like still an emotional thing when the crowd gets to greet him and welcome him back. But in terms of what he did, he went 3 2/3. He gave up 5 earned runs, gave up a homer, walked more than he struck out. He's 43 years old. I think maybe this is that necessary resetting of expectations. Like, hey, there's a reason this guy's going to be at the back end of the rotation and not the front end. He's not the guy that's throwing 99, 100 with that 12-6 curve that falls off the plate. I mean, he's dive bomb sliders. He's throwing 93, 94. Like, it's just
still kind of amazing.
I know. And look, at 43, to even be in the bigs is an achievement. But in terms of like what he's going to give them this season, it's back end of the rotation.
It is back end of the rotation, and it's probably skipping some starts. Like, so last year, when was he his best?
Late
in the season. All right. So, and it could just be, hey, he needs more time to get to that point. And that's when we're going to need him the most, is at the back end of the season. So is this hey, he gets 2 starts and then he skips a start and then gets 2 more and then skips 1? Or I think that's kind of my expectation of how they're going to handle him. Not that they're going to go full pitching chaos.
No.
But I do think that there is a world where he's not going to pitch every scheduled start that he has, and there may be some time where you may get better production out of whoever they put in there.
So it was noted on the broadcast, the top of the Diamondbacks order, they're getting their silver sluggers before the game.
Sure.
And there's some tough lefties here, so I mean, good matchup for those guys, and they teed off on JV. Last year, he made 29 starts. Only 4 of them did he give up 5 or more runs.
Mm-hmm. Did you get that in the pregame?
I did not, John. 248-539-9797. They're not doing that for road games yet. We'll get to a little bit of Pistons disrespect as they gear up for the postseason here. One of the most prominent NBA talking heads had to say about our Pistons. We'll do that next. Lions priorities, quote, never in the game. We'll get to that at 6:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Splash of cold water. Justin Verlander's re-debut as a Tiger. Hey, it wasn't fooling anybody. Falling behind, leaving stuff over the plate. Got crushed. Gave up 5 runs in 3 2/3. 2 walks, only 1 strikeout. He made 29 starts last year. He only gave up 5+ 4 times. So, it's not going to take away any of the excitement to see him back at Comerica Park in the Old English D on Sunday.
No.
But in terms of expectations for the season, we've asked you guys, like, was that a reset? Was that a, hey, let's let some of the nostalgia fade? And what are we actually getting out of JV this season at 43? 248-539-9797. Pistons played last night. They lost as well. Not overly concerned. They're shorthanded. They're still in a great spot for the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And it really is all about how this team performs come playoff time.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get an update maybe even this week on Cade Cunningham. And
is this Thursday 2 weeks, I think?
I believe so.
So hopefully we get an update and he can get on the horse and get back out there soon.
Yeah, and I mean, just to take that team with, basically 4 or 5 of your guys down, take them to overtime in Oklahoma City. Your brother wasn't there by the chance, was he?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Yeah, anyway, it's taking them to overtime. The way that they have been competing without Cade Cunningham in the lineup has been very encouraging. So if they do, when they do win the 1 seed, the magic number is 3 with 7 games left. If it takes Cade a little bit longer, we get an update and it's still going to be 2 weeks. All right. Hey, you're going to be well into that first series. No matter who it is, I believe that this team should still be able to get out of the first round without Cade.
John, how many teams make the NBA playoffs? Not the play-in, the playoffs.
8, right?
8 from each conference.
Yeah.
16 total. Bill Simmons, very popular podcast. He had Zach Lowe in, and they drafted NBA teams in terms of how, quote, scary they are come playoff team. Keep in mind, there are 16 teams that make the playoffs. Were the Pistons the scariest team to them? No, OKC and San Antonio were the first 2 picks in their little draft.
Not a shock.
No. Were the Pistons 3rd or 4th? Certainly in the top 5 as a 1 seed, right?
Well, I'm guessing they probably had Boston and maybe Cleveland in the top 5.
Sure. So you go, okay, well, the Pistons are what, 5 or 6? I mean, they defend. They've got Cade, scary team. They ranked them 11th. The 11th most scary team come playoff time. This is Bill Simmons. Of all the things to be critical of the Pistons come playoff time,
right?
The ability for them to defend the perimeter was probably low on my list.
Yeah.
And good on Zach Lowe for pointing out Asar will be on Tatum or Brown.
Right.
Hello. Yeah. I mean, my concerns with the Pistons come playoff time are secondary scoring and the ability to knock down shots if the paint gets clogged. Those are my concerns, not will they be able to defend or match physicality.
So let me ask you this. With what they said there, with Dennis Jenkins really coming on now that Cade's been down.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the 30-point game. Last night it was 15. Can he be more of that secondary scorer? Because we've talked about whether it's Tobias Harris, whether it's because you've got to get Jalen Duren and Cade have to get theirs.
I guess it depends how you define secondary scoring. He can be a scorer with the second unit. But I'm saying, like, there's 5 minutes to go in the game. You got 5 guys on the floor. Cade gets doubled and trapped. Who is he passing the ball to that's going to dribble, drive, force a decision, finish, kick out, create space. Like those are those guys that, you really need come playoff time.
Sure. Yeah, the question is, who's that going to be?
Right. I see we got some calls to get to. People want to mix in the emotions of Justin Verlander, but first let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, have you heard about a developer's plan to turn Belle Isle into a city within a city?
Yeah, I've kind of interesting.
Yeah, so right now, Belle Isle draws more than 5 million visitors a year. It's owned by the city of Detroit and maintained by the state as a public park. But a group of business leaders say that it could become something much more powerful. So they want to transform the island into the first special economic zone. So like high-income housing, shopping, more than 100 restaurants, entertainment, and a community of up to 50,000 people. Now, here is Rodney Lockwood, the developer behind the project, kind of speaking about this idea. Yeah, he talked about wanting to reignite Detroit's economy. Now, the idea is getting a lot of attention and reaction from people in Detroit and around the state. But Michigan Department of Natural Resources, which manages the island, said that this is not even being considered.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a pipe dream, but I think it's a cool concept. And the concept is, hey, those that live on the island would never have to leave the island. Like everything that they would need, restaurants, entertainment, grocery store, like everything is right there.
I saw it and I didn't love it. No. I like greenery. I like property. Sure. I like trees. I like that type of. I feel like everything is being developed around me, and I'd love. I don't live near Belle Isle. I mean, I've been to Belle Isle, but I'm sure other people have different thoughts.
Why not just do that in the city?
No,
develop. We can make restaurants and develop and housing.
Yeah. Take a 6-block area and boom.
Like District Detroit.
Yes. Very much like that.
Yeah, just like that. So for the first time since 2021, the Lions will not have joint practices this summer. So Dan Campbell said that he decided against holding joint workouts with another team during training camp this year after finding the practices to be disadvantageous in recent seasons. Basically, he said he found it to be counterproductive. Wasn't getting as much out of it as he thought he would, so putting an end to that. The Lions have held at least one set of joint practices each of the past 4 seasons, including with the Miami Dolphins and Houston Texans last year.
And they've often leaned on those so they don't have to play their starters as much in the preseason. I wonder now if we'll see a little more in the preseason.
Well, that's exactly what you're going to see, because Dan Campbell says that the Lions could play the starters more in preseason games this summer to, account for the reps that they'd miss by having joint practices. So it's something that they've shied away from. So that's exactly what he says they'll do. Precisely.
That story is signed. Oh, Hutch dominated the Dolphins and joint practices.
The Hutch rule.
Yeah. The same with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Unguardable.
So the wife of one of those fake DTE energy workers linked to the murder of that Rochester Hills businessman is now headed to trial for her connection in the crime. So Amanda Hernandez was charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree home invasion, accessory after the fact, and conspiracy to commit false imprisonment of a utility worker a month after her husband, Carlos Hernandez, was sentenced to life in prison. So according to officials, she allegedly played an active role in planning and covering up the crime. I mean, there's text messages we looked through and were able to see that she knew exactly what was going on. On Monday, she waived her right to a preliminary examination and was then bound over to circuit court, where she will face trial. If she is convicted, she faces up to 20 years in prison. Well, nearly 6 months after being born, the names of the Detroit Zoo's newest lion cubs have been revealed. So the cubs have been named Mosey, Aziza, and Fahari. And those names were actually chosen by Detroiters over the past several weeks. There was an online poll, and I've got the meaning of all these names because they all have
make
something.
Sure they're right.
So,
because we don't want to be sued for any type of song. Remember that story we had last week? The Lion King song?
Oh, well, I'm not going to sing it, and these are not in. Yes.
No, I know.
I'm not
You put her
stealing
on
somebody's.
edge. She's like, I
I
don't
know.
want to get
Yeah.
anybody in trouble.
Uh-huh.
Wait,
Yeah.
what am I doing?
Yeah.
No, I'm not stealing anyone's lyrics, I don't believe. But Mosi means she is first. So I'm guessing she was probably
Born
the
first,
first
yeah.
cub
Yeah.
born. Aziza means powerful. And then Fahari means proud. And the Cubs were born just on November 23rd last year. So they're still going to be kind of staying away from the public. They're going to stay in their den and out of public view for a little while they continue to grow.
I thought they
will be
might
fun to
go with
see.
McGonagall and Keith.
Yeah, the names don't mean hi, I'm a lion.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a lion. Oh my God.
Oh my God, that's the real lyrics?
No way.
It is.
Heather with the news. You got people want to talk JV on hold. We got 2 Grand Slam in less than an hour, and we will get to what the Lions offseason really means. Quote, never in the game. Not a phrase you want to hear. We'll talk about their priorities as the hour rolls. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you step outside today, you're going to notice it's a little bit warmer. It was yesterday as well. Days are getting longer. Grass is going to start growing. And if you want a beautiful lawn, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, which is today, for the early bird discount. And they also have another deal going on for a limited time. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And why start now? You've got to start early for best results. And if it's crabgrass that you fought last year, whether it's dandelions, thinning grass, the best results come if you start now. If you see crabgrass, it's probably a little bit too late. And here's the thing about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They just solve the problems before you even notice it. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Never in the game. That's the phrase used by Rod Wood to describe the Lions' pursuit of top free agents. It also could have been used to describe last night's baseball game.
Yeah, it's a tough start.
We'll get to the Rod Wood comments, but you guys are waiting on hold. Want to talk about JV's re-debut and some of the emotions of that, right? We're excited. I stayed up late, wanted to see the first couple innings. And I was reminded that this is a different Justin Verlander. This is 43-year-old Justin Verlander, not the guy from my memories.
Right. And it was kind of one of those nights, too, where you're like, okay, he gives up 2 in the first, and you're like, all right, maybe he's just finding his groove.
Settle
yeah,
in.
JV, he always kind of settled down, and all of a sudden then it's 3 in the second, and you're like, well.
But the JV from your memory, and they even mentioned it early in the broadcast, like, yeah, he's probably not going to be the Cy Young guy from,
oh no,
or the MVP guy from 2011 and 2012. Yeah, he's not pumping 100 miles an hour and dropping the curveball off the table. He's throwing 94, and he's got that dive bomb slider, but if it stays in the zone,
yeah,
gets crushed. And Corbin Carroll had a couple big hits on him. Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Troy in Ferndale. You're on 97.1.
Hey, it's Tony in Ferndale. All good, though. How's it going this morning?
Not too bad. How
All
you doing,
good.
Tony?
What's up?
Good. Hey, Justin Verlander, look, again, it would have been awesome to see him pipe 100 down and everything you just said, Jim, but, I think I'll speak for myself. I was not expecting that from him. It was going to be nice to see him back, and, I'm going to the game next Sunday night. It's going to be electric when he walks out there and everything, but I think the real conversation with the Tigers, already a glaring problem, is where are the bats? We have this consistent issue where we just strike out. Look at Riley Green last night. We had Spencer Torkelson striking out last night in moments early in the game when they still could have fought back with guys on base. So I don't know if this is going to be a reoccurring issue with strikeouts, specifically with Riley Green. If Riley Green keeps striking out, if he is not the player we want him to be, I think maybe getting on the horn when it comes to trade deadline time with Riley Green in mind might be our best interest.
I don't see it because, again, as a team trying to chase down a World Series, you're probably not trading 30 home run guys, flaws and all, and I'm not telling you Riley doesn't have a strikeout issue. He's admitted he has a strikeout issue. But, Tony, I'm glad you brought this up because we hadn't discussed it, and it was a late-night game, and maybe people didn't realize Tigers struck out, was it 14 times yesterday?
Yeah.
And they had an immaculate inning against them. A 9-pitch, 3-strikeout frame in the 5th where Torres struck out, Karp struck out, and Baez struck out. All swinging.
It's frustrating because yesterday we were talking about Kerry Carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that, again, it was 4 strikeouts for him yesterday. Now, he finally did put bat to ball, but it's been 1 through, 4 games.
Yeah.
And it's, there 14 strikeouts. It's way too many. And you're going to, but on the bright side, Colt Keith still breaking. McGonigal didn't get much yesterday. A couple walks.
Yeah, I was going to say, got on base twice.
Sure.
And didn't strike out, notably.
Correct. And so it's you need those other bats to start producing.
Let's get to Linda in Kalamazoo. Linda, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, it was kind of an emotional night for me last night. I didn't have, a disappointing expectation for Justin. I just figured whatever is going to happen will happen. But it was very emotional because the last day that he pitched as a Tiger in 2017 was the last full day of life for my cat, Oscar, and he died of cancer. And my fiancé and I train our cats to be sociable. And so all of our cats, including the ones we have now, all recognize the theme songs for the sports teams and all the voices that related to them and so forth. And when he was pitching, he came out. He was so happy to see him pitch. He'd roll around on the floor and just have a good time. And then a friend of ours who also had cancer passed away after the trade to Houston, and I talked to him, and I said, "What'd you think?" And he said, "I was bummed out." I said, "Yeah, we all are, but we wish him the best and hope he wins the World Series," and he did.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has happened since that Justin Verlander deal. It feels like, a baseball lifetime for him has passed. I'm sorry to hear about, the
A lot of other
the death of the cat.
lifetimes have passed.
Yeah. I mean, they brought up just how long it's been since Justin Verlander pitched for the Tigers. And you go through the emotions of where you were in your life at that time, right? I mean, we talked about this when he signed, that, people grew up while he was here. You went from a point where, I was in high school and college for a good chunk of Verlander's career. I mean, people, their dad took them to the game, and now they have kids and are taking their dad to the game.
Yeah.
In terms of text and what people thought, I'm glad the organization decided to prioritize bringing back a dinosaur just to sell tickets during a season. It's a cool story rather than actual pitcher who can help us win.
I think there's still going to be some good performances by JV. Good enough to get wins.
What did you think would happen? We saw a full supply of breaking balls with zero gas. Guys, it's what he was doing in the spring. I'm not surprised JV had that type of outing. It's his first start of the season. He's a veteran. He's going to take some time to ramp up. Anybody freaking out needs to simmer down. Give it till at least May or June before anybody complains about Verlander. This isn't 2012 JV. Relax, Randy and Livonia.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy on the back end. Take the name out of it. You're talking about a guy on the back end of your rotation. You're going to get some of these performances from the back end of your rotation. Now, if this is how you saw it from Skubal on first start or Framber on his first start, okay, now, hey, let's panic. But I'm not going to panic with...
I'm not going to panic about anybody's first game or first start. But this is people are anticipating Verlander. So you are met with a mixture of emotions when you see him in the Old English D again. And that was a sad performance. That doesn't mean it will be a sad season. I don't even think it means Sunday when he's back at Comerica Park will be sad. I mean, people are going to be excited to welcome him back to the city. But for a night where you stayed up late?
It's disappointing.
Yeah, of course it is. Tex says, you guys definitely overhyped his return here. He's been washed for years. He's never won anything in the playoffs. Typical Detroit crap. Everybody holding on to nothing.
I don't think we overhyped it.
No, I believe we even said it's more than nostalgia, but he's a number 4 or number 5.
Yeah.
Which is all I believe to this day that he's expected to be.
Yes. I don't expect any more.
And he was useful at the end of last season. He was good the second half of the season. They weren't going to bring him in until Reese Olson got hurt. They weren't just doing this to do this.
Well, and he even said that, hey, after the season, I called up Scott Harris, and they said, let's hit the brakes on this. Yep. And then he identified, hey, they had an injury on the staff, and that's when the talks got going. It wasn't until somebody went down, and they're like, well, we're going to need somebody in the 4 or 5 spot. And so JV is that guy.
Tex says Costa always moves the cat calls to the front of the queue. It's not fair to other callers. We have open lines. You can talk JV. We're going to talk Lions next. Quote, never in the game on top free agents. Are there priorities off base? It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, honestly, it's not very close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition here. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? If you want to be able to play with it, work with it, do anything with it, you need more power than that. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan, so we're employing our own. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, you got lease payments on a new Ram truck that are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today, walk through the doors, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
So it stuck out to you. Quote, never in the game. It's from Rod Wood. Did a lengthy sit down with Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. Talked about his time as team president and some of the pressing matters the team faces today. John, do you have the quote in front of you? You can get it.
Yes, I do. And the quote is, I had it right here. When you're looking at our cash and cap budget, we're looking at it as is and as it will be. Very prophetic. With those guys knowing that we want to keep many of them, all of them if we can't. So if we had gone out and done the biggest, let's say we did the Max Crosby trade or the Trey Hendrickson signing, that probably would have meant which one of these guys are we going to let go? And the guys that they're talking about, the guys that are going to be up for deals this year, next year, and the coming years are that 23 draft. Sam Laporta, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, and Jahmyr Gibbs. So which one of those guys would you not want to keep? And I would sit there and say, well, Laporta or Branch. If that means I have Max Crosby or even Trey Hendrickson. But let's go back even just into that quote. So if we had gone out and done the biggest, did we ask for them to do the biggest?
We certainly discussed it, but it wasn't the only path. There were options on the B tier.
Yes.
That we also wanted them to, attack or add or sign, because it's not like you had to add Crosby or bust.
And I understand, okay, you're paying a lot to Aiden Hutchinson, and to whom much is given, much is expected. So we expect a lot out of him. We're not asking for you to go out and get a Aiden Hutchinson equal on the other side. I understand the cap restrictions in that.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is you're not going to go out and make that type of signing, but you're going to then say, well, we want to make sure that we sign our own. And this is on the heels, well, not necessarily on the heels, but at the beginning of this tenure with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they actually said, we want to make sure that we are cautious and we don't fall in love with our own. Those are actually words that they said. They are falling in love with their own, and they are not going out and making this team better because they want to be able to sign the guys that they draft.
Rod Wood said it would have been a difficult situation over the next 2 years with cash, so we were just, quote, never in the game for it, to be honest with you. What do you say to people who say, well, John, why wouldn't they want to keep and prioritize all-pro caliber players?
Well, first of all, Brian Branch, is he going to be able to return to all-pro caliber type of player? Like that's a tough injury to come back from. I do think he is going to play a long time in this league. But what does it mean for the level of play that you expect out of Brian Branch? That's an injury that I suffered, an Achilles. But I didn't have, in fact, I don't think I had any quick twitch fibers, so it didn't take away from my speed. Speed wasn't my game.
Right.
Speed and quick twitch,
it's a tough phrase.
Explosiveness, that's all a part of what you need from that position.
Yeah, it's in space, it's reacting, it's being a step behind and closing that gap in an instant.
If that is the one that they don't sign, I'm okay with it. Even if Brian Branch hadn't been hurt, we love Brian Branch. I love his style of play. I love the aggressive nature. I love what he was able to do in the secondary. But if you're telling me I get Trey Hendrickson, I'm not even going to say Max Crosby. Mm-hmm. I get Trey Hendrickson, and on the backside of that, I lose Brian Branch. Okay.
And it needs to be emphasized. They would all be under the tent for the upcoming season. It wouldn't be like you lose them for this year. It would simply mean we can't keep them all, as he puts it, 2 years from now. So for the 2 years, you'd have everybody under the tent, right? Campbell's not up. Gibbs isn't up. You can always tag a guy. You'd have a couple years with everybody under the tent to chase the championship. And it would mean, 1 or 2 would slip through the cracks and you couldn't keep a Laporta, a Branch.
Right.
We're not even sure if Gibbs is a long-term extension. So when they say, well, we would have had to lose one of these guys, that's a proposition that we're on board with. The team doesn't view it that way.
No.
The team is not willing to compromise their cap sheet and their cash 2 years from now.
And even Laporta. Like his injury, I don't believe is going to be as detrimental to him in terms of the back. And I don't know what the type of injury is or what the prognosis is for his recovery. Is this going to be something that he deals with throughout the rest of his career? It doesn't matter to me. Even if he hadn't suffered a back injury, he is an important cog in this offense.
Right.
But are you telling me that you take Laporta out of this offense and you bring in somebody that's a competent tight end that can catch the ball every once in a while? And even if you go back to some of the signings that they did, if you're telling me, hey, if you're looking down the road a year or two before you even signed JMO, right, that you could have made a move for a Max Crosby or a Trey Hendrickson last year.
That's the key. Is this was a train that was coming down the tracks that everybody saw a couple years ago. And we were the silly radio host pointing out, hey, if you sign guys now before everybody's due an extension, you can fit more guys inside the tent. And they didn't, and they didn't, and they didn't. And now they're getting to a point where it's harder to do. But if their answer to their cap conundrum is, hey, we had a 9-win team last year, we can't really add any impact pieces, we have to hope this team is good enough to win a Super Bowl, that's a tough ask. It's
a tough ask, and it's on the flip side, I understand if Gibbs is a part of the long-term plan, by that meaning, hey, within the next 5 years, mm-hmm, I understand if you re-sign him now, costs only go up.
Yep.
You're going to get him at a better price now than you would if you signed him next year or the year after.
That's their thought process. If we get the deals done early, we can keep more of our own players. And they have drafted well. I'm not saying you don't want to keep Campbell and Gibbs and Laporta and Branch. Not that you didn't want to extend St. Brown and Sewell and JMO. At the same time, if you prioritize those guys and you do it as aggressively and as early as they've done, you do not have room to add, and that's a choice they're making. So when they say we can't, you could. You're choosing not to. You want to make sure that your cap sheet and your cash is in order to do that. While the trade-off they're not acknowledging is this year's roster will be worse because of it. It could be better. It will be worse because of it.
Well, and just with what the issues are that they're dealing with, the problems that they have right now. Brian Branch, not going to be back to the start of the season. Kirby Joseph, we don't know what we're going to get out of him. Yep. Question marks. Terrion Arnold, is he going to be there? If he is, what type of player is he going to be? If you're struggling on the back end of your defense, how can you help them? You cut down on the time a quarterback has to throw the ball.
Let's ask Lions fans. Does it bother you that they were, quote, never in the game on some of the top defensive players in free agency? And that the explanation and rationale is our cash and cap for years down the line is tied up. Does that bother you that they were, quote, never in the game? We also have Dan Campbell's response to Taylor Decker. Talked about Decker's comments yesterday. We'll tell you what Dan had to say. We'll do that coming up next. 2 Grand Slam as well, 97.1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. Tough night last night for Detroit teams. The Pistons fell 114-110 in overtime to the Thunder. It was an impressive effort from Detroit to even get it to OT as they were without their top 5 scorers, totaling 79 points per game. The Pistons led 99-96 late in the game, but Asar Thompson fouled out with 1:53 to go on a bad call, opening the door for an OKC triple that helped force OT. SGA nearly hit a buzzer beater in regulation, but was called for an offensive foul. The Pistons did have to play without Asar in overtime as OKC outscored them 13-9 in the extra period. JB Bickerstaff was asked about the SGA pushoff and Asar's 6th foul after the game. In other basketball news last night, the Celtics lost, so the Pistons now only have a magic number of 3 with 7 games left this year. And the Chicago Bulls waived former Pistons lottery pick Jaden Ivey yesterday after anti-LGBTQ comments on Instagram Live. The Tigers also lost last night in Justin Verlander's return. He gave up 6 hits and 5 runs in 3 2/3 innings as they lost 9-6. They can bounce back tonight at 9:40. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Do you disagree with the Lions' philosophy? They've explained themselves. Brad Holmes on a podcast, Rod Wood with Dave Burkett. They were, quote, never in on top defensive free agents, and the explanation is Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, and Branch. We simply have to keep all of them. We have to make sure the space is there in future years. Rather than have those guys and defensive players and accept that they would lose somebody in the future, their philosophy is not to do those free agent moves. Does it bother you that they were, quote, never in the game? John, I think it does bother you.
It does bother me, and it puts more pressure on Brad Holmes to be able to get the draft right. You're going to have to get a starting offensive tackle, and I believe you have to get that in round 1. And now all of a sudden, in round 2, you have to get a starting caliber defensive end, edge player, whatever you want to label them as, and you have to nail both of those picks because you have empty drafts in the last couple of years. Now, I'd say empty draft for last year. Don't know yet what Tyleek Williams is going to be. Ratledge has been a good player, so you're getting something out of that, but you're not getting anything out of the 24 draft.
Get to the phones. Randy in Brooklyn. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
How you doing?
What's up?
Not much. I mean, I told the screener, it feels like such a defeatist attitude. And that's the last thing I want to hear from my football team. You know, I know that Howie Roseman is the gold standard in the NFL, but what's wrong with trying to make things work in the cap to the absolute max, making every move you can? I don't understand this attitude, honestly.
Well, there's a number of different ways you could go about it, and we have talked about the way Philly has done it, and you could talk about Veach in Kansas City, which we've done, and their philosophy has been, hey, we can develop some of these guys. We'll sign some of them, but we'll also trade some of them before we have to pay them and acquire more first-round, second-round picks.
Right. Well, they're coveting these guys like they're 3-time Super Bowl champions. You know what I mean? And I love the players, but until you've done something, you haven't really done anything.
Right. The idea that if we just keep this group together, we'll win a Super Bowl when this group hasn't and has gone backwards 3 straight seasons. I'm not saying they don't have good players, but they don't have enough in-house to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
So how are you going to get those guys here? Well, you could draft them and hope that you can continue to strike gold. You can hope that the internal growth is so significant that you can beat other teams who are adding free agents, or you can choose to get your hands dirty in free agency and risk losing guys, or do what Kansas City did, John. We keep bringing them up.
Or you could do it the way the Rams have done it.
Yeah.
And F them picks.
Super aggressive. There's ways to do this. Tex says this franchise really wants to jump the line and pay a running back, a linebacker, a tight end, and an oft-injured safety multiple years early. They're some of the least valuable positions on the football field. It's a wacky set of priorities. This is a joke. I'm not trying to hear Rod Wood talk about tying up money on the same position after they handed J-Mo the bag. Because he said, if you pay Hutch and another edge, you're tying up like $70, $80 million in 2 guys at the same position. His point is
you just did it with
receivers.
Yeah.
And then they drafted a receiver in the 3rd round. They haven't drafted an edge player high in years now. Every single bit of news and every single time someone in the organization has spoken this offseason, it's pissed me off. I'm growing more apathetic every single day. That's an unnamed text. Let's get to Russ in Livonia. Russ, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
You know, this thing with the Lions, it would be okay if I was in my 20s, my 30s, or my 40s. But I'm going to be 80 this year, and I'm so sick of them. Just doing they went back to the same old Lions, in my opinion. They have one great year. I get all excited. Super Bowl. In that one playoff game, they kind of got shafted there. But now they're back to the same stuff. They don't want to spend the money. They don't want to do this. Give an old guy a break.
Well, Russ, I don't want to say that they don't want to spend the money. It's the disagreement in how they're spending the money.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. They want to emphasize we're going to spend the money, but how they're choosing to do it is earmarking money to keep guys who aren't up for a year or two or even 3, depending on how you play it with franchise tags. That's where we disagree with them. It's not that they don't want to spend the money. They've made over $1 billion in commitments to players on the team already. Guys like Sewell, St. Brown, Goff, J-Mo, Hutch. It's not that they won't spend. It's the strategy over a 3-year span, how they want to do it.
Right, and it's failing to do things differently. You've spent the money, and that hasn't resulted in a Super Bowl. So how are you going to do it? And it's been draft, develop, sign. They haven't gone out in free agency and done much. DJ Reed last year, which was a 1-for-1 swap.
Cade Mays is the guy this year.
Yeah. And then everything else. That's the only multi-year deal that they've done.
Yeah. Got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. I do have Campbell's response to Taylor Decker. We talked about that. Decker said it feels kind of like a high school breakup, and I got ghosted, and we haven't talked, and he feels like it was personal. For those that missed the details, he was under the impression that they wanted him back, and he made it known he wasn't going to take a pay cut.
Right.
But then the Lions asked him to take a pay cut. He didn't even talk numbers and just shut down.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Campbell was asked about it yesterday, and he pointed out, with the way it went down, we got 3 players that we feel like are going to help us that we wouldn't have gotten. Listen, Deck's a stud, man. He gave a lot for a long time through 3 regimes, and I'll be forever grateful, man. He'll always be a Lion, and it'll always be his home at some point. So he'll be missed like all the guys will be missed. He went on to talk about other players that they've had to let go this offseason. He also pointed out that he's going to call Decker, but he's not going to do it now because it'll feel phony and forced.
Right, yeah. Well, you went public and said I didn't call you, so now I'm going to call you?
Yeah. Which I get. It would be the most forced thing ever. Oh, I saw a headline.
Yeah.
Are we good?
I mean, it's why he probably didn't call him to begin with, too. It's like, hey, let's let emotions simmer down. There's emotions on both sides. There are still people involved in this, and I know we say, hey, it's just business. Well, in business, emotions are always going to be a part of it because you have human beings. These aren't computers. It's not AI people that are out there.
Yeah.
You all actually have people that are going to not like the fact that, hey, you asked me for a pay cut. And if you're not going to respond to us even having that conversation, do I have a right to be mad? Sure, because we already not gifted you, but we rewarded you. Those are the terms that Brad Holmes used when he was talking on that long podcast. We like to reward our guys. We already rewarded you with a sizable extension.
Well, and I think from the team's perspective, if they approach him and say, hey, we need to take a pay cut here, and his response is to shut down and not negotiate, there's nothing to talk about if I'm Brad. Like, I'm gonna what? I have nothing to say to you at this point then. It's not personal. You can come back to the facility as a former Lion in the future.
Yeah.
But the only way you're playing is at a lower number. And if you guys aren't willing to even discuss the lower number, I'm not going to do phone tag and get into feelings and break down emotions. You have an agent. This is a business.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate that that's the way it goes, but that's the way it goes for 95% of the guys.
Tech says, I think Decker's upset because the Lions called his bluff.
Oh, sure. I mean, he made this very public statement in his social media posts of, hey, I'm back, baby.
I do think the door is closed. I mean, if you read between the lines, they're talking about Sewell over to left tackle.
Yeah.
Easier to plug in a right tackle. Decker wouldn't come back and play right tackle. It feels like they're moving on.
Oh, certainly, and they have to.
Yeah. I'm saying even at if he wanted to come back at a lower number right now, I mean.
Well, and I mean, let's even go back. It's not been a string of healthy years, and all of a sudden Decker had 1 year where he wasn't healthy. Penei Sewell in his rookie season played 8 games at left tackle because Taylor Decker was not available. And it's been something like that every single year. How many times? I don't think there's been a year that's gone by where we haven't said, hey, Decker's down. Should they move Penei Sewell over to left?
You're right. It's come up every year of his career.
Yeah.
One more text, because we brought up, hey, you'd have to lose somebody. Actually, Rod Wood brought it up. You'd have to lose somebody if they added a more impactful defensive piece. He used Hendrickson as an example. Text said Branch is better than Trey Hendrickson.
Maybe he was. But again, I will say, and I don't mean this to be calloused, but he had a tough injury for that position. I would have the same question if this was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Do we love Amon-Ra St. Brown? Yes. But if he suffered this type of injury, what does that mean coming back? What does that take away from what he's able to do?
And I want to stress, it's not Hendrickson or Branch. You'd have both this season.
Right.
I think sometimes people don't understand. It's not like they would immediately be jettisoned off the football team. They'd play together this season. And then at the end of the year, you simply wouldn't be able to extend them.
And while you're waiting for Branch to come back, because, yeah, they both be on the roster, but Branch is not available, wouldn't you like to be able to put pressure on quarterbacks if you're struggling to defend in the secondary?
Well, and again, I think some of this is just philosophical. If they lock Gibbs up today, they can do it at a cheaper cost. But if they wait a year, how much more do they have to pay? And is it worth paying that more in the future to add one more piece today?
Right.
Like that's the other side of this that they don't give much oxygen to. It's not their philosophy. They don't want to do it that way. But let's say it costs you an extra couple million a season to wait. But that allows you to squeeze not a Hendrickson player, but a damn good defensive player, an upgrade, an impact starter. I would argue that's worth it to pay a little more for Gibbs 3 years from now to get the player today.
And we're also looking at when do the injuries start to happen? Years 4, 5, 6.
After another 500 touches.
Learned from that. And I tell you what, if we're going to give Jahmyr Gibbs a heck of a lot more touches, whether it's through the air or on the ground, let's see how his body handles the wear and tear.
Got Heather's News next. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. It's 97.1. All right, tell you about Shainer Roofing, because whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, they're big decisions. Impacts your home and impacts your wallet. When it's time, you want a company you can trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners can count on Shainer Roofing. Now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. What sets them apart? Well, what doesn't? I mean, they're a local family-owned company, and you're going to see it in the work they do. They treat every customer like family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. And that means something when you've been in business 30 years. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. A reputation that isn't bought, but earned. Decades of doing the job right. So, if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shainer. Go to mymichiganroof.com. mymichiganroof.com. Shainer Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Early spring special is buy a new furnace or AC and get half off installation. And if you're tired of all these power outages, maybe you just need a generator. They've got generators in stock and ready to install. Financing available. Schedule your free in-home estimate anytime. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Hey, this is pretty cool. Last night, a Grosse Pointe North graduate scored his 12th consecutive Jeopardy win.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, pretty darn cool. Jamie Ding is currently a New Jersey resident, but does have ties to Metro Detroit. He graduated from Grosse Pointe North in 2009. He then went on to graduate from Princeton in 2013.
Oh, so he's a brainiac.
Yes, he is. And after his win on Monday, he moved up to 16th on the all-time regular season money list and is also now tied for 16th place on the all-time wins list. So after his 12th win, he has won over $314,000. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Fun to see somebody that people
Someone
might
local.
have some ties with, for sure.
Yeah, I went to school with him. He was my neighbor. Yeah.
After 11 years of serving up beer and pizza in the heart of Midtown, the Jolly Pumpkin has closed its doors. So the business announced the closure in a social media post, saying that they were grateful for the love, support, and the memories. The post did hint at plans to return to Detroit in the future, noting, quote, "This isn't goodbye, just see you soon. Jolly Pumpkin will be back in Detroit, and we can't wait to share what's next." So we should see. The Jolly Pumpkin location in Royal Oak was converted to a new restaurant in 2023, but that then
didn't
closed
last.
down in
No.
24. The Dearborn location closed a few years ago, but they do still have locations open in Ann Arbor, Dexter, East Lansing, and Traverse City. So. For the first time since 2021, the Lions will not have joint practices this summer. So Dan Campbell basically said he made the decision against holding joint workouts with another team during a training camp this year after finding the practices, counterproductive, he said. They didn't really do what he thought they would do, so it's done. The Lions have had at least one set of joint practices each of the past 4 seasons, including with the Dolphins and Texans last year.
And you were saying that might mean we see more of the starters in the preseason.
Exactly. Yep.
Cool. Balance it out.
Yeah. So the Chicago Bulls have waived guard Jaden Ivey in the wake of anti-LGBTQ comments and remarks about religion that he made in some video posts on Instagram. In one live stream, he called the league's Pride celebration unrighteous, and those comments, along with other posts about religion, led to the team to release him for what they called conduct detrimental to the team. 24-year-old had only recently joined the Bulls. He was transferred from the Pistons. Yeah, he played just 4 games before being shut down with a knee injury.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a spicy one. It's going to, hit all those pressure points. He hadn't played in almost 2 months. I think they were looking for a reason at this point. And in terms of the religious aspect, I'm not a religious person, but I know for people it is a sense of community, morality. There's a lot that can be good with religion, but you can't use it to attack other people. And I think that's what got him in trouble there.
Yeah, I mean, it's you get into it's a sticky situation because his religious beliefs need to be protected as well.
So there's a bold new plan that would turn one of Detroit's most iconic landmarks into a booming special economic zone. So real estate developer Rod Lockwood wants to buy Detroit's Belle Isle for $1 billion and turn it into a space for the ultra wealthy. So think like high income housing, mixed use developments, more than 100 restaurants, things like that, right? A big community. Lockwood says that the purpose of this development would be to reignite Detroit's economy and bring the city back to its heyday. So the idea has been getting a lot of reaction from people in Detroit, but the Michigan DNR which manages the land, says it's not being considered. And this isn't the first time that this man, Lockwood, has had the idea to do something with Belle Isle. Back in 2013, he had the same plan. He wanted to buy it for $1 billion then, and he wanted to turn Belle Isle into a tax-free commonwealth with its own laws and things like that.
Oh, wow.
So he's had ideas about Belle Isle.
Ideas on this and eye on this for some time.
We've brought it up as, hey, could we do something different with Belle Isle? But this all feels extreme, right? Like at one point, its own city, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've talked about like, hey, would you put like an upgraded marina, not move an entire city into it?
Yeah, I mean, make it international, truly international waters.
Yes. Hey, this is pretty cool. At 85, a Michigan woman finally won big on a scratch-off lottery ticket. So after purchasing tickets once a week for years, this woman won $1 million playing the Golden Key instant game.
Wow.
I love this story because after winning her prize or learning that she just won, she did say that she's a pretty even-keeled person, so she didn't have a crazy reaction. She stayed calm. She said it was cool because she was with her daughter when she found out she won, so they got to share that moment. And you guys get this. So she went and got her money, right? She got $693,000. Her plans? Buy a new mattress. So she's been wanting to get a new mattress forever and has been putting it off. And now that she's got $1 million, she says, you know what? Now is the time to get a new mattress. So she's going to do that.
People can laugh, but if you truly upgrade your mattress, think about how much time you spend on the mattress.
It's true. And at 85, probably even more.
Yeah. I mean, maybe she needs something with a little more bounce.
Yes, she does. Also, oh, well, John. She also plans to donate to charity and then save the rest of her winnings, which is pretty cool. Oh, really? Like that.
Call in 2 Grand Slam 248-539-9797. I knew where he was going to take that. Let's give away some money. God.
Well, it's as simple as that. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $2,000, hopefully, right? Otherwise, you're going to get $25 for each question you answer correctly.
It sounds like an easy game.
It does.
Well,
it is easy, but it's...
No, it's not.
Well, the game itself, the concept is easy. But then you call in and you think you're really confident, and then that timer starts ticking down and...
Tick, tick,
yeah.
tick, tick. Like, we'll look at the questions ahead of time, and I'll go, I think I would get this, but I don't know if I would in the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
Walton in Rochester Hills, that is your challenge today. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Oh,
Good.
we're doing all right. How are you this morning?
I'm doing all right. I'm surprised I got on, so this is a shock.
Oh, awesome.
right.
Well, good luck, Walton. You know the rules. If you want to pass, that's cool. You can, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. But your time is going to start right now. Here we go. Who do the Detroit Red Wings play tonight?
Pittsburgh.
Who is UConn playing in the men's Final Four?
Illinois.
Who played Desmond Doss in Hacksaw Ridge?
Clint Eastwood.
Who is the head coach of the Houston Texans?
D'Amico Ryans.
This band had the 1994 hit When I Come Around.
Green Day.
Mike Evans signed with this NFL team earlier this month.
Oh, pass.
Corbin Carroll plays for this MLB team.
Arizona.
Who did Michigan play in the 1989 Men's Basketball National Championship game?
Seton Hall.
What is the capital of Russia?
Moscow.
Who wears jersey number 13 for the Detroit Tigers?
McGonigal.
Mike Evans signed with this NFL team earlier this month.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey.
Yeah, we got you with 7.
Yeah,
Not too
okay.
shabby.
Just woke up, so I'll take it.
Hey, good job.
That's a hell of a way to wake up. Better than I did this morning.
Yeah, well, it's a good start to my day off.
Hey,
there you go.
It gets even better.
And quick
we
math
go.
on that. That's $175.
Well done,
All
Walton.
right.
Yeah, make sure you stay on hold. We'll get you paid. We're going to go through the answers now. Tuesday Grand Slam was brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
John, who do the Red Wings play tonight?
He nailed it. Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, who throttled the Islanders last night. You got Mantha and Soderblom throwing haymakers, former Red Wings. They'll be in They'll be going straight up against the Wings tonight.
Means they'll be on a back-to-back. Surely they have no chance.
Who is UConn playing in the Final Four?
Illinois.
Desmond Dawes in Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah, and I was questioning this because the original Hacksaw Ridge did have Clint Eastwood in it, and I don't know if Greg was. I thought maybe he was Googling it back there, but the more modern one, it is Garfield.
Head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans.
Yes.
1994 hit When I Come Around. Green Day. He was rolling. Mike Evans didn't get to it the second time, passed the first time. Mike Evans signed with this team earlier this month.
That would be the 49ers.
Yeah. Corbin Carroll, Diamondbacks, saw him last night. Michigan did beat Seton Hall in the 1989 National Championship game. Moscow is the capital of Russia. And John, number 13 for the Tigers, it's not McGonigal, it's your Tiger.
Yes, that's Dylan Dingler. Yes. I was going back, and it was who played. What character was Clint Eastwood?
I'm only seeing one entry on IMDb.com for Hacksaw Ridge.
There was an earlier one. I believe there was an earlier one with Clint Eastwood in it. I know which one he's talking about. I could see it.
Was it Heartbreak Ridge?
Oh, Heartbreak Ridge. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, Heartbreak Ridge. That's where I got tripped up too.
I'm glad we thoroughly investigated that.
Yes. That's why I was distracted as you were going through the answers here.
Don't worry, we pick each other up. Coming up next, Justin Verlander made his re-debut, The Emotions of Last Night. We'll get to it. And we had a story in the news last week about screen time and lawsuits, and we're going to navigate how you deal with your screen time, you and your kids. It's a good conversation we'll get into as the show rolls. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. All you got to do is call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Greg behind the glass. You stay up late for that? Sure, people did. I wanted to make sure I saw JV's re-debut in a Tiger uniform. Mm-hmm. Get those nostalgic feelings back. And they quickly left.
Yeah, I mean, we said this when he signed. Right? It was, first of all, not the Tigers' first choice for the 4 or 5 spot in the rotation. That was going to be Reese Olson. But when Reese went down, they pivoted, and they pivoted to JV. There's a lot of nostalgia involved, but I think we were pretty realistic of we don't expect him to be a 20-game winner, 15-game winner. We expect him to contribute at the back end of the rotation.
We did a fact or fiction before the year, and I said I didn't even think he'd win 8 games. He's 43 years old. There's something left in the tank. Mm-hmm. He finished last season with something left in the tank. But yeah, he's not throwing 100 miles an hour. He's not dropping that curveball off the table and guys look foolish. He wasn't missing very many bats yesterday. He's throwing 93, 94.
Which is still amazing for somebody
I know.
Of his vintage.
And he's got that slider. He's throwing a little more now, this like dive bomb slider. But the problem is if guys pick it up out of the hand and it doesn't miss the plate, it's out of here. So last night was maybe emotional, excited, and then sad. The expectations for Justin Verlander this season, what are they? 248-539-9797. His start last night, 3 2/3. He gave up 5 runs. Last year in 29 starts, he only gave up 5 or more 4 times. Mm-hmm. He wasn't the first choice to finish this rotation. I think he's the back end of the rotation, and I don't have high expectations for JV this season. I hope he gives people a couple fun moments, including Sunday when people welcome him back to the ballpark on Easter Sunday for Sunday Night Baseball. But maybe that was the splash of cold water last night. Like, if you have delusions of grandeur, he's not that guy anymore. And not that people should have thought that, but if you tuned in last night thinking, hey, what if he turns back time? This could be really fun. It was not fun from the jump.
Yeah, and I think there were a lot of people wondering, would there be an emotional high for him? Like he might pitch a little bit better than where he's at right now because back in the, he talked about the emotions of being back in the Tiger uniform. I think you're going to get more of that Sunday night than you would have last night. Clearly, it didn't move the needle last night.
He's here because you need more than 5 starting pitchers to navigate a 162-game season. You've got Skubal, you have Valdez, Jack Flaherty's the number 3. Mize was an all-star last year. You lose Melton for some time. You don't have Jackson Jobe. And, of course, the Reese Olson injury is the move that spurs JV here. But, I mean, this is not a surprising result. He's 43 years old. He's going to have some of these clunkers along the way this year.
Yeah, and I am curious, like, was it disappointment because you expected maybe an unrealistic performance last night, or were you disappointed just because maybe you're disappointed for him?
Yeah.
That he's no longer that guy. He's back in the Tiger uniform, and you want it more for him than you do for any other nostalgia reasons.
I think that's a really fun way to put it and fair way to put it. No one's going to dump on JV from one start, but you want it for him. And look, you want it his next start because people are going to pack that ballpark and they're going to welcome him. It's going to be loud. It's going to be a little emotional. Hey, he's back. There's number 35. There's JV. I remember when my dad took me to games to watch him, and now I can take my son to games to watch him. I mean, they pointed out he's more than double the age of Kevin McGonigal.
Yes, he is.
He's lived an entire Kevin McGonigal life twice over.
In the big leagues.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
He made his debut in 2005, and it's 2026.
Right, yeah. So he was making his debut
21.
when McGonigal was born.
Yeah. So if you have some thoughts, some feedback, some emotions, if you stayed up last night to watch Justin Verlander, we want to hear from you. And we want to talk expectations, realistic expectations for a 43-year-old player who's only here because of a few injuries, whose task is, hey, hold your water, right? This can't be the normal start, but these starts are going to happen for him this season. I'm fully expecting a few of these throughout the season. 248-539-9797. The other thing last night, they lost. 14 strikeouts.
That number is way too high. And you're seeing it from guys, obviously, 4 of them last night. 4 of those 14 were from your leadoff hitter, Kerry Carpenter. I'm wondering how long there are a lot of people that are already wore out from Kerry Carpenter leading off.
But AJ's not going to flinch 4 games in. He's got this philosophy. It forces a decision from the opposing manager. The 19th at bat, getting Kerry Bonds one more swing against a righty.
Yeah, but there's got to be a threat. That 19th
but I don't think he
at-bat
forgot how
needs
to hit a baseball 4 games in.
No, I don't think he forgot, but until he finds that rhythm again, like bump him down in the order, bump somebody up. Maybe Colt Keith is the guy that leads things off because he's finding a way to get on base.
The way I view it is you want to get your best batter as many ABs as possible. Their best bat right now is Kevin McGonigal. He profiles as a 1 or a 2 hitter. When they decide to do that, I don't know.
Well, technically their best bat right now is actually Colt Keith. And so that's why I say, hey, why don't... And if you want to just flip them,
right,
put Kerry at batting third, but then there's nobody on base.
And they don't like stacking lefties if they can avoid it. But McGonigal draws...
Well, you still keep Torres
in
between.
Oh, I got what you're saying. Yeah, and the reason I say McGonigal, he didn't strike out yesterday. On a day where they had 14 Ks, he didn't strike out, and he drew 2 walks. Even if he doesn't get a hit, that's a guy at the top of the order who's going to be on base a lot.
Again, so stick with me.
I got you.
If he's getting on base and you don't want to move Colt Keith up, he'll be on base. McGonigal will be on base when Colt Keith would be at the plate.
Look at this. Look at us workshopping this.
And again, it's Kerry Carpenter. If he's not going to put bat to ball, then move him down in the order until he finds that rhythm. I don't have an issue. Like Kerry Carpenter led off in that Seattle series, and there was that threat.
Super valuable.
Yeah. That's where AJ talked about that 19th at bat.
Yeah. For those that didn't stay up, 14 strikeouts. The worst of it, the 5th inning, was an immaculate inning.
Yeah.
Where the pitcher threw 9 total pitches and got 3 straight strikeouts. The 9-1-2 hitters, Baez, Carpenter, and Torres. Thoughts on JV, text and calls. Zach in Cadillac. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. I just want to say, JB is on the team mainly for the 4 spot, like you guys said, but to provide experience to these younger kids. I'm not going to freak out about one start. He had a bad start. It's nostalgic. I get it. But give him some time. Even if he gives us 10 starts, that's better than what most guys, and especially Flaherty. That's all.
Look, he's here mostly on deferred money as a last resort because Reese Olson got hurt. He wanted to be here. They didn't jump out to add him just for warm fuzzies. They added him because
they needed him.
They needed him.
They needed an arm.
Who could log some innings, and there was a little juice in the arm at the end of last season. Last night's a bummer. Just because you build it up in your head, you get to see this guy back in a uniform, and it would have been one of his worst starts all of last season, what he did last night.
But I also think he's got the experience to know. I'm not sure how much it is for the young kids because Jack Flaherty's pitched in a World Series.
And won a World Series.
And it's certainly not there to help Skubal or Valdez. If you're talking about helping the young kids, is he there to help Casey Mize?
Who made an All-Star appearance last year.
Right. So I don't necessarily know. Is there value in that experience? Sure.
He's 4th in the rotation, but he's their 5th arm.
Yeah. But I do believe that, he is there to be able to, he still has quality because of his experience. How is he going to adjust? Like, what didn't work? What didn't go well? What did go well last night? And how does he adjust from that first start to his second start? Now, he's not going to remake himself, but I do think that experience will help him adjust as the season goes on.
What do you make of this? JV's a sideshow like Cabrera. No more, no less.
Oh, I think when you're talking about Cabrera at the last year or two of his career, certainly the last year, I think he can contribute more than we got out of Miggy at that time.
But here's the beauty of it. Let's say it does go south for JV. He's 43 years old. You watched last night. He's not the guy you remember. Let's say Father Time finally wins. And eventually will win.
And maybe he's not even on the postseason roster.
I was just going to say he didn't make the postseason roster with the Astros a couple years ago. at the end of the year, they've already said, hey, Jackson Jobe, August is kind of that timeline, right? Melton is a guy that, fingers crossed, there's no setbacks. So you get him back at some point. If JV isn't the guy, it's not like they're banking on him.
Get us to that point.
Right. Hey, get us to the middle of the season. If you got some juice, you'll help us finish it out. If you don't, then sorry, man, we're chasing a championship.
Yeah.
They're not asking him to be a superhero. 248-539-9797. We've got phone calls to get to. We've got text to read. And we are going to get some audio in the mix from Todd McClellan ahead of tonight's Pittsburgh Penguins showdown.
More jerseys?
Yeah, more along that line. He's laying into the team. He's ripping his guys. We'll play that for you in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, quite honestly, it's not very close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition here. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition size, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's a head-scratcher. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan, so we're employing our own. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how smooth the Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. When you get there, tell them I sent you.
Feedback on Justin Verlander's re-debut. If you stayed up late, as I did, called it a bummer. Yeah, it's sad. Like, you have the idea built up in your head. That would have been one of his worst starts all of last year.
Yeah.
3 2/3, gave up 5 runs, didn't miss very many bats, walked more than he struck out. This is not me condemning him for the season, but at 43 years old, like, you're going to have some of these. And he's only here because of the Reese Olson injury, and it's on mostly deferred money. The bar needs to be placed appropriately. Maybe that was a splash of cold water. Still go to the ballpark Sunday and welcome him back, but he's probably the 5th arm in a 5-man rotation.
Yeah, I mean, he's a back end of the rotation type of guy, and you're going to get some good, some bad. Last night was definitely not good.
Read the feedback, and then we'll get to a story that was in Heather's news that we've been talking about a lot off air, and I think it could be a good conversation to mix everybody in the city and the state in on. Text on JV. I want it for JV and for my son. After talking about how amazing he was originally with the Tigers, my son was too young. I want him to see those flashes. I do believe we'll see some good starts, but last night was rough, Jason and Fenton.
That's that new wave of Tigers fans that really, I think, were born the last couple of years. Born as Tigers fans because of the success the team had. And as parents, like, we remember Prime JV. Mm-hmm. Now we want our kids to see just glimpses of it.
But to his point, you want to make sure they see those glimpses. You don't want it like a sad old player. People have done the Miggy comparisons this morning on the text, saying every 5th day is equivalent to Miguel Cabrera the later years. Old guy chasing milestones, a sideshow for the dog days of summer. Verlander will have good games. They may come later in the season, and it may benefit us a lot. However, he really is a distraction from what the Tigers failed to do the offseason, which is get an A1 class bat. All we needed was a bat last fall, and we win the division. A bat, and we win against the Mariners. We needed a bat, and we did not get it. I don't expect much from this team.
Well,
one of the questions is, can McGonigal be that bat?
Right.
And even in that world, it doesn't mean they can't add another one.
Correct. I mean, there is a trade deadline. We're not going to dive into that discussion yet.
Yeah. You guys know where I stood. I was pounding the table for a bat for a couple seasons. I don't want to slam them, though, because it's the first aggressive offseason they've had, and they added a frontline guy in Valdez, which felt like such a savvy move to protect the rotation when Scooble's gone, but also try to win while they have him.
We haven't seen the upside of the bats from Torque, Green, or Carp yet.
Yep.
And I do think even if they get back to where they were last year, and you accept the fact that Riley Green, maybe he hasn't fixed the swing, maybe there's still going to be a bunch of strikeouts, but if you get the 30-plus home runs, same thing with Torque, same thing with Carp, along with the better bat that so far is Colt Keith and the addition of Kevin McGonigal.
14 strikeout last night. That's what brings that to the surface today. JV had a better first start than Skeens.
Yes, he made it out of the first. Yes.
It was tough to watch a little bit last night. But
yeah. Skeens was hosed quite a bit by O'Neal Cruz in center field.
Yeah.
Like, that guy was lost.
I was hoping for at least 6 innings where he maybe gives up 4 runs during the 6. That's how we win with JV.
Yeah, you can't have 5 in the first 2. And then he's gone in and then you're 2/3 into the 4th.
Taxing the bullpen at that point. It might as well just be a bullpen day.
Yeah.
All right, Heather had it in the news at the end of last week, and we were talking about this screen time obsession that everybody has.
Yeah, and it was Meta and YouTube were sued, and they lost.
They did. They owe $6 million to a woman who's now 20, who said as a child she became addicted to their social media platforms, and that those sites, or Meta and YouTube, knew that how they handle, like that they show you certain algorithms and their likes and the way they handle it. They knew that their platforms were addicting, but didn't do anything.
And as adults, I think, and I was, I was a little bit confrontational with it, because as adults, we know that they're going to put these things in front of you. I mean, you search for something on your phone, and then all of a sudden, hey, for the next 2 weeks, your feed on all of these social media platforms is hounding you about something that you searched, right? So we as adults know that. And hopefully we can control some of those urges and some of those wants, needs, all that stuff in terms of scrolling. But for kids, my point at the time was, well, what were the parents doing? How come they didn't manage her screen time differently? There needs to be a certain amount of personal accountability, and I think we've lost a little bit of that. But the question that we want to ask is, are you aware of this in your own self and in a little self-reflection? How are you managing your screen time? How have you adjusted? And what are you doing to manage the screen time of your kids?
Because I think about like Heather with 2 little kids and setting the standard and how you deal with tablets and screens. And like they're not even on cell phone territory. But even if you don't have kids, I'll put my hand in the air and acknowledge it. I have a cell phone addiction. I mean, it's so easy to just scroll for what you think is 5 minutes, and it's been a half hour or an hour.
Yeah. Or if you're laying in bed, it's that doom scrolling. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a second, it's been an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Because the next video hooks you.
Right.
Or the next tweet's going to be interesting, and it's going to send you down a rabbit hole. Now you're Googling something, and an hour will just vaporize from your day out of thin air.
Yeah.
Well, I notice it even when we sit down sometimes to watch a movie. Let's say it's a movie I didn't pick. Colin chose the movie, and I'm like, okay, I'll watch it, but I'm not that into it. And then all of a sudden I realize I've sat through a movie basically just scrolling on my phone.
Oh, Kelsey gets on me. She's like, I've already seen this episode. You're trying to catch up where I am, and you're not even watching it.
I've done a couple of things. And again, we want to know how you are handling it for yourself. If you have kids, how you are handling it for them. I've set up screen time parameters. So social media and all of my social media, I'm only allowed 15 minutes a day. So that
really?
I don't.
You set it up on your phone?
I set it up on my phone, yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your kids.
Oh, no. My kids get even
Okay.
less than that. They only get 5 minutes
Wow.
And for them, they need a code that only I have.
Oh.
For me, when it comes up, the alarm, I get to click the button or ignore for 15 minutes. There's some other things that we can do. And we'll get into that. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Pistons lost in overtime to the Thunder last night, 114-110, as SGA did SGA things. I don't mean that in a complimentary way, as the foul merchant flopped his way to 47 points last night. The Pistons attempted 23 free throws in the game. SGA attempted 25. On the season, Shea has played 64 games and ranked second in the league with 602 free throw attempts. That's 137 more than Julius Randle, for example, who has played 75 games and over 300 more minutes than Gilgeous-Alexander. Shea is still minus 300 to win a second consecutive NBA MVP, according to DraftKings, as the award becomes increasingly unethical. Paul Reed was the best Piston last night as he finished with 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks despite the loss. The Pistons play the Raptors at home tonight at 8 p.m. Boston did lose to Atlanta last night, 112-102. That means the Pistons only need to win 3 of their remaining 7 games to secure the 1 seed in the East this year. The Tigers continued to struggle on offense last night for 8 of the 9 innings in their 9-6 loss to the Diamondbacks. All 6 Detroit runs came in the 7th inning when they had already trailed 8-0 after Justin Verlander gave up 5 runs and Emmanuel DeJesus allowed 3 more. Kerry Carpenter is historically struggling this year as he became the first Tigers player in history to record 10 strikeouts in the first 4 games of a season. Last night as he went 1 for 5 with 4 punch-outs. Game 2 tonight at 9:40 right here on 97.1. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a warm Tuesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Greg behind the glass. This hour, we've got some audio from Todd McClellan ripping the team again. This guy is at his wit's end. We'll get that for you this hour, as well as a tweak baseball made, and they got it right again on the screen time debate and how you handle this, not only for yourself, but for your kids. I'd be the first to admit it. I have a screen time problem. It's so easy to just spend an hour getting lost in your phone when you're supposed to be doing something else. And I justify it because, well, with this job, I don't want to miss something. And the truth is, I don't need to be on my phone as much as I am.
Right. And so taking that into account, there's a lot of the news articles that I'll see something on social media and I'll be like, oh, well, let me Google that and see if there's a news article. This sounds interesting. So there is like value in scrolling some of those things for what we do. And one of the I already talked about the screen time limits for certain apps that I put on for myself and my kids. The other thing I've started doing too, because I noticed this, I'd be sitting at the kitchen table and Lisa would say something.
Not paying attention.
Her lips were moving, but I had no idea what she said. Same with the kids. And so because I do want to be able to use it for work, I have put it in my office. And if I'm in my office, I give myself the permission to go ahead and trump the screen time and use it for some things like that, or my computer. But I leave it there. When I leave my office and I'm no longer in work mode, then, hey, I want to make sure that when I'm at the dinner table, or if I'm watching a movie or a show with the kids or with my wife, that I'm not just scrolling and paying attention to my phone versus what's actually going on around me.
Yeah, this is it's so interesting. I feel like I could talk about this forever. So we definitely, I think a lot of us have screen addiction of some form. And I noticed it at our house. And that's one of the things you mentioned when you're like at the table and Lisa has said something to you. I noticed that with Colin and I. There's times when I say something to him or my daughter or my son says something and whether he's maybe doing work, whatever he's doing, whether he's just scrolling on TikTok or he's doing an actual like work email. I mean, I've noticed that it's affecting our communication style. Like I've told him, I'm like, all I need is an acknowledgement. Let me know you heard me. Like you just say, okay, just say something, but it's because of the phone. Usually it's because of the phone. And I know I try to be conscious of it when I'm around the kids. I don't want them to see me constantly scrolling on my phone. I don't want them to think that this phone is so important to me that I have to be on it more than like playing a game with them or hanging out with them. But it is tough because I'm constantly like not always scrolling, but I'm texting, and I try to tell them like, oh, I'm just texting grandma. And then I'm like, why am I doing this now? I'll do it when they nap. Like I can do it when they're not with me, but I'm always doing something.
I like what John said because it's kind of like my theory with junk food at the grocery store. If I don't go down the aisle, if I don't purchase it, I can't eat a sleeve of Oreos.
Sure.
If it doesn't enter my cart, if it doesn't enter my home. For you, it's if I keep the phone more than an arm's length away, I can't just reach for it in a moment of boredom, and then there I am.
And it's a little bit easier for me, too. The reason I said my office is because my office is in the basement.
Right.
And if I have that urge, like, where's my phone? I need to see something. I actually have to walk all the way downstairs, all the way across the basement, and get into my office, and then look at it, and then come back upstairs. So the distance is something that really helps me. And we were talking at break, how many times do you go out to eat, and you're looking around the restaurant, and there's a family of 4, and they're all looking at their phone?
It's wild. The other day, this was not at a restaurant, this was at gymnastics, where parents are watching their kids. They have other kids with them, siblings of the students in gymnastics. And I stopped and I looked around and I just kind of evaluated every single person. There was a couple people that brought a real book, were reading books. But overall, almost everyone, there was a table with a dad and 2 kids. Dad's on a laptop. Both kids are on tablets. Everybody has their heads down, staring at a phone, sitting right next to their other child sometimes. And it's like, wow.
It's made us a lot less social. The irony of social media has made us less social.
Right.
Because you're right. But at a restaurant, it's almost like, well, I want to see the menu, and they have the QR code some of these places. Right. So then you got your phone out, and then you're just on your phone. Oh, I got a text. Oh, I got a notification. Oh, what's going on? Hey, did you see this?
Mm-hmm.
The other question I would like to ask, because maybe I'm just the old guy in the room, and I think, hey, personal responsibility. As soon as I hear, hey, those companies are going to have to pay millions of dollars for someone that was addicted, maybe do you think that these social media companies, that they are liable, that they're too good at what they do, that you can't push away? It's like, hey, it's that wonderful dessert, right? And once it sits in front of you, I can't push away.
It's a tough one to answer because I do feel like we're ultimately responsible for our own decisions. And are they at fault of what? Giving me exactly what I want? Like that's at the end of the day, they're giving me exactly what I want. They're curating my feed for the things I show that I want to interact with. If anything, it's like if you had a chef that always cooked the meal you want every time, you go, how is this a bad thing?
Right.
companies have a right to make an engaging product
Right.
that people want to engage with. We want to make a product that people want to listen to. Are people going to be addicted to sports radio?
I hope so. Hope you can't quit it.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. There's some good response coming in. We got open spots on the phones. We'll start with Matt in Clinton Township. Matt, good morning.
Hi, boys. How are you?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good. So what we do with my kids, I have 3 boys, 11, 9, and 4. We kind of hold this over their head. We do pizza and iPads on Fridays, so tablets, whatever. So they look forward to having the pizza. Obviously, we're always going to feed them, but we hold if they're bad, we take away the iPads, and they get really upset. So we hold it over their heads. We'll take 2 weeks away from you, and then they tend to, act a little bit better. So that works for us.
Oh, yeah. The threat of taking the phone away, and even it's not social media, it's just being in touch or contact with their friends.
Correct.
Yep. That's a big
It worked out really
penalty.
good for us.
You got to have some tricks to it. Otherwise, it's going to consume you. Tex says, I gave up Reels for Lent. Great relief. Whether it's Reels or TikTok or any of these,
Sure.
people have apps they use. This one says the Opal app. Someone said there's one called Brick. It turns your phone into a brick.
Oh, really?
That's great.
Winter is bad for screen time. Our son has soccer practice 3 times a week, homework 2 nights a week, reading every night. We let him watch YouTube. Scrolling has slowed down my eating speed. It's maybe the only good benefit of scrolling. Gary in Redford. I'm 33. I used to scroll TikTok for hours when it was slow at work. I decided I was on it too much and decided to quit. Haven't been on it in 3 months, and I feel so much more clear-headed. Another person points that out. 2 stepdaughters. And the way my girlfriend has it set up is no tablet during the school week, but on the weekends they can have it for as long as they want within reason. I'm attempting to change that, especially in the summer, because there's no reason they should be inside spending time on screens all day. We've seen the side effects. We have the younger generation. They're mostly emotionless, brain-dead zombies.
Putting it bluntly.
The difference, Jim, is people have actual addictions, like going on YouTube, not swinger websites. That's not going to die, huh? So, yeah, what are the tricks and will you own it? Like, how do you navigate this? Because it's so much easier said than done.
Well, I've talked about the things that I do with my kids' phones, right? They are, and I make sure that they know they're technically my phones. And so I put the screen time. You can go in all of the apps and the screen time, and we use iPhones, so Apple makes it easy. You go in there, and it's just, hey, what apps do you want to allow them to use without restriction? You can
So,
even
what
do
apps?
it with,
Like, give me an example. Like,
well, every single app on your phone. You could limit the amount of time that you have that app open. So
you tell them, like, you can't be on
Instagram.
TikTok or Instagram.
and there's different groups like social media, right? It covers, it covers X, it covers Instagram, covers Facebook, all of that stuff. So they get 5 minutes per day.
That's a short time. That's like you
That
can make
flies.
one post and then you're done. Can't
Well,
respond to a comment.
And then,
Right.
and so that there are
You
other
get a
times like,
post and
hey,
that's it.
if they're on spring break right now,
yeah.
or at least one of them is. They'll be like, hey, Dad, can I get some more time because I'm on spring break? I'm like, okay, well, lawn doesn't need to be mowed yet. And there are different things that they've got to do to be able to earn that, like that last caller said. But yeah, you can adjust it as well.
You asked the ethical question, like responsibility and where it falls. Like, we have a Twitch comment that compares it to a different addiction and a caller, Chris, who wants to make the same point. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. Love the show. Thanks, guys. Hey, the social media stuff, it's dangerous. I mean, it's like any other dangerous substance. There's responsibility on parents and others, but there's responsibility to restrain and regulate this thing. Yeah, we tell our kids not to smoke cigarettes. We also don't let them sell cigarettes in, vending machines anymore because we knew kids were getting that way. I mean, it's got to be restrained. But the companies that do this know that it's dangerous, and they're just spending money to try and keep making money.
Yeah, but is there inherently something wrong with that? Like, they're a company, they want to make money, and they're really good at it.
Yeah, but I mean, cigarette companies want to make money, and we don't let them, unfettered push their product on children, right? I mean, you use the analogy of, is it the chef's fault for giving me bad food? No, or giving me food I like, but no, if the chef was constantly, handing you dessert with every course, or if your children went there and
slowly
he was
killing
handing them
you
dessert with every course,
yeah,
right?
But it's also your choice if you eat it or not.
well then but this gets into the science of addiction,
children.
right? Well, but then we get into the science of addiction, right? Like people will tell you if they're addicted to cigarettes or alcohol or other things you get addicted to. Well, it's just easy. Stop drinking.
Yeah.
Well, easier said than done, right? Like stop receiving the dopamine that you keep getting every time you scroll. That's easier said than done for people. That's your point, right, Chris?
Yeah, and for children, they don't have the experience and decision-making capability to set that stuff aside as easily. Right? Their brains aren't fully formed to make those choices.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I get your side of it. I think there is some responsibility if you're going to compare it to tobacco products or to alcohol or any other addiction. But it's also, you bought that phone for your kid. And kids aren't supposed to have to make those decisions. That's where the responsibility falls. Like I'm not gonna give my kids a pack of cigarettes.
Right.
And we know more about the effects of cigarettes now.
Do you think we're going to get like a study like 10, 15, 20 years from now, and they're going to be like, this phone stuff is like
they're
killing
already out
people's
there
memories
now.
and cognitive decline when they get older?
Sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of those studies that are out there now.
Yeah, but even more definitive.
Sure.
And we're going to look back and go, boy, we were stupid. We just like zombified our brains for 5+ hours a day.
Yep.
Anyway, we got calls to get to. We're going to play some Todd McClellan audio. He is still not happy with his hockey team. They're playing Pittsburgh tonight. We'll play that audio next. We'll talk about a baseball rule change that I think has been awesome. And we'll get into some Lions conversation later in the show because the quote from Rod Wood, I don't think people are going to want to hear it. It's 97.1.
I spent my entire athletic career protecting people, whether it was a quarterback, running back. And now that I'm out of that game, I've got an investment. It's my home. And where do I go to protect that investment? I went to Rapid Roofing, and they do roofs, most of them in one day. They're not going to give you any pressure, no gimmicks, just honest guidance. They also do siding, windows, gutter installation. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
It's time to look on the bright side. Do you want a whiter, straighter smile heading into the spring? Brightside Dental can help. New patients always welcome. $35 new patient special. Brightside's not some big national chain. They're locally owned and they're part of the community. They treat patients like neighbors and they want to keep Michigan families smiling year-round. Guys, we're notorious for putting off doctor's appointments, and dentist appointments are no different. At Brightside, they're not going to lecture you or make you feel bad, guilt trip you if you missed a 6-month cleaning. And if you have to get some cavities filled like I did, they'll make it painless. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Go to the phones, talking screen time. There's that lawsuit. Facebook Meta had to pay out because a girl said when she was a child, she was a victim of the addictive nature of these platforms.
Right, and then suffered from anxiety, depression, self-harm, body dysmorphia, things like that.
All of it. So, look, everybody deals with it differently, but I think we're all addicted to our phones in some way, shape, or form. How do you combat it for yourself, especially if you have kids? Mike in Windsor, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What's up?
All right, so listen, as a young person, I don't know if you guys can really relate to this as much, but as a young person, it is so different now. Growing up, everywhere that you look, phone, social media, everywhere. And I'm very lucky to have good parents that kind of exposed social media to me at a much older age, kind of controlled it. But some parents now, you got to think, if you're a kid who's born today, you're 7 years old, their parents are going to give a kid a tablet because they don't want them to cry anymore. It's just a way to relieve the pain for these parents.
Yep.
And as a young person, it's just so much more difficult now because social media is everything. Only way you can communicate with people is social media. Only way you can meet new people is social media. I mean, think, I go to a bar, and I want to meet, and I meet a girl. Right? I'm going to get her social media.
Yep.
I'm not going to get her number and call her. It's not like that anymore. It's just way different times in like just the way social media controls your mind and controls everything you do in this world. I'm very grateful to have very good parents that help me expose to me at a much older age, but some people aren't that lucky, and it can give them anxiety, depression, and just change the way they live their life.
Texas pointed out, they say, like, when I'm feeling more anxious, I tend to spend more time on the phone. So it's a spiral.
Yeah.
It like feeds itself. Another one says every app is designed to feel like a slot machine. You never know what you're going to get. You got to spin one more time.
See what's next.
It's a crutch for parents. They plug in the tablets in front of the kids. They don't have to, they parent their kids. Too lazy.
Yeah.
It's probably easy to fall into that trap. You got to fight to avoid that.
Yeah, and the longer you can put off putting that supercomputer in your kid's hands, whether it's tablet or phone, the better off you are. And when my older four were 7 to 11 years old, we were at times separated because it was going through the divorce, and they were living sometimes with their mom, sometimes with me, and they needed those. So I needed them because I wanted to be able to communicate with them. Teddy, and my wife, Lisa, we have said, hey, until he's in high school, there's no need for it.
Hey, speaking of parenting, does it feel like Todd McClellan's a disappointed father?
Yes.
It's a lot that he's had to light into his hockey team.
A lot of chastising.
We mentioned after the Saturday game, he said they weren't working hard, they weren't playing smart.
Yeah.
This is a different exchange from the last 24 hours. Todd McClellan talking about his hockey team as the month of April is set to start. Now tonight against Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
have to extract competitiveness. Boy, is that a damning statement from a head coach.
At this time of the year,
everything's on the line.
And, okay, there are some young players on this team, but there are more players on this team with 5, 6, 10, 12 years of experience than there are rookies.
Yeah, that's a huge red flag. We have to extract competitiveness.
It's just another way of him saying, we got a lot of jerseys skating around out there. Like, he's been doing this for weeks.
I say that's like 3 or 4 instances in less than a month's time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's fed up. A candid conversation with him after the season. How many of these guys are you going to put a red X through?
Yeah. I wonder if we had heard him talk about the month of March and why is it such a big story? Well, now he just says, hey, we're going into April. We still got to get these things. Like, I wonder his take on those questions now.
Yikes. Uh-oh. 8:35, baseball got it right. We'll get to the best and worst innovations in sports. 9:02, the Lions, quote, never in the game on big defensive free agents. We'll get to that as well. Let's go to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So speaking of screen time, I just saw this article. Chick-fil-A is offering free ice cream to families who give up their cell phones before they sit down to eat. So this is not happening at every single Chick-fil-A. It's at select locations. But basically what they're doing is like this reward system. They're encouraging human connection during meals. So they have this little, like, it almost looks like a takeout box that you put your phone in. It's called the cell phone coop. If you keep your phone on silent in the coop your entire meal, you can get free ice cream.
Do they have someone monitoring these boxes?
It doesn't go into a lot of detail. I don't think that anyone is like standing over the coop watching closely. But he said, the owner of Chick-fil-A said that this was all inspired after he saw a mom with 2 children come in and sit on her phone the entire meal and just wants to see people connecting again. And then, of course, there's some studies in here about cell phones and eating. Remember that one man was like, well, now I'm eating slower. You might be eating slower, but you're probably eating more. There's a study from 2019 that says people who scroll when they eat consume 535 more calories.
Yeah. So just use your phone on Sundays.
Sure. Hey, good on them. I mean, this is a real thing, and we talk about incentives. Good for them.
Yeah. So with talks stalled between the league and the referees union, NFL owners reportedly have authorized the hiring of replacement officials. You guys could probably talk this better than I can, but at the center of it all is this labor dispute over a new contract with the current agreement set to expire at the end of May. And right now, the two sides, I believe, are still pretty far apart. So because of that, the NFL is already making some contingency plans, including recruiting and training college-level refs just in case there's a lockout. And
I'm sure fans will be totally mild-mannered if calls are blundered and missed this season.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be fine with it.
Sure. And I think, hey, in your regular down and distance, a lot of those things, hey, the calls are going to be, they'll be all right. But when it matters most, and you actually need that trained eye, somebody that's seen it before. They don't even get it right a lot of times for the best of what they do, and they're losing the officials are losing the PR battle in this because their argument is, hey, we don't want some of these, mechanisms put in place that take away seniority or the performance-based type of pay and bumps to be able to do playoff games. They want it to be on seniority, not on performance.
No, it needs to be performance. They also shouldn't reject any help from technology. At the same time, though, we shouldn't skimp out on getting the best humans to ref these games. There's too much on the line.
Yeah.
A former Detroit Pistons player is suddenly out of a job. The Chicago Bulls have waived guard Jaden Ivey after a series of controversial comments he made on social media, including criticism of the NBA's support of Pride Month. So these were video posts that he made on Instagram. He called those particular celebrations unrighteous, also questioned why he couldn't speak what he described as his own beliefs. Well, the Bulls responded pretty quickly, releasing him for what they called conduct detrimental to the team. Now, he had only been with Chicago briefly after being traded from Detroit, and he played just a handful of games before he was sidelined with an injury.
Yeah, he's hardly played. He hadn't played in basically 2 months. His career has gone in a spiral.
Yeah.
And now he's doing all these live videos. And I got nothing against religion. I'm not personally religious, but if it can be a source to help you when times are tough, all for it. You just can't lash out at other people and make it this source of hate.
A body discovered partially mummified in Livonia may be connected to a 2024 missing persons case.
Yeah.
So the body was found partially submerged in a creek near Hines Drive on Saturday evening. Police say the deceased person appears to be an adult man who was wearing a black hoodie, dark colored jeans, and black shoes. They say identifying the body could take some time.
Yeah.
So they're trying to figure out who this could be. And there is a woman who's worried that it could be her missing husband, James Stanford, 75 at the time he disappeared on April 8th of 2024, suffers from dementia, left on foot without some crucial medication, disappeared about 2 miles from where the remains were located. So his wife is getting together as much information she can, dental records, things like that, because she believes maybe
they can help identify.
Yes, who this is, and it could be her husband. A Detroit pastor is being praised for staying calm under pressure and de-escalating a pretty frightening moment. Police say a man pulled out a gun during a funeral service at the new McFall Brothers funeral home on Saturday after being upset when the pastor asked people to move to make more space, and things escalated pretty quickly. According to the pastor, the man started yelling, pulled out this gun, pointed it directly at him, threatening him. Everyone else there kind of started panicking and chaos ensued. People were running and screaming. But instead of letting that chaos take over, the pastor stayed calm, de-escalated the situation, prevented anyone from getting hurt. And now police are basically calling him a hero for keeping control of the moment. 5 people in total were arrested.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, I love this ABS stuff. I want more of it. See CB Buckner overturned 6 times in one game. I love it. We're going to talk best and worst innovations in all of sports. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, here's a quick heads up. Michigan Hair Restoration is one of those places where if you wait too long, you're going to end up on a wait list. Dr. Mark Berkowitz has been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he intentionally limits how many patients he can take at one time. So when that consultation calendar fills, it's going to close. And yes, there is a wait list. So you might be thinking about having your hair redone, right? But you might think, well, maybe if I go overseas, I go to Turkey, it's going to be cheaper. But what happens if something doesn't go right once you're home, right? This is medical, and follow-up matters. Accountability matters. Michigan Hair Restoration is local. They're medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after. Now, Dr. B has trusted this process enough to have it done himself. He's also done it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where waiting usually means missing your window. So go now to MichiganHairRestoration.com and request a consultation before you're out of time.
It's interesting. We had something planned at 9 o'clock. Rod Wood quote. There's more Rod Wood quotes we'll mix in. There's a lot to say at 9:02 on the Lions. Baseball got it right. I love this ABS challenge system. If you watched over the weekend, if you stayed up last night, you continue to see it put in practice. I love that there's some accountability for these umpires.
Like I love that it's limited.
Well, yeah, you can't do it a million times. There's a strategy element to it, and you got to pick your spots. Like the first pitch of an at-bat in the first inning, let it slide. Couple guys on base, difference in a strikeout or a walk. Yeah, you're going to use that ABS challenge. CB Buckner, 6 different calls overturned in a game last weekend. I mean, if you've got an ump that you think is doing a bad job, you could really put him to shame and make sure you're getting the justice you deserve at the plate. If they're screwing you over all day, you have recourse now. I love this.
I like it to a point as well. And yeah, do we all want to have the call right every single time? Sure. I just don't want to see the game slowed down so much that we take away the gains that were gotten by the pitch clock.
But that's the beauty of it. These are quick.
They are. Baseball has done this right.
Because and I know replay in other sports, it's 2, 3, feels like an hour to them to just look at the call and get it right. Baseball, it's very quick now. I mean, it's under 15 seconds. They're getting the ABS challenge in and out.
And I haven't been, obviously nobody has been this year to Comerica, but in the parks where they have it, it looks like they're showing it on the big screen.
And the crowd, there's like a pop.
Oh, yeah.
When the team challenges, whether it's the pitcher, the catcher.
And they win.
Yeah, let's go. Stick it to that umpire who's been jobbing us all day.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of baseball's examples of getting it right. The pitch clock's another. I think the bigger bases and limiting the shift. Baseball's done a lot of good things. We want to hear from you guys on some of your favorite sports innovations and some of your least favorite, some of the worst changes sports have made. 248-539-9797.
So I'll start it off with kind of one that you brought up. It's the replays in other sports that take way too long. And again, I know we want to get it right, but there needs to be a shortened window where this call is either overturned. If it's that tight, and you need to look after look after look after look,
then it stays.
Then it just stays. Like
it should be like a shot clock or a pitch clock.
Yeah, and if it was a minute by the time they actually meander over to the little tablet that they're looking at,
the lunchbox.
Yeah, because they're reviewing it. So let's just take the NFL. They're reviewing it in New York. Mm-hmm. By the time they get over there, there should be a good idea of, hey, from New York, hey, we're going to call in, hey, this is the receiver had both feet down.
Well, let's say that's how they should do it. Like, don't let the official get to judge whether he was right or not. Have an impartial person say, hey, within 30 seconds, you got it right, you got it wrong, and we move on.
Yeah.
You're right. The replay for good, but then it's taken too long.
Yeah. And this one, as soon as I brought this up, you guys were like, oh, no, this is great. The one that I don't like is all the lines that they have on the football. And I'm not talking about the hash marks or the 5-yard line, 10-yard line. It is, hey, if it's 1st and 10, do the simple math. You know where the first down is. You don't need that yellow line that goes across or the black line to show you where the line of scrimmage is. It drives me crazy.
You don't like the first down line on TV?
Look at the yard. Look at the sticks. Make note of it. And look where the ball is. Hey, if Jahmyr Gibbs picks up 2 yards, you should know he picked up about 2 yards. When we're broadcasting the game, we don't have it.
Why watch the game on television? They have a radio broadcast.
I agree. That's always the better broadcast.
Oh, here we go.
Especially for Michigan games.
John, do we need it? No. We watched college football. You played college football in the era of not having the computer-generated lines. It's really helpful. I find it really helpful. Like, instead of the camera has to zoom out and see, that's where the down marker is on the opposite sideline. It's really helpful.
I like the yellow
Looks
line.
like you got the first down.
Yeah, it simplifies. It makes it easy to process.
And I did not think that I was going to like the line of scrimmage line, because I thought, like you, John, I know where the line of scrimmage is. It's where the ball's hiked.
Yeah, but sometimes
it's really easy. Like, I got a 2-yard gain.
But sometimes when
Second
when the play gets extended, right? Quarterback's running for his life, and you're wait, hold on. Give me where the line of scrimmage was, so I can see in relation when the play's done.
Pay attention. pay attention where the ball is snapped. You know that's the line of scrimmage.
But as the play has now developed and gone on and been extended, you've
all
remember.
of a sudden forgotten where it was. The ball was on the 23. He got to the 25.
I'm not sitting there.
The difference is 2.
Now I got to keep a running tally in my head while I'm watching the game.
It's really not that hard because as soon as the ball
is hard, but you're
set again, you forget where it was the first
you're
time.
Asking me to do more work. I want to do less work. I just want to watch the game.
Think about less. John, when you're a player, don't you want to think about less?
Right.
Yeah, but they don't have the lines on the field. When you're playing, you know where the first down marker is.
Wait, the yellow line's not really there?
It's not really there. And it's not always accurate.
Now, hold up. I have a friend who was, going to they were watching a game at a bar and watching it and this woman said, "How do they paint the lines on the field so fast?"
How do they remove the line? The other one, and Jim, I gotta believe you'll agree with me on this.
Yeah,
the glow puck.
Oh yeah,
that was. And then when it would like slap shot, then all of a sudden there'd be like a vapor trail. Come on,
because he hit it so hard, John.
Yeah, that one was bizarre.
The glow
or
puck,
the green zone in football. Hey, you're on the 25-yard line, and they darken the grass that goes into the end zone. Come on.
I like how you're the negative one, pointing out all the bad things we've added to sports. I'm the positive one, trying to focus on the great additions we've made.
Glasses half full guy.
You know me. That's who I am. 248-539-9797. The ABS is another example of baseball getting it right. And as some of the points on the Twitch stream are making, you get less arguing individual balls and strikes now.
Yeah, wasn't there a manager that got kicked out because he was arguing
the ABS?
The ABS?
Yeah, like, dude.
How are you going to argue that?
What is there to argue at this point, dude? Like, I get it. You're not happy. Tough.
You're mad at the measurements?
These damn computers. But we get less like, hey, if you're really upset at the call, do something about it.
Yeah.
And if you're not that upset, shut up and get back in the batter's box or get back up on the mound and pitch. It cuts down on some of the unnecessary complaining.
Sure.
If it's a real issue, tap your helmet and let's go take a look real quick. Take 10 seconds.
Here's one on Twitch. I hated banning the shift.
Do they still feel that way?
I hate banning the shift.
Oh, I thought you said hated.
Oh, yeah, well, I hate banning the shift.
Okay.
I love the fact that they don't have the shift like it was. Now, you still see shortstops or second baseman lining up right near second base.
Mm-hmm.
But I hated it when you had basically 2 second basemen.
It was extreme.
I don't think that the shift was this detriment to the game as much as people thought it was. I think it's more of a boogeyman. But I will say that I don't miss it.
Right. Tex says a fully automated strike zone would speed up the game and be even better than the challenge system. Go one step further. Essentially the robo-ump. Balls and strikes are instantly judged. I'd be fine with it.
I don't know. I'm conflicted on that one.
Oh, Mr. Traditional. Still keep the ump back there yelling balls and strikes.
Humans involved in the game.
How badly do we want to get the calls right?
Right. Is the are you just going to put an ump there whenever there's a play at the plate? And then you're going to review that?
John, if it wasn't for that yellow line, I'd never be able to watch football with my wife. John, you're crazy. The yellow line for a first down is one of the best things they've ever added to a telecast.
It drives me nuts.
John, get off my lawn, Jansen. This might be the dumbest take ever from John. What do you expect from John? He played football before it was televised. Signed, Roy. Best and worst changes sports have made. We're doing it because of the ABS challenge system. We'll talk Lions, some quotes from Rod Wood. They just keep coming. It's 97.1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarm's got you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
This proves John sniffed too much glue when he was a kid. I've never heard anyone complain about the computer-generated first down line. Talking sports innovations that you love and loathe. I said I love this ABS challenge system. It exposes these bum umps that can't get calls right. 6 calls overturned in one game over the weekend. Mm-hmm. Gives the players some recourse, and also gives the crowd something to get excited about, because we've had some big reactions when the calls get overturned. John said he does not like the yellow first down line in football.
No, I can live with it, but it's the also the line of script. Like, just stop putting lines on the TV. That's my old man take. I get it.
During NFL games, I've never understood why fans are watching on TV, see the replay, know what the correct call is, go to commercial break, they come back, and they're still looking at it. It's a great point.
Yes.
If it's not obvious, we know it's going to default to the call on the field. If it takes several minutes, it's not obvious. Put a shot clock, 30 seconds. That's the other thing I like about ABS. The challenges are quick. We're not hanging this game up for hours. They've done a great job moving baseball along.
And it's what we all need. Instant gratification.
The point of replay is not to get the call right. It is to overturn obviously bad calls.
Let's get to the phones. Alex in Lake Orion. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I got 2 of them for you. One is the elimination of the excessive celebration penalty in football. You are an entertainment product. It's okay to entertain. The second is the institution of the minimum 3-batter rule in baseball. I think it moves the game along. The pre-pitch clock, the human rain delay guys can't go 1 batter at a time. And it also adds a lot of strategy for the managers for some of these relievers.
Yeah, I like both of them. I like both ideas. I don't feel like we should be policing people being excited playing kids' games.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
How dare you spend too long celebrating in the end zone? If the other team doesn't like it, stop them.
Right. And we are the beneficiary of some great celebrations.
Yeah, no kidding. The Lions have had fun in the end zone.
Yeah.
And then the 3-batter minimum. He's right. There's a strategy to it. It doesn't mean I can go 1 batter or 1 pitcher for 1 batter and cycle through my entire bullpen and go another pitching change.
Yeah.
I think that's been a good... Baseball's had a bunch of these lately, but the pitch clock, the ABS, the shift, the bigger bases, trying to get more stolen bases, the 3-batter minimum.
Universal DH.
Yeah. I don't need to see pitchers hit.
One thing I really want to address, too, on the excessive celebration of football, where they really have loosened up on that, too, is college football. Because those refs would just be really stuffy and watch these players celebrate like hawks. And... there's a game that I can remember where players got the ball, he's in the clear, raises his hand up for number 1.
And
they
get
throw
flagged.
the flag.
Yeah.
They take the touchdown off the board.
Ridiculous.
Penalize them 15 yards from the 1-yard line.
It's that Key and Peele sketch, but it's more and more real life. The 2 pumps.
Yeah. Yes.
Ref sitting there.
That's a great one, yes.
Let's get to Matt in Detroit. Matt, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
How you doing, Matt?
Hello?
Hey, Matt. We got you, bud.
Oh, okay. Hey, how's it going? Hey, I wanted to touch on, so I'm a sports fan all around, but big European soccer fan. And I think one of the things they got right over there is the referee will wear a watch, and when the ball crosses the goal line, it'll vibrate. I think the NFL could really utilize that, because I think a lot of the time we see wasted is first downs and goal line plays. They take multiple minutes. If they had that technology, I think that might help. What do you guys think?
Well, you could definitely do it on the goal line. The first down's going to move throughout the game, but the goal line's a goal line. I think that would be the easiest thing to add.
Is there a sensor on the nose of the ball, or in the middle of the ball, or everywhere on the ball?
Good point.
I would say maybe in the middle. I think that's what they have some kind
right,
of
but the rule is
even if the
nose of the ball breaks the plane, it's a touchdown.
Sometimes all you need is the tip.
But, if they had it directly in the center, you can measure, that much to the front of the football possibly. I don't know. I just think a lot of the time is wasted on the goal line, especially.
Yeah.
Those calls.
Matt wants to put it at the base.
At the base, yeah.
Or no, he said the middle.
The middle, yeah.
The girthy part of the football. 248-539-9797. Mike You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good morning, Mike.
I'm surprised, John, you haven't mentioned the Thursday night broadcast of the NFL football game on Prime. If you don't like the yellow line, my God, they got that aerial view where they look like ants. You can't even see the ball, and they got like lines and X's and O's on everybody.
Yeah, but I think that's only if you're watching the alternate broadcast. You can actually watch one that is a much more normal broadcast.
Really?
Oh yeah, they have two different ones. I think they even have like a Spanish version.
Mike, are you watching Thursday Night Football exclusively from the Skycam?
Oh, I thought it was the only broadcast, and I thought if they do this on the major networks, I'm not watching football anymore.
Yeah, take a look next Thursday night football game that you're watching on Prime. There are multiple broadcasts, and you don't have to watch one with all the X's and O's and lines drawn. And
because Amazon does have some of those now, where like they'll circle blitzers before they blitz, and it's like a completely different broadcast.
To me, that's too
much.
Well, that sometimes is an issue for the analyst where they're circling things before they even happen. You can use a guy's number. You could football fans are educated fans. Not everyone is a newbie to the game.
I could hear Heather's eyes roll when Cookie said girthy, Scott and Carlson.
My eyes are rolling that whole time.
You're so dirty.
Learned it from you, John.
Yeah.
The innocent guy over here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Taking
father of
strays.
5 who's just straight and narrow.
Well, just because I know how.
All right, 9 o'clock, we're going to get into this Lions conversation because they were, quote, never in the game for the top defensive free agents. This is just a question of their priorities. They've explained themselves on why they feel this way.
How many of these little tidbits are we going to get from Rod Wood? He spoke on Sunday, was it?
I tell you, Dave Burkett's doing his best to get every possible story from this interview because I've already read 3 different stories about things Rod Wood said. Some of it about free agency and future contracts, the quote, never in the game. Greg makes us aware that there's stuff now on Ragnow and bonuses.
New one?
Yeah, we haven't even brought that up today. We can mix that, and I would love to get your thoughts on teams taking back bonus money because that's reportedly.
Dave, how about a little heads up?
It's reportedly what they asked Ragnow to do. We're going to get into all of it in the 9 o'clock hour, and yeah, Dave, please text us if there's more. Give us the advance notice.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Rod Wood not going out silent. He is chirping.
He is a chatterbox. So we will dive into all of it in the 9 o'clock hour. We have some audio from Todd McClellan to help set up tonight's matchup for the Red Wings and the Penguins. And we'll talk about must-see JV or whatever that was last night. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. Plenty of games going on today for our Detroit teams on April in the D Eve. The Red Wings are up first as they continue to vie for a playoff spot. They're on the road tonight to take on the Pittsburgh Penguins at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh dominated the Islanders last night 8-3 as New York remains at 89 points. The Wings sit 2 points out of the playoff picture right now with 86 as Columbus currently holds the last wildcard spot at 88. With 9 other games going on tonight, your rooting interest guide is as follows. Dallas, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, Florida, Washington, and Carolina. Those teams are all playing other playoff hopefuls in opposition of the Wings. The caveat are the Capitals, who have quietly improved to 83 points. A win over Philly tonight would put them at 85, just one behind Detroit. Wings pregame coverage begins at 6:45 tonight on WWJ News Radio 950. Pistons also return home tonight for a back-to-back. They are 11-2 on games with no rest this year and need a win over Toronto tonight after their OT loss last night to the Thunder. That game will be on Alt 98.7 FM at 8 o'clock as pregame coverage begins at 7:35. And the Tigers have Game 2 of their series with the Diamondbacks tonight at 9:40 p.m. Casey Mize will take the mound for his first start of the year as he will go against Brandon Pfaadt for Arizona. Pre-game coverage right here on 97.1 begins at 9:15. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
9:35, we'll get into Justin Verlander, that used to be must-see JV. I stayed up last night. We'll get to some first impressions in his re-debut. Got some audio of Todd McClellan, help set the scene for tonight's Red Wing game against the Penguins. Penguins played last night, John.
Yeah.
Scored 8 goals.
Oh.
Anthony Mantha, former Red Wing, scored 2. Elmer Soderblom, former Yzerman pick, scored 1 and was throwing haymakers in a fight.
So they used them all up last night.
Sure.
I mean, law of averages, right?
Right.
There's nothing left in the tank for tonight. That's what we're going with.
Just ask Ottawa. All right, where do you want to start with this Rod Wood stuff?
Well, let's start with what we've been teasing and talking about throughout the course of today. And Rod Wood talked about why the Lions weren't more active in free agency. And in essence, they want to be able to sign their own. And here's what he had to say. When we're looking at our cash and cap budget, we're looking at it as is and as it will be, with those guys knowing that we want to keep many of them, all of them if we can. So if we had gone out and done the biggest, let's say we did the Max Crosby trade or the Trey Hendrickson signing, that probably would have meant, which one of these guys are we going to let go?
Yeah, talking about that 2023 class, which includes Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, and Branch. He added they were, quote, never in the game on those high-profile defensive players.
Right. And so, I mean, I know everybody's going to lose their mind over, which one of these guys are going to let go, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But my first takeaway was the line where it says, so if we had gone out and done the biggest, I don't think anybody here was asking for the biggest. We knew the limitations of Max Crosby. We knew, hey, 2 number ones. Would you give up this year's and next year's number one? We probably would. Would you give up other players? But the Trey Hendrickson one was also one that we thought it was probably more of a pipe dream than reality.
Yeah, to be fair, we did ask about it, but I don't think it was this idea of that's the only way to address the position.
We didn't need the biggest signing.
Right. Instead, the only commitment to that spot is a 1-year kind of prove-it deal for DJ Wonnum.
Yeah.
Who we viewed as more of a replacement for Davenport, more of a depth guy. He can play all 3 downs, but more of a depth guy, ideally.
Right. And, I mean, I'm not expecting you're going to get the same pass rush production that you got with the Aquaman.
Well, they just think whoever's opposite Aiden is just going to have favorable matchups and they don't need to invest in the position.
First of all, they should have favorable matchups, but they do need to invest in somebody that can win some of those one-on-one matchups.
Right. This is just philosophical differences. I wonder how it feels to you as a fan when you hear that. They're committed to spending, but it's on future commitments to current players. Current players who, look, they didn't win a playoff game the last 2 seasons. It's not like the current roster is ready-made to win a Super Bowl. So when you hear we were never in the game for these defensive players, these even mid to B-tier free agents on defense, how does that land with you as a fan? Because to me, it's just a philosophical difference. If they make those moves, does someone get squeezed out 2 to 3 years from now? Yeah. But in the meantime, they're all under the tent.
Right.
You add that defensive player with the guys that still are on their rookie deals, and you are a more formidable Super Bowl contender. If you don't make those moves, they act like this is the no-brainer. There's a risk. You sign guys early, they may get injured, they may not produce, they may slip in terms of production. And the real opportunity cost is the guys you don't add now while other teams make those kind of moves.
Even in going into this year, if you said, okay, well, you've got Max Crosby on your team, opposite Aiden Hutchinson, but that also means you're not going to get a first-round pick this year or next. I think all of us would say, sign me up for that.
They have a lot of needs. I don't know if I would have burned 2 this offseason for Crosby.
Okay, but if that also meant, hey, you don't have Brian Branch, or you don't have Sam Laporta. Would you rather have Max Crosby or Brian Branch? Would you rather have Max Crosby or Sam Laporta?
Just speaking in a vacuum, I'd get both this year, but if it meant I lost Sam Laporta, I would take the trade-off, I think, knowing I got Crosby for several seasons.
That's where, when you go back and you hear Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell talk about earlier in their tenure, we want to make sure that we don't fall in love with our own guys. Well, they are doing exactly that by saying we want to be able to sign all of those guys, keep many of them all if we can.
As we run through all this, feel free to call in about any of this Lions stuff. The other headline that's from today, Dave Burkett on Frank Ragnow, he became the latest longtime Detroit Lion who had to repay part of his signing bonus. This is from Rod Wood as well, as they detailed that this is the way the Lions operate, citing that they've done this with Barry and Calvin, and they did this with Ragnow. No reports on the amount of money, but said, hey, if you're retiring, gimme, we need some of that signing bonus back.
I have no issue with this. I didn't have an issue with it with Calvin. I wasn't doing this when Barry retired, but the numbers are only going to continue to grow. But I don't have an issue. Your signing bonus is actually a prepayment for services to be rendered, and if you don't fulfill that contract, then you should repay some of that bonus. I don't have an issue with it.
So there's not a standard in the league. Some teams do not ask for this money back.
Right.
And the thought was with Calvin, why squabble over $1 million or $2 million when you're not competing for a championship and you're putting a black mark on one of the guys who's going into the Hall of Fame, one of the greats in your organization? It's a little different now in the sense that every dollar does matter for a team chasing a Super Bowl. What are the I don't know the answer. What are the cap ramifications for getting the signing bonus back? Are there any? Because if there's not, then I just let him keep the money.
It's, again, some of this may have to do with when Frank retired. Midsummer, it's after free agency, it's after the draft, and now all of a sudden you're left in the lurch without a center for the rest of the season. But because they have a precedence of this is how we're going to handle things, then if you promise to be there for 3 years, if we cut you, you get to keep it. That wasn't your choice. That was our choice.
But if you walk away early,
yeah,
we can get some of the money back. I know people had a huge issue with this with Calvin and Barry.
Well, Calvin did. But I think there were a lot of people that agreed with the Lions that if you're not going to fulfill your contract and you're going to step away from the game, then you should pay back some of that money that was prorated over the course of your contract. We did you a favor by paying it to you early, but if you're not going to fulfill that, you agreed to terms. And since you broke those terms, you have to pay back some of it.
Right, but not to rehash the Calvin thing, but this is what it brings up, is the argument was you can be a first-class organization because other teams don't come back clawing back.
I don't have an issue. I don't label them as first-class, second-class, third-class.
But those other organizations are seen as more player-friendly because they don't claw back for a small portion of the signing bonus when you retire.
Some do, some don't.
Right. So what kind of organization do you want to be known as? I don't know how it impacts the cap. If this hurts the cap, well, then they need every dollar. And I think, well, you got to be cutthroat. But the Calvin stuff was happening when they were bottoming out. It's like you didn't need a couple bucks. And the goodwill that you got from making one of your all-time greats happy felt like it would be worth a couple $1 million.
I mean, I get your take on it. I just disagree with it.
Yeah. Well, there's extremes. Like Rod Wood's example is very extreme in this article. He says, like, for example, if we paid Jahmyr Gibbs today a $20 million signing bonus and he retired Friday, we would want the $20 million back.
Right.
Which I would understand. But that's an extreme. That's not real life.
Right.
It ends up in shades of gray. Guys play part of their deal. They've earned part of their bonus.
How many years did Frank have left on his contract? I think it was, 3 years, right?
But how many of those were guaranteed years?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer either. I'd have to dig it up. 248-539-9797. So how about some text coming in? The Ragnow story is exactly the way I thought Decker's plan was to retire this whole time. The Lions have done a great job under this regime, but they should have let Ragnow and Decker retire and keep their money. Did they not learn anything from the Calvin situation? Is it worth the animosity they're creating in the locker room? Sounds like from Rod Wood, the Lions are operating like they've already won a Super Bowl and just trying to keep the band together. The Lions are not all in to win the Super Bowl. Their goal is to build a team that competes every year and hope to get fortunate in the playoffs. That's the wrong priority. Try to win one before trying to win multiple. For a guy who says he's not involved in football decisions, it sure sounds like Rod Wood is more involved than he leads on. I don't think he said he's making the decisions on these, but he's intimately aware of them, of course. Text says another long-winded way of saying the Lions aren't taking advice from the station. Let's applaud them. Get out of your bubble, guys.
He also talked about when Brad Holmes talked about sustainability.
Yeah.
And we brought that up last week. And his quote is, I can see why that would be interpreted the way basically what we did.
Yeah.
But to me, sustainability means that we're going to be able to compete for championships over a long period of time, not that we're going to try and be pretty good for a long period of time. I mean, it's a little semantical.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have no doubt that they believe what they're doing is right.
Right.
Like they view this as the right way to do it. And they've explained it. I understand why they are doing what they're doing. I don't agree with it. It's, again, paying Sewell early, smart.
Yeah.
Paying St. Brown early, smart. Doing it as a blanket philosophy on any players you draft that show promise, it doesn't come without risks. And I don't feel like that side of the argument is given any oxygen by them, at least not publicly. I'm
Right.
hoping they at least consider it privately. The downside is you pay guys early. David Montgomery was rewarded, didn't even hit his extension. Decker was rewarded, doesn't even finish out the contract. Bigger commitments to guys like Aleem McNeil and Kirby Joseph are certainly murkier. And they can't predict injuries, but when you sign guys earlier than you have to, before you know, you do invite more risk. So yeah, you might get to save a couple bucks doing it early, but at the risk of not adding players to the current roster and taking on risk of injury, you do it with enough guys, you're going to get burned eventually. And it's like they are either numb to it or good with it. Mm-hmm. They understand that and they would rather do it this way. I would understand if they had already won a Super Bowl and they're like, dude, we have a nucleus, we're just going to keep the car rolling.
Yeah.
You didn't win a playoff game the last 2 years. You just going to just keep rolling with the same thing.
And you have to modify your philosophy as you go. If it was originally, hey, draft, develop, and pay, well, at some point you have to modify that because that original scheme, to your point, hasn't resulted in a Super Bowl championship.
Right. If you're coming up short, what more can you do beyond your original plan? We'll get some phone calls in the mix, including people not happy with this signing bonus routine. They want more money back. They did take more money back from Frank Ragnow when he retired. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch any of our great sports, and we got some great moments coming up, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. A must-see and experience. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Departing team president Rod Wood saying that they did ask for a portion of Frank Ragnow's signing bonus back when he retired. This is the same stuff that got people very upset with the organization when it happened with Calvin and with Barry. Do you agree with their decision? 248-539-9797. Twitch comment wants to know, is a signing bonus not money you get for signing?
Well, a signing bonus is prorated over the course of your contract, but typically you do get it
immediately, right?
Some of it immediately. Sometimes there's a couple of installments, but it is prorated over the course of your contract. So you get that money early, but it's also still to be earned.
My question is, how much, we don't know, did they ask for back? And what ramifications does it have on the salary cap? Because when it happened with Calvin, they were at rock bottom, and my thought at the time was, to save a couple $1 million to do what?
Well, they also didn't ask for the full portion of it back.
But still, for a team that rakes in the money, an all-time legend, while you're not competing for a championship, do right by the guy and let him keep a couple $1 million of the signing bonus. I don't know the amount at work here with Frank, and I don't know how this impacts the salary cap, because those things to me matter.
Right. How does it impact the cap?
Yeah.
If you just say, hey, it's yours, does it still, Frank, I think it was a $6 million signing bonus. He had 2 years left. So is it still basically $3 million left? And is that against the cap? How much of an impact does that make on?
And is it minuscule enough to where you should just be one of the organizations? Because plenty just let the players keep their money.
But part of it is setting a precedent. And if you set the precedent that, for Frank, we're not going to ask it back. But if somebody else does, and theirs is much bigger, how do they go and then ask for that back?
I guess I wouldn't have an issue if it was case by case. Some players are worth more respect than others. Some amounts of money are catastrophic and others aren't.
But agents,
I know,
and others aren't going to see it that same way.
Text coming in, phone calls to get to. Let's go to Bill and Shelby. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing today?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good until this topic came up. The Fords have been cheap since day one, ever since Willie Clay bought the team in 1963. Perfect example. Lomas Brown, Jerry Ball, Doug English, Chris Spielman. I can go on and on. Barry retired because they wouldn't pay the Pro Bowlers every time they come up for a contract. They wouldn't give them money. They said, we've got 80 million people or 80,000 people that are going to come see Barry play every week. We don't need to pay you guys. Here comes Calvin. Same deal. Right before Calvin retired, I think he asked for money too. I know he was hurting, but I think he asked for money and they turned him down. Ragnow, same thing. He might have been hurting, but he had a money problem as well. He wanted more. They turned him down.
Well, okay.
Becker, same thing.
And I think,
right?
Bill, you're tapping into something here, specifically with Calvin and Ragnow. These are guys that are retiring because their bodies were so brutalized and beaten down playing for your organization. They would love to have fulfilled the contract, but in the case of those guys, they felt their body had shut down, couldn't continue to play it that way. Are those the type of guys that you want to nickel and dime? All-Pro, in the case of Calvin, Hall of Famer, I don't know about Frank, that couldn't play anymore because their bodies
didn't
were
want to play
brutalized.
anymore.
Well, he wanted to play. Well, I mean, do you believe him when he says, I couldn't?
Well, that is, you can't crawl inside his body and feel what he feels.
Yeah.
And so it's the same way with Decker. Now, this may have all been planned by Taylor Decker in regards to, well, I'm going to say I'm going to come back. I know they don't want me back. They don't want me back at my rate. So by releasing him, he's not on the hook to pay back any of his bonus.
Right. Edward in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. If you want an answer to why this has happened that transcends general managers, all you got to do is look at the owners factually. Look at the list, the net worth of NFL owners. And now we're not going to shed any tears for billionaires, but the Ford family is towards the bottom of the list when it comes to other NFL owners. And what that means is they don't have the same flexibility to pay bonuses, to pay contracts the way other teams can. It also translates into their facilities, how many people they have working for them in terms of trainers, medical staff, their fields, the weight room, all that stuff translates into how much money they have to spend. And so it's no surprise that we have a Ragnow story, just like we had a Calvin story, just like we had a Barry story, because it goes back to the Fords.
But I'm trying to understand you, Edward. You're saying the Fords aren't rich enough? Is that the take here?
Listen, all you got, it's not compared to you and me. It's compared to other owners. Pull up the list right now as we're talking.
Right.
They're towards the bottom of the list of NFL owners. They don't have the same flexibility, which means they don't have the same aggression. They don't have the same proactiveness that other teams can have because they don't have a money flow. It has nothing to do with cap. It has everything to do with the money they have on hand.
They're not trying to save dollars. The money that pays the contracts comes from revenue that is generated. That's why there's a salary cap, so that there aren't teams like in baseball where the Dodgers just have more money than everybody else, so they spend more money than anyone else.
And I'm a little confused. Like, it's not like the Lions haven't handed out $1 billion in future contracts.
And they have great facilities. Ford Field is a nice stadium to go to.
I don't think Sheila's shaking a tin can for spare change. Like, I mean, they've got it. I don't.
Well, they have the money, but guys, all you got to do is look at the list. You think the Ford Field is the equivalent to where the Rams play or where the Raiders are playing? Like, come on, give me a break. Yes, Ford Field is a nice facility, like you just said, a nice facility. It's not turning any heads. It's not some innovative
Ford Field was built
facility.
20 years ago, and SoFi was built 5 years ago? Like, there's a difference in buildings that were built 20 years ago versus the ones that are built now.
We love Ford Field, and we love the whole building it next to the Hudson warehouse and all that stuff. But the Lions just are not an innovative, cutting-edge team. We love the Lions, God bless them. But compared to other organizations, they just don't have the same money on hand that other owners have. And all you got to do is look at the list and look at the product that we have compared to what other people had. That doesn't mean they suck. It doesn't mean they're a bad team. I'm just saying that this translates into how they do business.
Edward, I'm not disputing. Like, Yahoo's got a list. Sheila's listed as 25th in terms of net worth. You know who 32 is? The Green Bay Packers. You know who 30 is? Rooney and the Steelers. Like, these are franchises that win a lot.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a $20 billion net worth to do this.
No.
I'm a little confused. Like, Jeffrey Lurie of the Philadelphia Eagles is 20th in terms of his, again, I'm just pulling it off this Yahoo list.
Yeah,
is that held the Eagles
owner
back? Yeah.
has nothing to do with the money you're spending on your roster.
The cash comes in the form of the NFL prints money, bitches. Like, that's how they run their business. It feels like an unlimited fountain of money. It just rains down on you if you own an NFL team.
And the reason they set the salary cap the way they do is so that all the teams have the same resources to spend on their roster.
And again, the Lions have committed over $1 billion in future extensions. Goff, Sewell, St. Brown, Hutch, J-Mo. They're planning on doing another installment coming. It's about how they choose to spend the money, not do they have the money.
Yeah.
The whole debate is, would you cram in one or two more defensive players now and have to shake someone loose from the tree a year or two from now? The money's the money. It's there either way. And they've outlined that their philosophy is to extend this group and stretch this group out as opposed to losing one or two to add one or two.
Yeah. I mean,
Now, as it relates to this Ragnow thing, or previous things, bring up Barry, callers bring up Barry or Calvin. It's not like they need the money from Frank to put the lights on at the practice facility. It's a decision you make because of the precedent you want to have as a team.
Right.
You're allowed to ask for the money back from Calvin. Some teams wouldn't. The Lions did. You're allowed to ask for money back from Frank. Other teams wouldn't. The Lions did. Now, if it's enough money to actually make a difference at the salary cap, all right, I get it. But if it's $1 million or $2 million and you're not going to spend it on anybody of substance anyway, I don't know why you'd take the hit from a PR standpoint.
Well, not everybody's giving them that hit.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, that's
I
fair.
don't have an issue with it. There are certain things in a contract that protect the player, certain things that protect the franchise. And being able to take back that money for services not rendered is one of the things that, now, if I cut you,
it's different.
Yeah, now you get to keep all of that. That's the protection you get.
I just look at it like this. Because you can doesn't mean you should.
Okay.
Let's get
the greatest lesson from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's where I get all of my my life morality from.
Yeah.
Is Jurassic Park. Greg and Shelby Township, wrap us up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I look at it like this, guys. If you're talking about taking money from guys that are cleaning up the locker room or sweeping up after the game, that's a different story. But you're talking about taking a couple $1 million back from somebody that didn't work for it yet, that has made millions and millions of dollars. You're not going to put them on the street by asking for money back that they didn't earn yet. What are we doing? Maybe they're going to use that $2 or $3 million to pay some of the people lower down in the organization, like the people that clean up after the game and like the parking attendants and whoever else. Why give it to somebody who hasn't worked for it yet?
Well, okay, but part of this is they can't work for it anymore because of injuries sustained on the job.
Then
that's different. That's different.
No,
they
that's
have
the
their
story,
own insurance for that.
No,
well, there's workers' comp for that.
Okay, so Frank needs to
Absolutely.
file a workers' comp,
which we all
claim.
do when we retire.
No, here, I'll tell you what. Pay your landscaper not to show up and see how you feel. Pay your landscaper. He's supposed to cut your lawn every week, but he doesn't do it for 3 years, but you still pay him. Go ahead, do that. See how you feel.
Well, my neighbor does it for free, so I don't have to do that.
Just, for some cookies.
Just for a batch of cookies. That'll get the job done. Have the Lions considered just sending Frank Ragnow some cookies? Maybe that'd fix the whole thing.
No, the cookies are all going to Decker just to smooth things over.
Oh, yeah, of course. Fresh baked. Here you go.
Yeah,
please.
they're spelled out. Thank you.
As a token of our gratitude. I did see that. Dan Campbell said, I'm not going to call him now. It's going to feel forced, but I will call him. We appreciate the work he's done for the organization. Anyway, we'll get to must-see JV, some audio of Todd McClellan on the heels of tonight's matchup with the Pittsburgh Penguins, and we'll get Heather's news next, 97.1.
In my career, I've learned a number of different things, but one of them is that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me, and whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they're there, and they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control. They give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, it's easy. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, there's a video that is circulating online. You have to check it out. It's a little long, but I'm going to tell you about it because it's absolutely amazing. There's a woman's bold Houdini-like escape from police custody in Muskegon that's going viral. So it happened on Saturday afternoon. Police spotted this truck. It was parked at this abandoned business. They were talking to the occupants, and they found out that the female passenger had an outstanding warrant for a parole violation. So they cuffed her. She was sitting in the back of the patrol vehicle. They started looking through her purse and her bag, like right there. Then they decided, you know what, let's go check out the truck. So they walked away from the patrol vehicle, started looking through the truck, and there's somebody just also sitting in this parking lot filming it, just this bystander. And you see the woman, she kind of peeks her head out of the window. It's a half rolled down window, so not even a full window. And she sticks her head out, sees they're not there, and she, with her handcuffed, wiggles her way out of the window head first, right? But then somehow kind of flips herself slowly so that her feet hit the ground, kind of pauses for a second, and then just sprints off and around the corner, and she is gone. Police don't have any clue for a moment, and then they're like, oh, let's go check on her. Wait a minute, she's not there. And the guy taking the video is kind of chuckling and be like, run, run, and he's laughing. And as of Monday, still on the loose.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. But the video is long, but it's like around the 14-minute mark is when she makes her great escape. It's pretty spectacular. Yeah, I've got time to check it out. Go check it out. In a more serious story, a portion of the lodge has been closed after a body was found on the right shoulder of the freeway. The body was found around 6 a.m., so the northbound side of the freeway is closed between 7 and 8 Mile. Police are working to determine who this person is and obviously how they ended up there along the freeway. No word on how long the freeway will be closed. Dan Campbell says that he trusts Terrion Arnold and does not believe he was involved in that alleged robbery case that was making headlines, still is kind of making some headlines. You may recall that his name came up in connection with this Florida investigation involving an alleged armed robbery and kidnapping. He has not been charged with anything, and his legal team also strongly denies any involvement, saying that there's no evidence linking him to the crimes. Well, obviously, despite that, there has been some questions raised because his name was brought up in the case, but Campbell has addressed it head on, said, you know what, I trust him and I trust that everything is going to be all right, and the team is supporting him.
Yeah.
So
it's just been a bizarre offseason all around.
It has, and the fact that his name has been in the text messages, but he didn't send any of them, it's a bizarre case.
All of it. Opening day, just days away. Home opener anyway in Detroit. So that means there's going to be hot dogs, beer, and Tigers baseball. But this year will be a little different for some fans. So the Tigers home opener falls on Good Friday,
right,
which creates a unique situation for many Catholic fans because traditionally you don't eat meat on that day. So
Correct.
You'll be skipping the hot dog, but there's going to be plenty of fish and non-meat options at Comerica Park. So there's going to be a lot of things for everyone to enjoy. There's going to be fish and chips, a fish sandwich, vegetarian options. Of course, you could just get a cheese pizza,
or a
peanuts, a pretzel, popcorn.
Lots
of
That's
things.
awesome. Glad they're making some accommodations.
Yeah.
That's wise to do that, and it's also more hot dogs for everybody else.
Yeah.
Of course, sure. There's going to be enough for everyone all around. Let's see. So while they're commonly billed as a bundle of joy, a new study says having children doesn't actually make you happier. So researchers have discovered that becoming a parent provides no significant increase in positive emotions. In fact, they found that there's hardly any difference in reported happiness levels or life satisfaction between parents and non-parents. And they say becoming a parent can actually ruin your relationship or at least put a big strain on your relationship satisfaction.
Yeah, I'm going to call BS on that study. And I'm someone who doesn't have kids. I think the people who want kids enjoy having kids.
Yes.
And I think people who don't want kids enjoy not having kids.
Of course, but there is a lot of stress that does come even when you want kids and you have them. There is financial stress. There's time demands. There's stressors just involved in raising children that can then put a strain on your relationship, which can then make you less happy. There is a lot.
there's always something there that you're thinking about. You can never just focus on.
I guess to me, it's hard to quantify. Like if you're someone who wasn't sure about having kids and that responsibility ruins your life, if you made the decision lightly, I'm sure it could have a negative effect. But if you go into it going, I want to be a mother, I want to be a father,
right?
I bet it does make you happier. But just on the other side of the coin, if you don't think you want to be a parent, then don't.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the choice you make.
Yeah. Well, it's always trying to quantify what is happiness.
Right. So they also say that those with children were provided with these intense but brief positive emotional experiences. So like, when you watch your child graduate from high school, from college, or when they accomplish a new task or figure out how to do something
There's a lot of gratification in that.
Tons of that, but
Every
they say
time Ellie hits a home run, I jump out of my seat. Hell yeah!
But they say that those are brief,
fleeting.
positive. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
it's
I
one
don't
trip
know.
around the bases.
It's Heather with the news. All right, we have some audio from Tom McClellan to help set the scene for tonight's game against the Penguins. We want to talk about Justin Verlander. You stayed up late and watched him last night. Your impressions there. And just a few more details on this Ragnow thing. So in reading Dave Burkett's article, Ragnow's bonus when he signed was a total of $6 million. That was to be spread over 4 years.
Correct.
There were 2 left. So there was $3 million in prorated bonus.
Correct.
They asked for a portion back of the $3 million so that we just understand the numbers that we're working with. The Lions are clawing back less than $3 million, less than a percentage of the salary cap from Frank Ragnow. How you feel about that is up to you. John and I do not see it the same way. But just so we understand the numbers, this is less than $3 million that the Lions took back from Frank Ragnow.
Correct. Yeah. And again, I don't have an issue with how the Lions are operating in this realm.
I have a hard time believing that is urgent money for them, and I think it's a PR.
Sometimes it's not necessarily just about the money, it's about the precedent it might set.
Oh,
It's
I agree.
also there are certain things when you sign a contract, there are certain things, as I mentioned before, that protect the player and the commitment they're making. There are also things that protect the franchise and the commitment they're making. If you're going to retire early and you don't earn that money, then why should you get it?
I'm not disputing that they can. I'm simply asking, should you make this the policy that your organization utilizes? Because there are teams that do not. Those teams would be seen as more player friendly. Depends how you want to be seen in the perception and how you want your organization to be viewed. They've made their decision. This is what they did to Barry, Calvin, Frank. They'll do it to the next great player.
Or just play out your contract.
Or you can't because you are impaired physically by playing the most brutal game for the organization.
If you can't, then the team won't want you out there and they'll cut you. And then you get to keep it all.
So you'd be better off just milking it to get every dollar.
No, I mean, if Frank didn't want to go through the discomfort, I get that.
But he could have just held up in the training room and got every dollar if he wanted, right?
Sure. That's the protections that the player has.
Yeah. So that's how you'd want your organization run. If you're the Lions, you would rather tell the player, just sit in the training room so we have to pay you every dollar.
Or I'll cut you because you can't perform anymore, like they did with Taylor Decker.
Right. All right, we're going to play a little bit of the McClellan audio. Talk Justin Verlander next, 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list and probably a distance from the other contenders. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not that close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Really no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? What are you going to do with that? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram's 5-link coil suspension, they offer that, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do, pull into your Ram dealer today, ask them some questions, go for a test drive. It's just that easy. And when you do, tell them I sent you.
Red Wing head coach Tom McClellan yesterday ahead of tonight's game against the Penguins. He doesn't even yell or scream. He just says it matter of fact.
Yeah.
We got jerseys, guys who don't want to play hard or smart. We have to extract competitiveness going into April is the latest, John.
Well, and you see it in the nightly performance where one night they show up against Buffalo and then they don't show up the next night.
But I would find that to be maybe as damning a criticism a coach can give to his team. It's one thing to say we don't have enough talent. It's another to say we don't compete.
Yeah.
I mean, that is as damning, and we'll see how the guys respond tonight, but really it's not even about how they respond tonight. It's, can they string together consecutive performances without their coach publicly humiliating them in the media?
Yeah, I mean, there's, 9 opportunities left.
So if Todd's probably got 3 or 4 more of these in him, is that enough to get them in the playoffs?
I don't know. When is the time where he comes into the press conference and just throws his hands up and said, I've said it all. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty fed up if I had to do this as many times as he's had to do this season. They'll play Pittsburgh tonight. Pittsburgh's on a back-to-back. They beat the Islanders yesterday, scoring 8 goals, 2 from former Red Wing Anthony Mantha and 1 from former Red Wing Elmer Soderblom. Soderblom also dropped the gloves and used all 6'8" of his frame to throw haymakers, suddenly playing with the physical edge we didn't see here in Detroit.
So they used them all up.
Yeah, they're all tuckered out, John.
Yep. Hey, back-to-back.
Teams never went on a back-to-back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Unless they're playing the Wings.
All right. Verlander last night. I stayed up late. I was like, you know what? I'll let the nostalgia get me. I'll at least catch the first couple innings. And
what'd you think when he took them out? What was the initial feeling?
I thought this was cool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then after the first inning?
This is not cool. I was bummed. I'm not trying to make it bigger than one start. I was just bummed because
it's disappointing.
I know he's not the Cy Young MVP JV. He's not going to throw 100 miles an hour or that 12-6 curve that nobody could hit. He's throwing 93. And he's got this slider that sometimes breaks and sometimes is left over the plate. I know he's not the guy he was. I was bummed because that's one of the worst starts he had, even counting last year.
Yeah.
He went 3 2/3, gave up 5 runs, didn't fool anybody, walked more than he struck out. It's just a bummer. It's not going to take away from him. I still plan on going Sunday.
Yeah.
I want to see what that crowd's like and welcoming him back, but last night was a bummer.
It kind of started off that way last year for him. He made some adjustments and finished better than he started.
And maybe it was a necessary splash of cold water. Like we can tell ourselves, oh, he's only supposed to be the number 5, but then you see Verlander on the mound in the Old English D, and you start
you want the best.
It stirs up emotions, and you want it for him, and you want it as a fan. It's a reminder to people, though, Verlander was added kind of last minute, only after Reese Olson went down. Like he had made it known he wanted to come back, and the Tigers did not pursue him until they'd already added Valdez and Reese Olson went down. He's only supposed to be the team's back-end starting pitcher.
And he made it known that when the season was over last year, he called up Scott Harris.
Yeah.
And they said, not right now.
They're not even, it's a couple $1 million. The rest is prorated. Like this was not supposed to be a big impact signing. They're not asking him to be very much of an impact this season. Round out our rotation. Give us some innings. We know we're going to need more than 5 starters to navigate a baseball season. You're going to be one of those guys.
Yeah, and going into it with Reese Olson, I mean, and here's the tough truth is if Reese Olson was healthy, would you rather have him in the mound than JV?
Yes.
It's hard to say that out loud because of what JV has meant to this organization, what he's been over his career.
Yeah, but it's just look at the
where
calendar.
he is. Yeah.
I mean, JV's 43.
Yeah.
Father Time's going to win. I'm hoping.
And it's still amazing that he's piping 94.
Yeah, like you're hoping he can keep Father Time, like, stiff arm him for another season here. But eventually, it's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
And that's just how sports work.
Fall apart from where he was, and it's just not going to be enough.
Well, at some point, he won't be employable as a professional pitcher.
Yes. Eventually.
Hopefully, at least a year from now.
Well, and hopefully you continue to. Hopefully he makes some of those adjustments, very similar to what he made last year, and he is more productive. And it's that bridge until Melton is able to come back, or even Jackson Jobe. Like, can we just get to that point? And reinforcements could be on the way.
One other takeaway from last night: 14 strikeouts.
Yeah, not for JV, but for
Tiger batters, and it was an immaculate inning in the 5th where the Tigers saw a total of 9 pitches and struck out 3 times.
Yeah, not a great inning.
No.
And when you're looking at, what some of the batters are doing, Kerry Carpenter finally got himself a hit, but it came along with 4 strikeouts from that leadoff position. How long does he stay there? And AJ's not going to be overreactionary.
No, I wouldn't think so.
But you do have a guy in Cole Keith that's making really good contact, and McGonigal has still having really good at-bats.
Yeah, he didn't strike out, which is notable given how many the team had.
And he drew a couple walks.
Walked twice, yeah. So,
yeah, we'll see. I mean, they'll go at it again tonight. And,
Casey Mize, right?
Yep. Tomorrow will be another Scooble start, and it'll be earlier, so we'll all get a chance to see it.
And then we'll have an off day, and then the weather, again, it can change, but looking very good for opening day.
Oh, so we made the smart choice of not taking the...
We did not lock in gloomy gray 52, and we may get sun is out 70 degrees.
Short sleeve gator?
No. Not, I mean, probably,
shorts?
No, not just yet.
No.
I'll wait a couple weeks before the shorts come out.
Not ready to pull them out of the closet.
No. Kenny Cott has a policy when it comes to shorts that once he puts shorts on,
they don't go back.
Yeah, until it's wintertime. And I can respect that. And look, I'll go back and forth with jeans and shorts. It's just that, I usually wait till we get consistent in the
60s, 70s,
usually 70s.
Okay,
consistently.
I think next week still got some chilly days.
We do, and then it gets like at the end of next week, it's like high 60s into the 70s.
Okay.
It's on its way.
There,
yeah. Well, it's about time, right?
A lot to talk about.
Did you stay up last night?
I did. I did, and I'm not the only one. I'm not looking for any badge of honor or any star, or gold star, or anything like that. No. Yeah, and not very rewarding. On either front, with the Pistons. It was a nice effort from the Pistons because who wasn't playing.
Right.
So it was a nice effort for the guys who were playing. But the Tigers were just so disappointing last night.
How you guys want to start the show? What's on the docket?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll talk about the late games, obviously. Probably on the headline, though, the headliner is JV. And, we talked yesterday about what our level of excitement versus what we expected, and they were two different things, and that was the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's some things going on early in the year that can't go on all year, or it's going to be a crappy year, but I don't expect they will go on all year. But, in the snapshot in time that was the baseball game last night, it was kind of ugly.
Ragnow stuff on the show?
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Yeah. All right.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers baseball is coming up late tonight here on 97.1 as the team has Game 2 of their road series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. With it being Game 5 of the year, that means it's time for Casey Mize to make his first start for Detroit. Mize had a resurgent campaign last year with a 3.87 ERA in 149 innings. He had a career-best walk rate of just 2.2 per 9 innings and paired that with the highest strikeout rate of his career at 8.4. The Tigers' offense could use a resurgence of its own tonight. With another 14 strikeouts last night, Detroit's 46 in 4 games is already the 6th most in the major leagues. They do also have the 7th most walks of any team in baseball with 20 already so far. 6 of those belong to Gleyber Torres to lead the team. 3 are from Kevin McGonigal. No other Tiger has more than 2. First pitch tonight at 9:40 from the desert. Pre-game coverage here at 97.1 starts at 9:15. The Red Wings will hit the ice tonight in the Steel City against the Penguins at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh is currently second in the Metropolitan standings at 90 points this year. Detroit is 2 points out of the wild card with 86 points. The Wings are winless against Pittsburgh this season with back-to-back losses to them back in early January. That game is at 7 o'clock over on WWJ tonight. Pre-game coverage there starts at 6:45. The Pistons will be on Alt 98.7 FM at 8 o'clock as well as they face Toronto from Little Caesars Arena. Pistons magic number still 3 for the top seed in the East. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Feel like I'm working with Lynn Henning over here. Just saying. The crusade that Lynn Henning is on about baseball parks and their dimensions is one of the most committed crusades from a sports reporter I have ever seen.
It really is.
I mean, going back to when Comerica Park opened, and probably, I mean, who knows if he was doing it before that. But Lynn Henning.
I found a Briggs tweet from Lynn Henning, actually.
Right, I bet. Bangs the drum about ballpark dimensions and how much he hates them. And I had to get something out of the studio. I walked back in, and Gator was talking to Costa about the dimensions out at Arizona.
By the way, bravo. You made me laugh.
Good.
Compared me to Lynn, and I should have a tenth as much baseball knowledge as Lynn is. I love Lynn.
No,
Great
Lynn's
guy.
the best.
He's
However,
awesome.
Lynn's got
Yeah,
one
but
thing
very
he's
focused.
laser focused
Yeah.
on, and he bangs that drum like nobody,
There are usually a couple columns a year that will mention something about the dimensions, specifically at Comerica Park. And now he's with this Tigers Collective, which is kind of interesting that they're doing.
But he will tweet about dimensions. And last night, well, here's an example. Because the Tigers had a rally in the third inning, kind of killed by the dimensions in Arizona last night. One of them was a ball hit deep to center, where it's 416. Is that what it is? And then
I think it's 415 feet to straightaway center.
But it also has a yellow line
juts out
that goes straight up, and the Tigers hit 2 baseballs out there in 1 inning and didn't get rewarded for it. And Lynn Henning tweeted, Tigers hit back-to-back rockets to center field worth 800 feet. Fly out double. Extreme ballparks protect crummy pitchers and penalize good hitting. Gator on his show sheet. I hate that center field area in Arizona's ballpark. I walk into the studio. He's bitching to Costa about the Arizona ballpark dimensions. And so the first one, was it Dingler that hit it out there that got caught? I think it was Dingler that drilled one out there that got caught. And then the next, Colt Keith, after Kerry Carpenter walk, hit one that was up the wall, but beneath the yellow line, and it landed on like the I-beam of a balcony, popped straight up in the air. It looked like it might be a home run, but it was in fact a double. Kerry Carpenter probably should have scored. But the dimensions got him a little bit last night. Both teams played the same dimensions.
Let me explain myself a little bit further here, because it's not so much the distances don't bother me, really. It's not that. It's if you're going to build a new ballpark like they did, I'm not sure why you would build a ballpark that has this giant wall in center field. It just seems dumb. If the wall, I don't know. It seems really stupid. Like the ball is hit, I'm like, oh, okay, it's going to hit against the wall and it's well above the padding. It's a home run. And then wait a minute, oh, there's a yellow line that's 20 feet straight up in it. Why is there a yellow line up there? Oh, that's the home run line. And then it doesn't make any sense. Like there's no fan involvement there that makes it better for them.
There was a hill in Houston.
This a berm, please.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard about this, but they're putting a hole in the outfield in Vegas. Just a hole. They're going to put a hole out there. You can run into the hole. No, they're not doing that. But it's one of the strangest things about sports.
A moat.
We accept that the field of play is different.
Yeah.
If you think about applying that concept to just about any other sport, hockey has it a little bit, although I guess Olympic-sized ice is going away. But there are some minor differences in rinks. But at the end of the day, it is a bizarre thing that we accept as okay, is ballpark dimensions.
I want to get this correct. It's the Tigers Intelligence Report is what Lynn Henning writes in the Substack, and he's great.
It's great, but Lynn bangs a drum.
And we've had these conversations before. Kang has asked me a number of times about, the thing that's maybe one of Kang's pet peeves is why is every ballpark different? And I think that's kind of unique and makes it cool about each ballpark. I don't mind the dimensions. It's doing something dumb, like putting a wall in straightaway center field that goes up that high in one of these newer ballparks. And it's not new, but I mean, it's not like the Diamondbacks have a rich history, so it struck me as like, that's just strange. Really is strange. And yeah, do I want Colt Keith to get out to a great start and have home runs? You betcha. You bet I do. That kid's too big not to be hitting 25 home runs a year. And he's swung
There's no wager behind this, is there?
No, there's nothing at all. And he's off to a good start through 4 games. He's hitting the ball well. He's seeing the ball well, and I like that. He goes to opposite field, does all these things, and he clocked that one, and it's a double. It is what it is. All right, I just thought it was dumb in a snapshot of time last night watching this. I'm like, how does that make sense? There's a yellow line, and there's nobody around this yellow line. Like, baseball should be for the fans, right? And the fans love to be participating, have a chance to catch foul balls and home run balls and all this, and then that's it. They have no shot with it. That's just dumb.
Well, there's just a massive wall that also serves as a batter's eye out there in center field in Arizona, and it might have something to do with the amount of room they had to build that ballpark. I've been to that ballpark. It's kind of it's a quirky place, to say the least. I enjoyed it, but then again, I enjoyed it probably because I was sitting in the stands, and I rarely get to sit in the stands, and sitting in the stands is so much fun to me. And so anyway, long story short, it was
just a quick bitch for me from last night.
It's fine.
It really didn't affect the outcome of the game.
Well, maybe you can join the Tigers' pretentious intelligence report.
No, don't say pretentious. Don't do that.
I mean, honestly, that name sounds like something you would crush.
Gators are part of the TPI.
Normally I would, but I like Lynn. So
Lynn is seriously. I have a ton of respect for Lynn. Lynn is really, really good at what he does.
Lynn is one of these.
I love Lynn.
When we first got the Tigers in like 2000 or whatever year it was, and I got sent down to spring training to cover it for a week or so, Lynn was one of the first guys to reach out and welcome me to the whole baseball community there, and covering all those games for the first few years when I was doing the pregame shows from outside section 119 and all that. Lynn was great. There were a few guys who were great. Lynn was great. Tom Gage, also great.
Yep.
Gene Guidi was great. So all the old timers were awesome to me, and I always have a high regard for those gentlemen.
Since you bitched about something, I'll bitch about something.
Here we go.
All right, you ready? Mm-hmm. Is there anything worse than a 10-10 start on a Monday night? I mean, on a Monday night, let's throw a game on at 10-10. And hey, look, I get it. If you're a hardcore fan, you stayed up for the whole thing, and God bless you.
It started a little late, too, didn't it? Was it more like 10-15?
I don't know. Was it?
I think so.
Well, they had to make sure
the first game of the year for them, right?
Yeah, because they were
at home.
First game at home, yeah.
They had to authenticate the first pitch.
Well, which
is weird.
Yeah, we didn't get great start times last night. Because even the Pistons Oklahoma City game, 9:30. So that game ends around 11:35, 11:40. Post game, blah blah blah. Fly back to Detroit. 8 o'clock start tonight.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, and I'm like,
got overtime.
I'm not like, teams play back to backs in different venues. That does happen.
I suppose.
But to give them the 9:30 start.
Yeah, that's you go ahead, bitch away. I'm not going to stop you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I feel like you might have a good rant coming.
No, I don't. I'm not going to rant about it. I just I'm not going to go all old guy. But seriously, 10-10 on a Monday night, 10-10. Do you hate the fans? Is that what it is?
Well, the game tonight is at 9:40. See, we got a half hour difference.
And that half hour can matter, and it's a Tuesday. Like, seriously, every day of the week. We know how this works. Every day of the week, you get a little bit more enthusiastic. You start, pre-weekending. And so staying up, if it's a 10-10 on a Thursday, I'm in for the whole thing. In fact, I'll probably have a 6-pack in the cooler next to the couch in the basement. I can't do that in the living room. I only control the basement.
Wife won't
which is fine. No, oh God, no, it's like Kenny and his hot dog roller that he used to have in the living room. Now it's in the kitchen. Sacrifices when you get married, but yeah, I mean, you give me a 10-10 on a Thursday, buckle up, let's go. 10-10 on a Monday, get lost. I'm not doing that. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was no fun. It was no fun. And now that you mention it, because the game tonight, the Pistons are home tonight against Toronto after playing an overtime game last night in Oklahoma City. A strange quirk in the schedule. Perhaps that is exactly why we did not see a host of players.
Oh, in the Piston game?
Last night.
Yeah, the Piston game. Where the hell did everybody go?
Like, who's playing?
Well, there were guys listed out with injuries, but I kind of like what they're doing because, well, we'll get into it as the show goes on. It's going to be a long show. Hey, Champ and Jumper posted. So go to our website, 9someoneticket.com, to see who the Champ and Jump of the weekend are. Look, we said it yesterday. The excitement level to watch Justin Verlander pitch as a Tiger, I put it at a 9. Expectation was at a 5. On a scale of 1 to 10. And last night was the reason why. What went wrong? Is it correctable? What do we got in Justin Verlander, this 2.0 version? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, I want to talk to you for a second about the best sports bar in the state. It's Twin Peaks, right in the middle of an amazing sports week for our local teams that you'll want to check out why Twin Peaks does it best. First of all, we mentioned basketball team fighting for a 1 seed tonight in action. Hockey team fighting for the playoffs as well. We got our baseball team week 2 of the season, and all that's going on today. Plus, check back on Saturday, Maize and Blue in action. College basketball. Why go to Twin Peaks? Have you been living under a rock? Every lodge boasts 50-plus TVs with capabilities of showing up to 8 games at once. You'll never miss any of the action. There's a beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girl serving up the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a frozen mug that's used only once a day. Their bar features all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, along with an exquisite craft cocktail list. Their scratch kitchen boasts all your favorite game day meals, like the smoked brisket, ribs, wings, thighs, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tendies, hand-smashed and seared burgers, hand-cut New York strips. It's really the ultimate man cave experience. The menu's so good, even I like it. And enjoy this Tuesday a little more with their taco and tequila specials, along with the Ladies' Day specials. It's Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. okay, there's a nostalgia factor, which means absolutely nothing in terms of how does it help the team. But there is, but it certainly draws the fans' interest in. Justin Verlander's first start back with the Tigers last night is something that I really felt like, despite the 10-10 start, which, hey, look, you're out there in Arizona. Isn't Arizona Mountain Time?
I don't know if we still do Mountain Time.
I think
Mountain Time's like a certain time of the year that it's not like all year long they do Mountain Time.
Yeah, it is. It's an actual time zone.
No, I know it is a time zone, but I didn't think it was for the whole year. I thought it was like a certain time of the year they go Mountain Time. Otherwise, they're Western time zone.
Arizona goes back and forth between Mountain
Pacific.
Time and Pacific
I
time?
thought so.
I didn't know that. Well,
I don't know.
Anyway, somebody
could be
can tell
dead
us.
wrong.
Somebody can tell us if I thought you were saying Mountain Time was a myth. Gator doesn't believe in Mountain Time.
No, I believe.
If that was an 8-10 start for them locally, even weirder, but whatever. So I'm like, all right, got to see JV pitch, which meant I only had to watch a few innings because he didn't last very long. Unfortunately, at 43 years old, is this who Justin Verlander is? It's way too early to declare that. When you're 43, though, I feel like the negative feedback, unfortunately, is probably more authentic and real than the positive feedback, because eventually Father Time catches up to you. But, I was really, really excited to see him pitch, and the way he finished last year was encouraging. I would say this about watching Justin Verlander. He did a really good job on multiple batters getting to 2 strikes. But either last night, maybe it was just the way it was going to be last night, or maybe he just doesn't have that wipeout pitch anymore. He could not blow people away like he used to, which isn't expected. You're going to have to get guys out different ways. But yeah, he got to 2 strikes a lot, didn't finish at bats.
Yeah, it did happen quite a bit, and he battled. I appreciate the battle, but what concerns me is what we talked about yesterday. My concern was in the spring, he got lit up like a Christmas tree in terms of the long ball. Now, they were solo shots that he gave up, but my God, he gave up a lot of home runs in the spring, a lot of hard hit contact. Last night was no different.
Nope.
That was a ton of hard contact against Justin Verlander, but you could see there's still something there. I mean, he's still a great pitcher. He's a legendary pitcher. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He can still hit some of the corners and whatnot, but it's a tougher game today than it was 6 months ago. Tougher for him because he's older and hang another 6 months on the guy, Doug. Mm-hmm. And at his age, it's going to be tougher. But that strike zone has shrunk on all pitchers because of ABS. And I don't know if he's struggling with that. If he wouldn't be the only one. But it was disappointing to see him get hit that hard. And also disappointing to see the Tigers just continue to not be disciplined at the plate.
Well, I want to get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Let's kind of get into JV here a little bit. Is it okay if JV has his share of struggles, but is a 4th or 5th starter? Can they be okay under those circumstances?
They can, as long as he has, like, his next 2 starts are good. I don't expect him to be, good 80% of the time, but can he be good 2 out of 3 starts? And is that even asking too much for somebody who's number 4 starter?
Can he be good every other start?
I'll take that, I guess, but I want more than that.
I mean,
I'm not going to lie, because I think that they bypassed other opportunities to get him, and okay, well, go do it. I mean, if he doesn't, they've got other guys that are ready to step up.
Sure, wanting more. I think we'd all want more, but can they still compete if Justin Verlander is good every other start? And I'm talking about the team. If he's the 4th or 5th starter and we need him to be good every other start, can they compete? And in some ways, this puts even more pressure on Casey Mize.
Well, how about Flaherty?
Flaherty and Mize, I guess. But we know we're pretty confident about 1 and 2. I'm still pretty confident with Flaherty. I feel like Mize and Verlander are the wild cards here. Maybe I shouldn't be confident in Flaherty, but whatever. It's at the bottom of the rotation. How good do your guys have to be to compete? And can Justin Verlander be good enough that he's not hurting the team? He's providing what they need. Because the problem was last night, he didn't eat innings either, right? I mean, it's one thing to get knocked around, but You don't drain the bullpen. What do you go, 3 1/3? 3 2/3, sorry. So what do they need out of them? Need, like baseline need.
I mean, I think they need innings from anybody who's going to be a fourth or fifth starter. You need those guys to go 5 innings, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you're expecting. And if you're going to hit the 100 pitch total, that's a lot of pitches to throw in just 5 innings. It's 20 pitches an inning. And watching the game last night, I'm like,
what did he throw? 80 something maybe.
Yeah, he didn't make it out of the 4th inning. So I mean, he got into the 80s, I thought. But it's like even last night they got the other pitcher Soroka into and he threw like 25 pitches in the 1st inning. And look, okay, we're going to get to this guy. And then he settled down and then had the immaculate inning, 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 outs. But from a guy who's your 4th or 5th starter, if they go 5 innings, I'll be satisfied with that. Give me 5 innings, give up a couple runs, keep this team in it.
He threw 80 pitches. It was 80 on the dot.
Yeah, he didn't need to throw anymore.
No, and
they could have pulled him. He was in danger of getting yanked perhaps in the 1st inning.
Did you deep down? Were you discouraged and disappointed, or did you kind of expect this?
I think there was definitely a part of me was expecting it because of what we saw in the spring, and I was hopeful that maybe he's just working on stuff, right? Guys work on stuff in spring all the time, and well, if he's working on it, he hasn't figured it out yet. And at least JV's a pro. Comes out afterwards, admits that he wasn't good enough. He has to be better, and he knows it. Because if he's not, then he's not going to ride out the season with the Tigers. It's just going to be that easy. He's a 1-year contract, and okay, there's no point in hanging on to a guy for the whole season if he's going to be awful. Do I think that's going to be the case this year? No, I think he'll correct. He'll be better, and we'll see how good he can be. I don't know how good he's going to be, but he's got to be a hell of a lot better than he was last night.
It's weird because he had 6 swings and misses in 80 pitches. And I'm like, it's hard to be in the context of watching Justin Verlander and having the bar much lower and also only seeing 6 whiffs.
Because he wasn't getting ahead in the count.
No. And he couldn't get it. He couldn't get that 3rd strike. Like he struck out 1. But he could not get that. How many batters did he face? 19 batters, 1 strikeout. I mean, it's a far cry what he was, but we all knew he wasn't going to be what he was. It was just it's kind of a tough one, and let's hope he bounces back and fulfills whatever role they need. Right? Whatever role they need. Let's hope that he can fulfill it and just be good enough at the bottom of the rotation to help this team compete. 248-539-9797. Ron is in Ann Arbor and on 97.1. Hello, Ron.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
I did not watch a lot of the spring training, and I didn't see him a lot last year. But the one thing I noticed, and yes, he's not the JV back in the day, but he was touching 92, 93. I think he did throw a high fastball at 94. Can he hit 95? Because it just seems like the differential between his off-speed stuff and the fastball wasn't there, and he did throw a lot of sliders. He was hitting the dirt a lot. He was throwing a lot.
Dude, it was a lot. There was a ton. Yeah, you're right. And Dingler had his hands full with that, didn't he?
Yeah, it was.
His first pass ball.
So if that differential's not there, he's going to have to be very picky about where he chooses to put the fastballs.
Yeah. But he's a veteran, right? I mean, this guy knows JV. If you can manage to craft your way through more innings in a game, he's probably a guy that's capable of doing it. He's not still around. Like, he's not going to hit 101 on the gun anymore. So so you got to figure out how to win without it.
Yeah, but even like you remember Clemens when Clemens was getting there, and Ryan back in the day, Ryan would still touch 95, 96, but Clemens would still hit 94, 95, 96. If he can do that, I think it might be enough. But the 92, 93, he's going to have to spot it perfect.
You know what's funny, Ron, is when you bring up when Ron brought up the names like Nolan Ryan and Roger Clemens, I'm like, well, that's not. And I'm thinking in my head, and I get halfway through the sentence saying it's not fair to compare, and I'm like, no, this is Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
It's another Hall of Famer. It's completely fair to compare him to those guys to a point. I mean, those are guys pitched in a different era, and they're Nolan Ryan is a just complete freak with what he was able to do. But Verlander's got he had some issues with his velocity in the spring, being erratic. One day it was higher, next start it's 2 miles per hour less on the fastball. So maybe just got to get warmed up, get in that groove, and maybe for him extended spring training was necessary, or we can all just shut up in his next start when he pitches at Comerica Park this weekend. He'll be fine.
We really have to keep in mind that his role is completely different, and we just need him to be a authentic fourth or fifth starter on a team that's competing. And obviously, last night was not what people are looking for. One start though. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Talking a lot about JV. Look, it's a cool story potentially. And that is if he can just be effective enough to be a good fourth, fifth starter. But expecting much more than that is probably unrealistic. And last night was not good. It just wasn't. And I'm not going to bury the guy for sure. Baseball is a long, long season. But every time you hang another year on a player and he gets to the age of 43, the negative feedback is probably more authentic and legitimate as to what that guy is going to be than the positive one. But that doesn't mean he still can't be useful. But I guess maybe we should all just, make sure we don't expect JV to be the JV of old. The fountain of youth is coming along just because he put on a different shirt and is, back living in Birmingham. Let's go to Willie in Wisconsin. You're on 97.1. Hello, Willie.
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me. I do appreciate it. So I got a suggestion for the Tigers. I think the Tigers need to treat Justin Verlander like how the Boston Celtics treated Al Horford. Al Horford's past his prime, but he always seemed to come in for the Celtics to hit the late game three or get the key rebounds. I think the Tigers need to consider, come September or hopefully October, just move JV to the bullpen. His name, his reputation is going to scare the heck out of a lot of the opposing teams, come playoff time, opposing managers. I think the hitters would be very intimidated to walk out there in the 8th, 9th, and 10th inning and to see Justin Verlander out there trying to close the game out. I think the Tigers need to save his arm just for that, just for the playoffs.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I just, respectively, I think that Justin Verlander is, though he's a Hall of Famer, I don't think he necessarily strikes fear in anybody anymore because he doesn't have that high 90s triple-digit fastball that he used to.
Corbin Carroll didn't seem scared last night.
No, hitting a triple and a home run. JV is he wants to be a starting pitcher. I don't think he's going to finish his career as a bullpen arm, and I don't know if he'd be effective in that role or not. He was really good at the end of last season, though. In the second half of last season, he was so much better than the first half, and that's why I wonder if this is just something that give it some time and he'll settle into his role and he'll be fine.
I definitely agree.
I think I agree in part with what you said and not with some of what you said. What I do agree with is maybe at some point explore him coming out of the bullpen. What I don't agree with is that the mere sight of Justin Verlander late in a big game is going to strike fear into people because you are what you are. And, I don't think he's got that kind of intimidation factor anymore. But do you approach the game differently if you're thinking, I just got to get these 3 outs? Can he, if he just knows all I got to do is get these 3 outs, could he be effective in that role? He could be. And whether he wants to or not, it's okay. Do you want to be a part of this team or not? If it comes down to that, I think it's something that might be worth exploring. But we're a long way from that.
Yeah, we're a long, long way from that.
248-539-9797. JT, you're on 97.1. Hello, JT.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Champ and Chump. Champ's got to go to the
JT.
Michigan basketball team.
JT, it's Tuesday. Champ and Chump already voted on.
Oh,
Did you wait? Hold on. Did you think it was Monday, JT?
I certainly did. It's a story of my life. Day late, dollar short.
Okay, JT, I don't know what you do for a living, but have you made any other mistakes? Like thinking it's Monday, has that cost you in any other way today?
No, this is the first one.
Oh boy!
Thankfully, and I got to tell you, I'm trying to slide into retirement. I'm a lawyer.
It sounds like you've already got one foot there, my friend. I got a text from a friend on Saturday who's retired.
Get it together, kids.
This is a true story. A friend of mine's retired. He texted me Saturday. I know you're on the air right now. And he started giving me a text, and I'm like, you're retired, bro. You don't know what day it is. Every day's a Saturday for you. But well, you can say what you wanted to say, but your vote doesn't count, but you can say what you want to say.
Okay. I was really disappointed that the officials at the end of that UConn-Duke game didn't call technical fouls for Hurley headbutting the ref, and then when the UConn player left the bench and ran onto the court before the game was over.
Did he actually headbutt the ref, or was he just? I mean, the angle. I've only seen the one angle, and it's kind of weird that he kind of stares at him. I don't know if there was any.
I don't know what the hell that was. JT,
if there was contact, they would have.
The running on the court thing they need to talk about because Michigan did it. Who else did it? Somebody else did it in was it a Big Ten tournament game or it was Dayton and St. Louis, and the AAC did it. It's happened 4 times now where players have run onto the court with time on the clock.
You're the assistant coach in that one game.
Yeah, and it was the
NBA?
No, it was the first 4 game.
All right.
Yeah, kid from Texas. No, it was a Texas assistant coach ran onto the floor out to the free throw line. Kang, you said how you would handle it if you saw it.
I would inbound the ball immediately and throw it right at him.
Throw a live basketball
right at him because that's during the play.
Basketball
Technical foul. You're not supposed to be on the court.
And if you grab the ball and you throw it at him and hit him, that is a coach or a player on the court that's not supposed to be there, and it's a live basketball.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. So anyway, yeah, I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. It hasn't really affected anything because there's been timeouts right away in almost every circumstance, but. All right, JT. Hey,
get back to work.
Yeah, I got to say this, JT. Get your act together.
Come
buddy.
on.
Get your act together.
You're better than that. You're better than that.
Great day, guys.
Take care. Bro thought it was Monday.
Was I supposed to file that appeal by today?
Yes, that's your lawyer.
Yeah, I hope he didn't have a court day yesterday. It's Sunday. We don't have court.
Nah, don't worry about it. We're good.
Somewhere he's got a client going, I've been sitting here all day.
Yeah, well.
The judge is asking, is your attorney showing up?
I thought he was. Well, motion to dismiss. We'll have a court-appointed attorney for you. Sorry. Good luck next time.
Oh, JT. Champ and Chump are posted on the website. You can go check them out if you want. Feedback coming in regarding JV from an unnamed texter. JV is not employable right now as a professional pitcher. So that's after one start, huh?
Well, it was a bad start.
Yep.
And it was a not so good spring. Bad spring. I hope he turns it around quickly. He turned it around last year and was quite the asset after being quite the blanking liability for the first half of the season.
Worse than the 10-10 start is whatever crazy time the NCAA basketball championship game tips off. It's like 9:23 or something like that. That's from John Lake Orion. I've never found that to be a problem because you know that game's going to run 2 hours. Baseball can be somewhat undefined, and it's 40 minutes earlier than 10:10. I mean, I don't know.
That's true.
I used to live out in Arizona. They're on mountain time, but they do not participate in daylight savings time because the last thing you need in Arizona in the summertime is more daylight hours. So for the part of the year we're on regular time, they're 2 hours difference, but we're on daylight savings the rest of the time. It's 3 hours difference, which is what they are right now. They are 3 hours behind.
So, like I said, it kind of goes back and forth.
Right. Good morning, fellas. My question is
credit for that?
No, because it's not what you said. You said you thought they got rid of mountain time.
Well, I did not. I never said they got rid of it. I said I think mountain time is one of these things that goes kind of both ways. That's what I said. I didn't say got rid of it. We can go back to the tape.
We can go back to the tape. That's fine. Good morning, fellas. My question is, what is the Tigers' ceiling this year, and where is the Tigers' floor?
Well, the ceiling's the World Series. They've got a pitching staff that we feel pretty good about. They maybe the best 1-2 combo in all of baseball. We like their bullpen. The back end of that bullpen is I think really good. But it's also it can't just be pitching. You got to have the hitting, and so far the hitting has been slow to get going through 4 games. Their team OPS is 626 in the first 4 games. They've struck out a whopping 46 times in 4 games, including 10 from Kerry Carpenter in 16 at-bats. That is concerning.
The 7th, 8th, and 9th, maybe it was just the 7th inning Tigers, look like a World Series team.
Yes.
The first 6 innings look like a missed the playoffs team, including, as you referenced earlier, the immaculate inning they were victims of to a pitcher that is not good. We'll get to that today at 10:48. Plus some Piston stuff coming up. There's a lot of Lions things in the news that we need to discuss here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. The big thaw is coming. Is your home ready? Now, before the spring rains start, make sure you check your basement. If you're worried about water or a sump pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned up for the summer. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros you know.
Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
A lot of reaction coming in on JV, and we will get to that coming up in a minute. We got to talk about the other side of the game, and that is that Michael Soroka dominated them. At best, this is an average pitcher. His ERA has not been below 4 since 2020, and last night's strikeouts were a major problem. He struck out 10 in 5 innings. On top of that, Kerry Carpenter has 10 strikeouts through 4 games, the most ever by a Tiger. In the top of the third, they have runners at second and third with Green and Torque up, and they both struck out. Now, there was some positive stuff too, but to let Soroka do that to you is pretty bad. It's pretty damn bad.
Yeah, I mean, he was an all-star.
Somebody had to be.
Well, he was an all-star, and then he tore his Achilles, so it's been a rough road for him to come back, and that was a pre-COVID thing, so it's been a while. In the meantime, it's disappointing to see what he was able to do last night, and the Tiger Tiger hitters there were some really awful at bats. Kerry Carpenter looks completely out of sorts. The swings he had,
he took
I
a
don't know,
weird.
there were a couple on the
ways.
same at bat. I'm like, what is that? What is
He's
that?
getting fooled.
Yeah, and it's like these guys. When watching it's like they've forgotten that the strike zone is tighter. It's to your advantage. You don't have to swing at everything. If you've got to be as disciplined as possible to lay off the high strike that you thought was a high strike, because it's not a high strike, it's a ball. And some of these guys have had some success in their careers of swinging at that pitch and hitting it, but it's out of the zone.
Now, on the positive side, Colt Keith had a couple of doubles, one a 2-run double in that 6-run 7th inning, and he put that ball up the wall that landed on the I-beam on the balcony, just short of a home run in dead center field. And quite frankly, McGonigal absolutely nuked a ball right to right field. I mean, he hit a laser that unfortunately was playable, but they said it was 103 miles per hour off the bat. He had a couple of walks as well. And they did score 6, and Riley Green was involved in that. Baez, Parker Meadows put a ball in play that ended up being a double. Like, there was some good stuff that came out of last night's game, but what Soroka did to them, and they would have had a chance to win the game had their starting pitcher given them a chance to win the game. But there were some bad at bats early in that game, and the strikeout numbers are big, and we'll see how it plays out long term. But
It would not surprise me if there was an adjustment real soon in terms of who leads off. Because if Kerry Carpenter is going to strike out 10 times in 17 at bats or 16 at bats, then it's time to move him out of the top spot and put somebody else there. Whether it's McGonigal or maybe even put Gleyber Torres to start things off, or put Parker Meadows back in that spot. But Kerry Carpenter he's really struggling right now.
Okay, the feedback here. Justin Verlander started slow last season. I'm not too concerned. I always expect him to round into form later than the rest of the staff. That's from an unnamed texter. I have a concern level, but the bar is what it is for your 4th and 5th starter on this team. It's not very high for me. It's can he be a 500 pitcher? Can he find a groove where he's good every other outing? We'll see. Here's a useless text. I'm going to call this a useless text.
Oh, useless text.
This is one of those texts that somebody sends over, and I'm like, so? This person writes, let's be honest, Job, Melton, or Olsen are healthy, JV wouldn't be here. No, probably not.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like they signed Justin Verlander to a 4-year, $80 million contract.
They're like, we need a starting pitcher.
Yeah. Because those guys aren't healthy.
So the let's be honest part, what do you think? This is some sort of declaration of, let me tell you how it is, guys. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
You had the right form, by the way, when you said that.
What?
Of the guy, of this texter, when you did the impression there. The guy who would say that is somebody who would step back, hands on hips, kind of chin up in the air. Guys, here's how it is.
Yeah.
Holding court with just a wonderful nugget of information like that.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. Oh, you mean if 3 other starters weren't hurt, this guy wouldn't be on this roster? No kidding. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, they weren't going to just forfeit every 4th or 5th game, right? How is having JV any better than starting a young pitcher in the Tiger system? At least the young guy would get some experience while getting lit up like Verlander. I hope everyone who is so excited about getting this used up bum back enjoyed yesterday's game. Okay, well, there's somebody who doesn't like Justin Verlander anymore, and
you just call him a bum? Not a used up bum?
Called him a used up bum, yes.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He may not be pitching like it anymore, and I get that part of it. And you know what? They might have a real short leash with him. And hey, we're a Cater Montero away from seeing you no longer pitching for this team, or Ty Madden or whomever. But that's a lot of disrespect.
Every decision that they make is neither permanent nor final, nor should it be. Like, this is a 1-year contract in which, if it's not working, they may do what this person asked. But they, in their own estimation, with knowledge of their own system, determined that they would be better off going with a veteran pitcher over one of the young arms. So right now, they're gonna roll with that. How long they roll with it, we'll see. It's one start. Next text. Adam at work says, I think eventually JV will end up in the bullpen. I think he can be a middle reliever type guy, 5 or 6 batters, no problem. He may. I mean, I would be intrigued to see how he would approach things if he had to get 3 outs.
I don't think that's how he wants to finish his career. And if presented with an opportunity, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. If it was presented with the opportunity, said, we got to take you out of the rotation, that he would say, just release me. Because I'm going to go out on my terms. I'm a starting pitcher. And if you want me to come out of the bullpen, I respect that, but I need you to respect how I want to finish my career. I'm 43. I'm not 33. So, you've got other guys that you can certainly bring up that can do the same thing. So
I think how he wants to finish his career is almost irrelevant, because if you ask him and he says release him, then you just release him. But he doesn't get to choose. The Tigers organization gets to choose how they use him.
Yes, but if they're going to tell him we're going to use, I'm just telling you what I think he's going to. He wants to be a starting pitcher, and if he's not, then he's not going to pitch. He's like, he came back this year. He came back to pitch another year in baseball.
You don't think he'd even consider it?
I don't personally. I have no knowledge. I'm not friends with Justin Verlander. I don't know. It's just that's my, I guess, it's my prodigious gut is telling me that there's no way that he's going to do anything other than start. And if they want him to come out of the bullpen, that he would say, yeah, no, it's okay.
I think look, if I were running an organization, I would try to take advantage of every resource I have that could help me. And if JV isn't working as a starter, and there are guys in the bullpen, because I got to be honest, at times this Tiger bullpen looks like it has worst bullpen in the majors potential, which is the exact opposite of what I expected. But Emmanuel DeJesus looked terrible last night, and he was better his other outing. But the 2 guys that pitched in Korea that I was all psyched to see have had some rough outings.
Yeah, and I don't think that's unexpected.
Next up from Dan in Lincoln Park, JV is Charlie Morton, likely to see the same results.
I hope not. The one thing that JV had over, well, he's got several things over Charlie Morton, but he put it together in the second half of last year where he was really good. The first half of last year, he was less than average. He was below average. He wasn't god awful, but I think his ERA was like in the low 4s. So that's not good, but it's not awful. Charlie Morton was awful for the Tigers.
Let's go to Adam and Frankenmuth. You're on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Boys, how you doing, man?
Good.
Welcome back, baseball, right? You know?
Oh, sure, yeah. It's great.
I feel bad for some of y'all, man. I do. Y'all stayed up late and watched that game on the West Coast. Oh, man. But I'm a teacher, so I'm off for a little spring break. So I stayed up and watched it, and I'm just trying to be a forward thinker, man. I was like, I trust him. I trust Verlander not so much to start. Like, if you go back to his career, he always struggled in the first inning. He really did. If he started getting going and then we maybe threw a no-hitter or he give up 4 runs. You know, so watching that game and seeing it, man, like, he's a middle reliever, man. Like, if not a middle reliever, right before, you know what I'm saying? Like, Will Vest, I trust Verlander more than him later in the innings. You know what I mean? I know the Tigers, and we love them, the nostalgia of Verlander coming home. I don't want to hate him like I did Todd Jones. I don't want to hate him like I did all the old guys that just blew games for us. You know what I mean? But
nostalgia doesn't win you games. And you know, him as a reliever, if he would accept it. But look, this is one start. This isn't a decision that gets made for probably even a couple months.
Getting way
out. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And when it comes to Hall of Famers, he is. He first ballot. And that's my thing. I'm just forward thinking.
Adam, we're out of time. Appreciate the call. It's Carson Anderson. We got some line stuff we'll get to next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. New this hour, Chris Solari of the Detroit Free Press said on Twitter, Tom Izzo told broadcaster Tim Stout that he's had a former player texting him for 3 weeks about the mistake he made in leaving MSU basketball to transfer. Izzo wouldn't say the name, says Solari, but the MSU beat reporter says it's pretty obvious who he's referring to. Also, according to The Athletic, Tiger Woods told local police in Jupiter, Florida that he had looked down at his cell phone and was changing the radio station in his vehicle on Friday before his rollover crash. In the arrest affidavit, officers reported Woods had 2 hydrocodone pills in his pocket. According to Sheriff's Deputy Tatiana Levinar, Woods was, quote, sweating profusely while being questioned in the backseat of a vehicle that had, quote, cool air flowing. Officers also described Woods' movement as lethargic and slow and witnessed him with bloodshot and glassy eyes. It's a pick your flavor night of Detroit sports coming up this evening. Here on 97.1, we'll have the Tigers against the Diamondbacks from Phoenix at 9:40 tonight. Pregame coverage starts at 9:15 as Detroit looks to even the series after a 9-6 loss last night. Casey Mize will start on the bump for the Tigers. At 7 o'clock, the Red Wings face off against the Pittsburgh Penguins in Pittsburgh. Detroit needs 2 points and a Columbus regulation loss to at least jump into a tie for a playoff spot tonight. The Pistons also have their second game in less than 24 hours at home against the Raptors. Tip-off at 8 p.m. That game available over on Alt 98.7 FM. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Tiger Talk, if you want to continue down that road, 248-539-9797. Story came out, Rod Wood, who is, for some reason, being interviewed a whole bunch and speaking a lot after announcing he's retiring in his role as president. I guess he's not done, so everybody's maybe asking to interview him before he's done. I feel like he's lit the fuse on a bunch of stuff here. Rob Wood confirmed to Dave Burkett of the Free Press that the Lions have asked for a prorated portion of Frank Ragnow's signing bonus back. Now, they've done this before. We went through a whole debate when the organization did it with Calvin. And they've done it on other occasions.
They did it with Barry.
They did it with Barry Sanders. Signing bonuses work this way, and that is to make the numbers nice and round. Let's say you sign a 5-year, $10 million contract with a $5 million signing bonus. So the way that works is your money against the cap is $2 million a year, but you get $5 million up front. So 5 of the $10 million you get is the signing bonus. In the case of Ragnow, he had a $6 million signing bonus on, I believe, a 4-year contract, and after 2 of the 4 years, he retired. Why would you ask for the money back? Well, I think it comes across as cheap and ungrateful to a guy who did a lot for you, but you ask for the money back because you get cap relief. And that is a very practical thing. And you know how I was just saying about Verlander and exploring whether or not long-term he might end up in the bullpen here? Every resource. I'm a believer if you're running an organization, you need to think of, and I believe this with Calvin and I believe it with Ragnow now. And that is, you have to take advantage of every resource available to you to better your football team. If they get $3 million of cap relief by asking for this signing bonus back, their 2 of their biggest free agent signings count $3 million against the cap this year. And Cade Mays and DJ Wonnum. They'll count more next year, but that's what they count now. And I have an expectation for them as players. And if you, especially Mays, we'll see on Wonnum. Dan Campbell talked about him yesterday and why he likes him so much. And we'll play that for you a little bit later on. But if the signing bonus, if recouping the signing bonus gets you cap space, I'm okay with that. That's part of the business. And is the business cruel? Is the business unfair? I mean, it is, but it's business. And I believe that. I believe that when there were less competent people running this organization. Okay? And I certainly believe it now. Because if you tell me you're going to get that cap space back and can go get a player, and you're not going to get a great player, Every little bit helps. $3 million is not a lot. But when you put it in terms of what kind of player is that, that's what Wonham and Cade Mays, according to Spot Track, that's their hit on the cap this year.
Yeah, I do not like this. I didn't like it with Barry. I didn't like it with Calvin, and I certainly don't like it with Frank Ragnow. I've always thought that a bonus is just that. It's a bonus. I get that it's a shell game when it comes to the cap and all that, but the way that contracts are structured and the way the NFL allows them to be structured is it's all the leverage is with the owners. The owners can shut things down real quick, and the teams can, cut you at any moment. And then, we're talking about dead cap hit money and money you thought you were getting and guaranteed. It's not, because these contracts aren't guaranteed like they are in other sports. And I don't like that. I don't like how the NFL is allowed for so much wiggle room and finagling when it comes to their cap. It's so damn confusing. This is the most brutal sport, of the four majors that we have. And careers are cut short all the time. And when you got a warrior like Frank Ragnow, who played through all of those injuries and finally made the decision to hang it up, albeit it was not the best time for him to make that decision for the Lions, doing it after the draft. He did try to come back last year, and then the physical revealed that he had like a torn hamstring or something, and he failed that. The guy was a warrior and he gave it all, and a signing bonus is a signing bonus as far as I'm concerned. So I don't like that. And I think it's ironic that in order for the Lions to go ahead and sign those guys, it came not only at the expense of waiving Taylor Decker, but it also came with a restructure of a contract from Jared Goff that converts money to a signing bonus. So I don't like how all this works out. I think it makes teams look petty at times, and it is a business. There's no doubt it's a business. I don't like this side of the business, and I wish it would change. And it's a whole beef that I have with the contract structures that they have and what they allow in the NFL.
So look, it's the harsh reality of the game. I mean, it really is, and. So if you were running the organization, you would just let the cap space go?
Yes.
Okay. I would not, and I'm glad that our team isn't. Now, do I feel like maybe that this is a bit of a sign that the honeymoon period is over, in that they are doing something that they did before when there were less competent people running the organization? The competence to me isn't measured by this decision. But even Taylor Decker coming out and saying what he said about how he doesn't feel like he was treated appropriately when he was let go, in terms of he wanted phone calls, he wanted thank yous. And
so there wasn't any communication.
Yep.
And then, so Dave Burkett tweeted out 3 hours ago, when he retired last year, Frank Ragnow became the latest longtime Detroit Lion who had to repay part of his signing bonus. Then there's a link to a story he's got, talks about Calvin Johnson, talks about Barry Sanders, and with Rod Wood, and Rod Wood saying, this is what we've done. We've always done it like this. And the Lions at least have that history of always doing this. I don't like their policy, but it's their policy. I can disagree with it, but it is what it is. Alex Anzalone replied to that tweet and said, played through fractured throat, 1 week post-meniscus cleanup with stitches barely out, inoperable, unrepairable toe, etc. Hey, let me get that prorated signing bonus back. And then it's got 3 laughing emojis with the tears coming out. And then it says, do business as business is being done.
Let's be clear here. Decker's complained. Anzalone has complained. I don't think there's anything from Ragnow yet, though, is there?
I haven't seen Frank Ragnow say anything.
Although I don't know what do business as business is being done means.
I think that just means from a player standpoint, you've got to be as cutthroat as the owners are going to be, or as the teams are going to be, I should say. I don't know if it's an ownership thing. It's a team thing. It's an NFL thing.
Kang, what do you make of this?
Oh man, it's like there's a lot of gray area here. Like, I think, yes, it's a football business, but it's also a people business. And for a team and organization that prides itself on giving on culture and doing everything then for the team, I think you have to give back a little bit yourself. You know, if you're going to preach that thing, because if they keep doing this precedent thing, like, hey, we do it with Barry, we do it with Calvin, we're doing it with Ragnow, then at some point, I think the veterans you have on the team are going to be like, they're going to cut me, or they're going to stab me in the back at some point too. You know what I mean? So I think you got to walk this line where, yeah, I think you have to worry about the cap. The cap is a real thing for the most part, I think, whether we want to believe it or not. But there's money issues, right? Cap restraints. But also, like I said, it comes with, this is a people business too. So I think you do have to give back a little bit, Doug. And other players and people that you're going to sign and bring into the building see that too.
Here's the one thing I would say. If you think this is a move that you would not make, then you don't forfeit your right to complain about what they don't do for cap purposes. If you don't want them to maximize how much money they make, they spend and have to spend on the cap, then I don't know that you can complain about them trying to save money everywhere they can. I feel like those two things are in conflict with one another. And we get a lot of people who are mad that they haven't spent on bigger ticket items. And if you are in that category, fine, fair. I mean, it's a different way. They have different beliefs on how they're doing it, how you would do it. But can you also then turn around and say, but we don't want you to do everything you can to maximize your cap space? Because I feel like those two things are the exact opposite.
Would you rather them maximize the cap space by having, restructure another contract for a player, or ask for money back from a guy who's given everything he can to this organization as a player?
There's no reason you can't do it all, and I hope that they are doing everything they can. Something that Brad Holmes said last week that I thought was really interesting in that sit down was, because bills come due, you have to space out your restructures so that when the bill comes due for Goff, it also doesn't come due for Amon-Ra. That we have to restructure Amon-Ra for it to be on a different timeline than Goff. So that makes sense, but at the end of the day, you know what I want most? I want them to do everything they can in their power to win a Super Bowl, and this feels like it's part of it.
But understand that all this starts from my disdain for the salary cap system that the NFL has. Okay? Because I think it's utterly ridiculous.
But
it
is what it is, right? And this is the world we're operating in. So.
But it is there, so that's, I mean, you and I will disagree, and we're not going to punch each other over it, but I don't keep pushing, keep chirping. But I think it's a horrible look, and I think we have lost the honeymoon period when it comes to this leadership group with the Lions, between Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions and the team. I think the honeymoon period's over with. Now it is all business, because there are too many things that have happened in a row here that make it seem like it's absolutely business. There's off-season Detroit Lions and there's in-season Detroit Lions. Once they're in season, these guys are all together as a team, and that's the culture they've built. But when it gets to the offseason and the business side kicks in, I mean, he had last year with Alex Anzalone, and where he wanted more money, and they gave him just a little bit of a bump, and then you've got the Decker thing this offseason. Now they're asking for Ragnow. They asked for Ragnow's a portion of his signing bonus back. That stuff's going to rub players the wrong way. Not every team does it the way the Lions do, and it doesn't mean the Lions are right or wrong. It just means that teams do it different ways. You can agree or disagree with it. I disagree with it. You agree with it. You're more pragmatic. You want the cap space, and any way you can get cap space, go ahead and do it. And that's great, but what happens when they don't use the cap space?
Well, I would prefer that they use it. Like I said, every resource available to you, I think you should take advantage of to help you win at the highest level. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. And it's brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
All right, let's get to the people. We're talking about this story that the Lions, and this is an old story that has been debated before, and apparently they've done it again with a somewhat new regime here. Rod Wood is a through line, but the Lions have asked for a prorated portion of Frank Ragnow's signing bonus back, which could be up to $3 million as best we could tell. And there's different opinions on this. Some people think it's cheap and that it leads to ill will between the players and the organization. Look, I want them doing everything they can to win the Super Bowl and take advantage of every resource that's available. It was a signing bonus over the course of a contract that didn't get fulfilled. And if you can get this back, and if they didn't get cap relief, I wouldn't do it. But getting the cap relief is what this is about to me. And we had the same debate when we were going through this with Calvin. Let's get to the people. Brian on a cell. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how's it going? So,
what's up?
My question, right, they asked for his money back. Does he actually have to give it back?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's what I was wondering, like, what's the legal ramification? Because, like, to me, as a player, he earned that money because you can't predict injuries. And he wanted to play even though he was injured, but, wasn't cleared. So, he wanted to participate. He's just unable to. So I personally feel he shouldn't have to give the money back. That's why it's called a bonus. He deserves it. Right now, the Lions to me sound like some jaded ex who's hitting their ex up for hey, remember when I bought you this? I want it back. Just let the player have his money.
Do you do you care that it frees up cap space?
No, because and while I respect your stand where they could have more cap space, I don't think they're going to do anything with it because this offseason has been horrible. Brad Holmes, yeah, he signed a center, but we need a better center. He signed some players. We need better players. He hasn't done anything with the cap space we got now.
Okay, so Brian, if you ran the organization, if you ran the organization and you could free up the cap space to do what you wanted, you wouldn't do it.
I would only do it if I could sign Crosby or Hendrickson. If I knew I was going to be able to sign those two or one of those two, and I had the cap space, then yeah, I would ask. But again, it's an ask. It's not a demand.
All right, Brian, thank you. Let's go to Mark in Rochester. You're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Doug. I haven't called you guys in 5 years. I hear what you're saying, but I think you're not exactly right on saying that it frees up cap space. What it does is it reduces your dead cap, which leads to a credit, which can give you more flexibility to make moves like Cade Mays. So you're right, but I don't want the people to misconstrue it. But regardless, this is more a discussion of choose your hurt, right? And like choosing to do this, you're choosing to enforce a technicality over an amount that's negligible relative to team revenue and the overall cap. That's not a football decision. That's a signaling decision to the rest of the league. This team is always saying they want guys to buy in and play with grit and be Lions for life. But then when this guy who's been the face of giving you everything and he walks away and then you're nickel and diming him, that matters way more than the $4 million or how that comes across. And I know people are going to say, well, it's just business and that's how the teams do it. But the good organizations in this league pick their spots. They understand how you treat your own guys becomes your reputation around the league. And I think that that's way bigger of an issue than the $3 million we're going to save. And it really bothers me. And that's in addition to all the issues the Lions organization is having this offseason. I'm currently in a position, I'm not spending a dime on this team. I probably won't for a very long time. I'm furious with Alan Park right now.
Let's go to Demetrius in Flint. You're next. Hi, Demetrius.
Hey, guys. So I'm coming at it from a different angle, and I'm generally not in the business of disagreeing with Scott Anderson, but it kind of practically applied to me. I had gotten relocated by an organization. They moved me to another city. They paid all the relocation costs and gave me a bonus. And at the time I agreed to this, there was a stipulation that said, if you leave the company within a year, you have to pay back a prorated portion of your relocation bonus. That was the deal. I knew that was in there before, and as Frank spent months thinking about retiring, the thing that the Bryans of the world are missing when he says he's entitled to it or let the man keep his money, it's not his money.
Frank knew it when he signed the deal and cashed a $6 million check that if he retired early, he had to pay him back. He's not entitled to it. It's not his money. They're not sneaking in his back door, hijacking him. It's their money. And I don't understand this concept now of they're a bad organization if they don't just give away $3 million. He earned it. He's been a warrior. All that's great, but it's still their money. And I would like that person to call me. I'll just give away. One guy called it nickel and diming. You just give away $3 million of your own money? I don't understand that. Frank knew it. When he chose to retire, he knew, or somebody that works for him knew, by the way, if you retire now, you owe them a portion of your signing bonus back, because that really wasn't a bonus.
Well, Demetrius, I totally understand the logic behind it, and you've laid it out brilliantly. There's logic behind it, but not every organization acts as the Lions do. Other players have retired, and they don't ask for the signing bonus back. I think it's a bad look. I really do, and I just disagree with the whole. I don't like the system that they have, because when you're signing a bonus and you get a signing bonus, and then you give 4 years out of the 6 years in that contract, I don't know. I just feel like it should be that just should be eaten up by the first 4 years of that contract. Instead, you've got $3 million left based on numbers that are kind of funny numbers, and now he's got to give that back. I think it's a bad look.
Mark is next. Hi, Mark.
Hi, guys. I'm kind of looking at it from a different perspective. Why can't, and maybe other organizations already do this, but they don't publicize it, is you pay the guy in appearance fees or and some kind of work for the organization or something, so everybody's happy and the organization doesn't look cheap.
Well, and they may do that, Mark, because that's kind of what they did with Calvin Johnson. Or they certainly made offers to Calvin for years to try to do that, and eventually they were able to warm that relationship back up thanks to Rod Wood and Sheila Hamp, and they got it done. And now Calvin's a happy camper, but I think that's absolutely something they should.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what if Frank's going to. We'll see if Frank's part of the organization for years to come or not. I don't know. I think it's a great idea.
Bob in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Bob.
Hey guys, maybe you could just clarify. I'm just curious, what exactly could he do? Could he say, I'm not retiring, and just basically sit on the bench and be in the training room? Is that an option for him? And if so, then I say, yeah, then you can't pay him if he's making that decision. But if he says, no, I'll do everything that's required of me, I'm just curious. Does he have that option?
I actually don't know.
It depends, I think, if he signed papers already, which I don't know if he did. Didn't he? He did before, and then he had to come out of retirement to try when he was trying to play last year, halfway through the season, and then it didn't happen. And I don't know if he had, if that door officially closed at that point, that the papers were signed again. I'm not sure. But the other thing is, we haven't heard from Frank. I don't know if Frank's
I think
upset.
that's important.
He may not be upset about this at all. He's like, yeah, no, I know this. I planned for it.
Anzalone's upset.
Thank you.
Anzalone's upset, yeah.
Quandre Dick's also upset. I mean, players are going to stick up for each other because they're sticking up for themselves in many ways, right? Because they want to get paid too if they have to, get cut or retire. So yeah, it's not shocking that Anzalone or Diggs or anybody else would say this, or even Decker maybe. But yeah, I mean, hopefully Frank's okay with it because it's his money ultimately, or not his money. It's his life.
His contract,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
It was his contract that he signed. Yeah. It's Carson Anderson. Meanwhile, Dan Campbell said something yesterday. I wonder how many people agree with him. Is it controversial? It's funny. We'll get to that today at 11:32 on 97.1. Doug Harsh here for Sam Bernstein Law. And look, I know the Bernsteins well. If you've been hurt, you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect. That's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years because they demand respect for their clients. Call Sam. It's Carson Anderson program, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Look, weird story with one of our former athletes. Jaden Ivey posted some stuff on social media and has made some pretty out there posts. He's apparently had some sort of religious awakening, and that seems to be his priority right now, and it isn't helping him professionally. And look, it's his life. You can ride off however you want. But from a strictly sports standpoint, I guess I'm just glad that that resource was traded and that the Pistons got something for it because, everybody has the right to prioritize whatever they want in their life. But what he is prioritizing appears to be getting in the way of his professional career. If that's what he wants to do, that's fine.
Well, he's got the knee injury that he's dealing with, and he's trying to strengthen the knee, and that's why the Bulls shut him down. They didn't shut him down because of his religious beliefs. They shut him down because they want him to work on the knee. Then after that, that's where I guess he's made 3 different posts, complaining about the Bulls and the way that they do things, and then also espousing his own views, which are rubbing, and you can understand, rubbing some people the wrong way. But they are his views. He's not alone with that and when it comes to religion, and it always gets a tricky place to get to. But, this is not the distraction that the Pistons would have wanted, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it would have gone down this path publicly if he were still with the Pistons. But in the meantime, looking at what the Pistons got in return with Kevin Huerter, now Kevin Huerter is starting to play,
do some stuff, isn't he?
which is nice to see. And I certainly wish Jaden Ivey all the best, but it's an interesting turn of what's happening there. And now he's been released by the Bulls.
Yeah, it's kind of a coincidence that Red Velvet's finally starting to get some playing time and looking like he's worth something, while Jaden Ivey just literally got waived by the team that the Pistons traded him to. I personally don't think the last Instagram Live that he went on, that's what cost him his job. I think it was the totality of everything. That was the last straw. I think the first part, honestly, is he's not the same player that was drafted into this league, okay? Now, other things have gotten in the way of that. The injury, maybe him finding, his religious side of, things. But all of that has equated into him not being the same player. And I actually think the Bulls were probably trying to look a way to waive him anyways. They shut him down. Hey, that's enough. Let's just rehab the knee and see how it goes. And then after these last couple of days, I think they just said, all right, well, that's enough. Because players they've voiced their religious beliefs all the time. And they've also said anti-things and been arrested and done criminal things and are still in the league cashing checks. Jaden Ivey, I know it sucks to hear, but in basketball and business, if he's not performing on the court, they're not gonna put up with anything.
Yeah, but he's also a free agent at the end of the year. So I don't know if this is completely unexpected when you see somebody who you don't think is going to help you out for the rest of the year. You waive him. If he's a free agent, you just get him a free agency sooner.
Why didn't they waive him before this then?
Because they thought that he could rehab through the knee, and that maybe he still had something, and they could get a gauge on is he worth
like
re-signing.
I said, in my opinion, I think he was done anyways. But I didn't think he was done with the league until now. Maybe
I don't know if he's done. I don't know if he's done with the league because, as you point out, I mean, there are people who have done and said far worse things than what Jaden Ivey did.
Yeah, but the issue with Jaden Ivey is I don't know how much of basketball is a priority in his life anymore.
Well, that's the thing. It feels like he's prioritized something else, which he's got. Sure, do it. It's your life, man. But that doesn't mean that the profession that you are employed by is going to go along with it. But it's not. It's tough because I always liked Jaden Ivey. But at the end of the day, it's something that I guess I'm glad our organization got out from under. All right, Dan Campbell speaking at the owners' meetings, or the NFL league meeting, yesterday, was asked about the flag football guys beating the U.S. Olympic hopefuls in flag football, beating an NFL all-star team that had Joe Burrow, Tom Brady, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins. And the Olympians won, and won rather decisively, and this took place a couple weeks ago. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Campbell brought it up. It was asked of Campbell what he thought of it yesterday, and here's what he said. Okay. Here's my question for those weekend jocks out there. Do you think softball guy think that they could beat MLB players? Do you think pickleball guy thinks he could beat tennis players? Do you think indoor soccer guy thinks they could beat MLS players?
Interesting.
Do you think go-kart guy can beat like NASCAR guy?
You put me in a go-kart.
Yeah, right.
On the track that I'm used to.
F1, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Lewis Hamilton, I got you.
Yeah.
Meet me at CJ Barrymore's.
Look out. I would think the pickleball player has no delusion. He's not delusional, right? They know. It's pickleball. It's not tennis. Totally
You
different
don't think
sport.
so?
No, but that's the point. No, that's the point. That the sports are so different that they can be better. Can a good pickleball player beat Carlos Alcaraz?
In pickleball.
In pickleball is what I'm saying.
Okay,
That
I see what you're
softball
saying.
guy, if you put major leaguers on a softball field, the softball guy think they can beat him. You put
The
pickleball.
softball guy thinks that they can beat a Major League Baseball player, playing softball.
Yes.
I think that's delusional.
Okay, what about pickleball guy against the professional tennis player at pickleball?
That's delusional.
You think so?
That's absolutely delusional.
Okay, indoor soccer guy against the MLS player at indoor soccer.
Delusional.
Okay. So why can't the NFL players beat the flag football players?
I think that is actually it is two totally different sports. One's physical. One there's physical contact. The other one there's not at all. I'm grabbing a flag. Let me grab your flag.
But for the skill guys,
well, it's I mean there's no doubt they have skills, like Dan Campbell said. The little jitterbugs out there. I mean, Antoine Randall would have been an amazing flag football player.
I want to hear from either pickleball guy. Do you think he could beat a professional tennis player in pickleball?
Oh boy.
Softball guy. Do you think he could beat major leaguers in softball? Indoor soccer guy. Do you think he could beat? And there are other examples. Go-kart guy. If you're a go-karter. Is there any
go-kart guy might be able to?
You think?
Yeah.
Oh, it's different, man.
I mean, it's small track, and then the cars are regulated, and I mean, is rubbing racing? I don't think you're allowed to do that in go-karts. They frown on that, on the rubbing racing thing.
And guys, it's just not the physical part of the game either. It's the mental part and knowing the game. Like I'll go back to the flag football versus the NFL players. The flag football, the pro flag football guys, they know the game. I played a couple years in a flag football league, a competitive one, and one of the best guys on our team was not twitchy and super athletic or fast. He just knew how to play flag football. It was amazing. He knew
what did he do that nobody else knew to do?
He knew when to lateral, when to twitch, when to I don't know. He knew how to beat the coverage. He just knew exactly the plays that would work. He would call our plays. I was a quarterback. I didn't call any plays. That guy called every single one of our plays, and they all worked because he played so much flag football. He knew. He just had the knowledge, and I think that happens with any other sport. I'm not saying that the softball player could beat Bryce Harper in softball, but I'm saying I bet you know certain things about softball that maybe certain MLB players don't if they've never played it.
Fascinated by this. I didn't
how cocky the faux athlete is.
Well, they're athletic in what they do. Like they're like a pickleball guy is. There are different nuances of that sport that would be different to tennis. Now, maybe what would happen is, I would imagine if the NFL guys put all their time and effort into being flag football players and learn the nuances of the game, they'd probably beat the Olympic hopefuls.
It would probably take them 1 week of full practices to get it down. But again, I think football and flag football is the biggest gap between all the other sports we've mentioned. Because this sport is so radically different based on, what you have to do from a mental standpoint. Time to throw, all this stuff is totally different.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in Redford. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I just called to disagree with the softball, the MLB players. I played baseball and I played softball. Fast pitch softball, that ball comes through at a different angle. The release point is totally different. The ball comes up through the zone instead of down through the zone. It is totally different.
So you think fast pitch softball guy could beat major leaguers if they would just plop them down on the field?
I think they can give them a good competition, yeah, because like I said, that ball comes through at a different angle. A baseball player, you used to seeing the ball come up at a higher angle, at a higher release point. So that fast-pitch softball is coming from down by the knee, so it's coming up through the zone.
Thank you, Jay. 248-539-9797.
I didn't realize that there was men's fast pitch softball.
There is. It doesn't get the attention that the women's game does, and there's a lot of slow pitch softball, but there is men's fast pitch softball. Chuck in Muskegon, you're next. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, I played a lot of competitive slow pitch, and they have what they call conference ball. And I think it would be a lot closer than you guys think it is, because as far as striking the ball, yes, they would hit it with probably from 1 to 10 more velocity. But in softball now, because they use composite bats, they have home run limits, like 6 home runs or 9 home runs at the top level. And once the home runs are gone, then in my opinion anyway, because I've done it for years, there's a skill on hitting singles and playing defense. There's some tremendous defensive players in the sport of softball. And like I said, I'm not going to put a number on it, because yes, they're professional players, but I'm telling you, it would go back and forth depending on what level you played. Hitting the ball over the fence on limited homers, they'd probably win quite most of the time.
Right, but you take that if there's limits, and there are in some softball leagues, you say there's limits.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. By the way, TJ Lang has just tweeted out something regarding the Frank Ragnow case. See what TJ has to say. We'll read it to you at 11:48 here on 97.1.
Time to get ready for that green lawn this summer and do the right things to ensure that it stays green and weed-free. And that means you call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and if you want to get green and stay green, and how about saving green? You can do that when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Look, I've been using Natural Way for almost a dozen years in my house. I love how my lawn looks. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, and you want a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn, give Natural Way a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing, and you need the right program. So give them a call today. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. And in fact, for a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we got a few things cooking here. One is the Frank Ragnow story. Lions have asked for a portion of the signing bonus back, which would clear up some cap space. And look, the fact is, we've had this debate before. I'm okay with it if it's going to help you here and now do something, free up a resource to help you do something to help you win now. Others think it's a bad look. It's not a huge amount of money. It looks like it might be $3 million, but it's not exactly clear. TJ Lang tweeted out the following, and of course, contributor here at our station, part of the Lions Network. It is what it is. Everyone knows it. Bottom line is, if you want to protect your money, make them release you. You lose all leverage when you retire. So it sounds like he's as a player kind of understanding that this can happen.
Well, that is the way to. I guess that's the way to do it, right? But in Ragnow's case, I guess, would he have failed the physical anyway?
He might have, yeah. Arthur, somebody tweeted back at TJ and said, when you say everybody knows it, TJ, do you mean across the league, or are you just saying specifically with us? And I think Arthur is implying us being the Lions. TJ says specifically with Detroit. I'm sure other teams do it with lesser players. Detroit gets the attention because it's high-profile guys. I don't want to speak for Frank, but I have to imagine he knew this was going to be part of retiring while still having years on his contract. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Rob in Pontiac, who's next. Hi, Rob.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Not much. Hey, concerning the Ragnow thing, I think I find it kind of funny that it's just $3 million. Well, what if it was $25 million? And what if Jared Goff today, cashed that big check and just decides that, guys, I'm done. I'm done. Screw you. I'm going to live in Hawaii. I got $45 million check last week. It's not about the money. It's about you signed a contract. You knew this was going to happen. You made a decision. Live with it.
Well, again, we haven't heard anything from Frank Ragnow to say like he's upset about this. It's a league-wide thing.
People are.
Yeah, some people are. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't like the optics of it. I mean, you got a guy who gave everything he had, tried to come back, and then saw that he failed the physical with a hamstring issue, and I understand the logic. Rob, I'm just saying I understand the logic behind it. I don't disagree with it. I should say I don't agree with it. Part of the thing that I totally do agree with, though, is you've got a contract that you're signing. You understand what that contract is. The problem is the NFL's contracts are so different than contracts that you or I would sign in our businesses.
Right.
And it's hard to navigate through those waters all the time.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bobby in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Bobby.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Just to touch on this topic you guys have with the different sports, a strictly roller hockey player would beat a strictly ice hockey player in roller hocky and in vice versa. Like, Doug, I know you play ice hockee, but I don't know if you've ever played
I did.
roller hockey.
Yeah, we started on wheels. Yeah.
So if you were to take, there's the amount of time it would take for the ice hockey player to get used to the wheels, the stopping, and all that other stuff. The roller hockey player would have his way, and just like if he were to go on the ice and go against the strictly ice hockey player.
Bobby, all right, there's just a couple things here. For the audience that just turned their radios on, the Olympians in flag football beat some NFL players who just dropped in to try and play them in flag football. And Dan Campbell yesterday said, I'm not surprised, it's a different sport. So we're saying these variations of sports, do you think you could beat a pro at your variation of that sport? Bobby, are you a roller hockey player?
I grew up playing ice hockey. It wasn't until I was about 10 or 12 that I get into the roller hockey scene, and I've kind of played both for the rest of my time here. So, I'm very familiar with both. But the first time getting on rollerblades, it was like it was a fish out of water. For me
so you think an NHL player gets dropped into a roller hockey rink, you will be better for your team than he is for his team?
If he's strictly ice hockey, yes, because I know there's NHL players like Adam Ernie and Bedard that do fluctuate with both in the summertime, but a strictly NHL player would not be as beneficial as I would be if someone with much more roller hockey experience than the NHLer with none.
I think Bobby's on to something. I mean, it depends if the NHL players, do they train with rollerblades or not? And if they don't, then it is a fish out of water
I've
experience.
done them both. I started, and it was getting on the ice was tough. I liked it better pretty quickly, but it was tough the first time. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Melanie in Southfield next. Hi, Melanie.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
So this might be too much of like shuffling money around, but just an idea. Like, why don't they ask for the signing bonus back, and then, they'll pay it out to the guy. In Ragnar's case, $3 mil?
Sounds like
so.
it, yes.
We'll give you $500,000 every year for the next 6 years. Then they get their cap relief, and he still gets his money.
I'm sure there are workarounds. I don't know if you can just sign. I think you have to pay him to do something, but they could hire him in some capacity.
Yeah. Be an ambassador.
But
They've done that before.
Yep.
They continue to do
It sucks that they're asking for the money back, but, he's whining about playing through injuries. These guys make an astronomical amount of money
Hold
compared to the rest of the world.
Ragnow didn't. I don't think Ragnow's whining about anything.
I don't think he is either.
Yeah.
Like you said,
Who was it, Decker? Who did you guys say had
Alex Anzalone came out in his defense, but yeah. I mean, look, I
Decker
think
was upset that he thought there should have been more communication with him being released from the Lions, or at least not even him being released. He wanted more communication in the offseason before he made the commitment to come to the team and say, yep, I'm ready to run it back another year. And the Lions wanted him to take a pay cut.
Let's go to CR on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, CR.
Morning. How are you guys?
We're good.
right.
Thank you.
Good. As far as the softball player versus a major league player, I don't think there's a chance in this world softball players are going to beat them. I played in a major Metro Open League years ago, and there were quite a few AAA ball players on these teams. And trust me, they are a totally different breed than the rest of us. Just their physical capabilities, it's just amazing.
So did you hear a guy call that said fast pitch softball? He thinks a fast pitch softball guy. Is that what sparked this call?
No, actually, I have played fast pitch, modified, and slow pitch. The Major Open Metro was slow pitch, but any of them, the two games are too fundamentally close. Unlike, say, rollerblade hockey and ice hockey, there's just not a chance that a normal guy is going to beat these players. They are just too physically gifted.
I think they're delusional if they think they compete with Major League Baseball players in softball.
I think it depends on if you are dropping them down into a fast pitch game for one game and they've never seen it before, they might have a chance.
Maybe, but I mean, now we're moving the goalposts too. Because with softball, we're at least I was automatically assuming we're talking slow pitch softball, and we know those guys take it real seriously.
Yes,
show up with the baseball pants and the sunglasses, the whole bit.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Campbell said more than that, including what he likes about DJ Wonham. You'll hear that next hour here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Chris Solari of the Detroit Free Press said on social media earlier today that Tom Izzo told broadcaster Tim Stout he's had a former player texting him for 3 weeks about the mistake he made in leaving Michigan State to transfer elsewhere. Solari also reported that Izzo said he wouldn't be surprised if anyone eligible to return this season might leave MSU based on the climate of college hoops, but also says he, quote, kind of would be surprised after meeting with his players Monday. Said he feels pretty good for the Spartans to get everyone back with eligibility. Reports from The Athletic today say Tiger Woods told police he was looking down at his phone and changing the radio station in his car, causing him to be distracted before clipping another vehicle and crashing his own car in Florida last week. 3 games for our local teams tonight on the day before April in the D. Here on 97.1, the Tigers take on the Arizona Diamondbacks out in the desert. That game at 9:40. Our pregame coverage at 9:15 as Casey Mize will make his first start since his resurgent year last season. At 8 o'clock, the Pistons take on the Raptors from Little Caesars Arena, trying to improve to 12-2 on the second night of a back-to-back this year after losing to OKC last night. That game on Alt 98.7 FM. Pregame coverage there at 7:35. And over on WWJ, the Red Wings take on the Penguins from Pittsburgh. Pregame coverage at 6:45. Puck drop follows at 7 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Get back to your phone calls in a moment. I'm interested, update kid. The story by Chris Solari.
Yes.
Okay, so a former player who transferred from Michigan State or went pro early.
Transferred from Michigan State is, I think,
has been texting Tom Izzo, saying I should have never left.
Yes, and just to be clear, it's just tweets as of right now, not a full article or story yet. I believe Solari was. I haven't found it yet, but was watching or listening to a conversation with Tom Izzo and Tim Stout and reporting some things from that conversation. He said Izzo wouldn't say the player, but we all know who it is. I don't know that we all do, but...
Okay, so 2 things. 1, Tim Stout, mid-Michigan legend.
Yes.
Absolute legend. 2 is Trey Holloman?
That was my guess, my first guess. Yeah. Right. I also thought Xavier Booker, if you were placing odds, Xavier Booker would probably be second on the list, but obviously Trey Holloman at NC State just got eliminated in the first 4, got the buzzer-beating shot hit right over him. He also missed a free throw in the last minute that could have helped them win that game.
Well, and his 40% three-point shooting would have been very useful.
Yes, and his head coach left to go to LSU like 3 days later after being at NC State for 1 year. So
might be big-time regret.
I could see Holloman, being regretful about
I could see
his
Booker,
decision.
too. I mean, his coach is a jackass, so...
Yeah, absolutely. I think UCLA ended the year. I was just thinking of head coach and why you would regret and why you would text your previous head coach about it. And I think Will Wade is the favorite there.
Well, these things need to be thought through, and there's a lot of moving parts.
Right,
there's a lot of moving parts, and so interesting. But
I think he's not the only one, not just at Michigan State or Michigan, but nationwide. That how many of these kids, we've seen a number start to do the thing where they leave and then they still have eligibility after they leave, so they come back. There were a couple NCAA tournament teams that had guys leave for a year and come back this year. And kids are starting to learn the grass isn't always greener.
Nope. And the 1 year, like I think that commitments should be multi-year and can be negotiated. Out of high school, we can't cut you. You'll get your scholarship. Whatever NIL deal we agree to, you will get paid. You know, I heard something really interesting that may become a thing. So the rev share thing in college basketball, Michigan State, many Big Ten schools, they can hand out a certain amount of money to student athletes, right? Mm-hmm. Across the board, all their sports. People assume most of the money is going to go to football. And that's probably true in most big-time Division I programs. What about the Gonzagas of the world?
Yeah.
They don't have to fund football. So you might want to look out for Gonzaga, St. Louis, Loyola, Chicago, like some of these schools that have had some success to generate some buzz from their alums that can then rev share with their players and don't have to fund football.
Well, it's a competitive advantage for those schools, and if the competitive advantage grows so much, do some of these other schools, these low-power conference schools that really struggle in football, do they think about
Kansas?
Getting rid of it.
Does Kansas just punt? Football?
We've got some in the bit. What about the Purdue football program?
Mm-hmm.
Purdue doesn't.
You don't say that in front of Doug Carter.
Purdue's
You do not talk about Purdue football in front of Doug Carter.
Before 2 years ago, we would have said Indiana.
Right. Well,
so maybe that's an example of why you wouldn't.
Indiana is probably providing hope to everybody else who has prioritized basketball over football that we can do it in football too. But
Indiana may have retroactively saved 3 or 4 Big Ten football programs without even knowing it.
And maybe places like Kansas and Kentucky.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Update, kid. All right. We have a whole bunch of stuff going on. Like the whole first hour was JV. And it didn't go the way that he would have wanted, that we would have wanted. But we can't be totally surprised. Bro's 43 years old. He's 43 years old. He started last year 0-7 with a 4.70 ERA. With the Giants. Second half, he settled down, went 4-4 with a 2.99 ERA. I don't know if there's something to be said for him starting slow. It's every year, Gator, you know what's crazy? When Justin Verlander, in his last year or two at Detroit, I was starting to worry about wear and tear and when the decline would start.
Yeah.
You weren't concerned at all. I was concerned. Well, I think it's time for me to take my victory lap 10 years later. No, I mean, you were right. And everything you do at 43, when you get negative feedback that feels, unfortunately, more authentic than positive feedback, given where he is in his career. But let's keep in mind, what is Verlander being asked to do for this team? He's being asked to maybe give him a chance to win every other start. He's a 4th and 5th starter. Heck, he's a guy who might be a starter all year long, and then they get to the postseason, and he's not. With the news that Jackson Jobe is coming back this year, you know, that
hopefully.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking. There might be an August timeline on that. We have to keep in mind that him being an effective 4th and 5th starter means that he could end up being, you know, a 500 or below 500 pitcher, but I mean, keep the ERA 4-ish and below and give your team a shot. Now, last night they didn't have a shot because he gave up 5 runs through 2 innings, and they ended up scoring. The Tigers did end up scoring 6, but nonetheless.
Last year he was 4-11, but his ERA was 3.85 because he had a really good second half of the season. He got off to a horrible start last year. He gave up 2 earned runs in his first start in 5 innings. And it was 3 and only 2 1/3. Then 5 and 5 2/3. Then 4 and 5 2/3. And then it calmed down. And he had like 3 bad starts after that. So let's hope that we got the worst of the worst out of the way here. And he can get back to being a more than serviceable pitcher. Yeah. I don't expect him to be anywhere near Valdez or Skubal for that matter, certainly. But I'm hoping that he can compete and be something of a certainly a compliment to this rotation, that he can do his job. And the other thing that I think he's going to provide is just there's leadership there. I think he likes being an elder statesman. Mm-hmm. And I think he can certainly remember back to 2006 when Kenny Rogers was here in this team, and the Tigers went to the World Series that year, and Kenny Rogers was an elder statesman in Major League Baseball, had been through a ton, and you get to pass that kind of information on, that experience on, and when you still have younger guys in this rotation, go ahead and enjoy that a little bit. And I hope it works out. Last night was awful. Yuck, throw it in the garbage, and hopefully he'll be better. And if he's not, then he won't be pitching much longer.
We've also had plenty of discussion regarding the Frank Ragnow story, which Rod Wood, I guess, revealed to Dave Burkett of the Free Press that the Lions have asked for part of the signing bonus back, which is, it's not a revenue issue to me. It's a salary cap issue. I'm okay with them trying to maximize every resource to help them win a Super Bowl in the here and the now. Gator thinks it's a bad look and that it hurts them long term because of players don't like it, don't like this, that their signing bonuses recovered or being asked to be recovered. People have debated that. And we have the Dan Campbell comments when asked yesterday about the Olympic hopeful flag football team beating a bunch of NFL players who dropped in and tried to play flag football. He said it's not surprising. These are different sports with different skill sets necessary. So we're kind of asking you, if you're a softball guy, you're a roller hockey guy, you're a pickleball guy, you are play some version of the sport that the pros play, if a major league player got dropped down on a slow pitch softball diamond, a fast pitch softball diamond, could they compete right away? Would they be the best player? Could you beat them? Roller hockey guy makes a hell of an argument. And having made the change from wheels to ice, I guess the problem is I didn't know how to skate really at all in the first place. Can an NHL player, you take a bunch of NHL players, put them on rollerblades and drop them against a really good roller hockey team, or would they struggle to beat them? Would they beat them at all? Puck moves differently. Wheels react differently.
Yeah, do they use a puck or a ball in roller hockey?
There's a puck. It's got little like knobs on it. Puck, and you play on like one of those rubber floors.
You certainly don't stop
Sport
like you do
court
on
type.
skates.
No, you don't.
It's a lot different. So I think that there's probably something to that. Softball guy thinking they can beat baseball players in softball. No, man.
Well, and the one that I'm fascinated, we haven't heard from a really good pickleball player. Do you think you can beat Carlos Alcaraz in pickleball?
I mean, here's why I think that's ridiculous too. It's still hand-eye coordination, and tennis players have. I mean, you could argue the best hand-eye coordination in all of sports. So it's just, how long would it take them to be able to track it down, to slow things down because you're used to playing things at 100 miles an hour, and now, the ball's not coming at you 100 miles an hour. Great. But when I strike the ball, I'm going to hit it a hell of a lot harder than these pickleball players are used to seeing it come at them.
But it's a different swing, though. I mean, I don't play pickleball, but I just respect the different sports and what it takes to play them. And I'm not saying Roger Federer couldn't beat a professional pickleball player, but I do know there'd be an adjustment. I don't know how long that adjustment would be, but it's just like swinging a golf club, swinging a baseball bat. It's just a different, swinging a tennis racket, right? You can have good hand-eye coordination, but it's still a different sport, different game.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, Doug, after some more thinking on this,
Yeah.
with the softball versus baseball guy, slow pitch softball guy versus if they think that they can hang with major league players in softball, maybe I spoke a little too hastily. I think the hitters would far just destroy anything that the softball guys can do. However, there is a nuance to pitching slow pitch that major league players just wouldn't be able to replicate as a pitcher. I think their hitters can adjust to it, but in terms of like, you know, let's say Justin Verlander's on the hill, slow pitch softball.
Yeah,
I think the softball guy is going to kill the ball because the major league pitcher doesn't know what those nuances are.
I feel like a major league pitcher trying to adjust to slow pitch softball where that is a completely different skill set where they'd be like